Welcome to Larkhall. It's event 5 for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. It's time for IAME, Honda and Bambino. Who's going to shine here in the Scottish Hills? Let's go racing to find out. Hello and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Larkhall. It's still event 5, but it's the second day of racing here. It's the 18th of July for the Wera Tools British Kart Championships. Welcome one and all. If you enjoyed yesterday, well, look forward to today because the air is cooler here and the racing is going to be a lot faster. Here's a look at the circuit that we've got today. Larkhall, of course, just a few miles south of the city of Glasgow. 1,140 metres in length, 7 turns and around 31 feet of elevation change. Of course, once more joining me in the commentary box, Mr. Butterworth, Mr. Tom, how are we this morning?
Loving it, DJ. I am absolutely buzzing for today, day 2 of the double header. Really looking forward to it. Fantastic circuit that we've got here at Larkhall. The weather, very different from yesterday, however, still very dry.
Indeed it is. Here's a look at the weather and what you're going to be expecting for conditions today. Sunny again with a lot more cloud than yesterday. Hoping for a 0 chance of precipitation, but the temperature again roughly around the same sort of area. What are we expecting in terms of racing though, with the air temp a little bit cooler than yesterday? The engines will run faster, a little bit smoother as well. And it should be a little bit nicer in terms of driving conditions as well. Let's take a look at the schedule for today and what's coming up first of all. We're going to be kick-starting the day with Bambino for their Heat 2. That's going to be taking part in around 11:05, so in around 6 minutes or so time. Then we kick off with the first of the Junior X30 Heats for their double-header. It's essentially another round for them here at Larkhall. Their Heat 1s will be taking place at around 25 past the hour. Then we go into IAME Cadet Senior X30 and Mini X30 for all their Heat 1s. A little bit later on in the day after that, we go to the Honda Cadet for their pre-final. Of course, the Honda Cadet and the Bambinos, they're not on a double header. It's a bog standard weekend for them. So they had their heats earlier yesterday. So pre-final will be taking part at around 25 past 12 this afternoon. Then it goes into the Junior, IAME Cadet and all of that lot for their second heat of the weekend as well for them, finishing off at around 1:30. For them. Then we go into, my favourite part of the day, which is a lunch break. 30 minutes of lunch break, so we'll have a quick break from racing and broadcasting for that time. And then we go back for Heat 3s and the finals kick-off. We'll be kick-starting at 2:30 this afternoon with the Honda Cadet finals. Then it goes to the Bambinos and the IAME Cadet finals. That will be at 3 o'clock and 25 past 3 for their finals a little bit later on this evening. And we round out the day with the Senior X30 Final, Mini X30 Final, and the Junior X30 Final. That will kick off the day. That will end the day. They end the weekend, the entire weekend here at Larkhall at around 4 to 5 this afternoon. It's going to be a good, long day of racing. Tom, I can't wait for it.
Neither can I. Neither can I. I'm really looking forward to today. We had some fantastic action yesterday. All through the grids as well, including the Bambinos and Hondas, who, as you say, are on a single header weekend, unlike the IAME Championships, who were on the double header. So they had an entire round yesterday, so all of their heats and finals yesterday. Bambinos and Cadets had their a couple of heats yesterday, or a heat and qualifying yesterday, and then they will have their finals only today, whereas the IAME Championships are having full heats and final again today. So yeah, lots and lots of action. across all the championships. Lots of things still up for grabs. Not necessarily. I've been watching a little bit of time qualifying, and as you said, DJ, the weather is playing a slight part in that. They are going slightly quicker in these cooler conditions, but it is only slightly. We're talking half a tenth to a tenth of a second a lap.
Indeed.
So nothing major, but the weather is dramatically different at the moment from yesterday. Although we are looking around 1 o'clock, the sun to come out fully, burn off all these clouds, and start really heating that track cup. So drivers need to make sure that they are fully nourished, fully hydrated, making sure that they look after themselves.
Exactly so. Right, well, of course, racing will kickstart in just a moment's time. But, of course, with the Wera Tools sponsorship, of course, we do thank them very much so. We do get the Driver of the Day award. Last time out here for the IAME class, it was Jesse Phillips. Here's what he had to say.
Jesse Phillips, Wera Tools Driver of the Day from Kim Bolton. A great feeling for you, it must be, after a very challenging weekend of racing.
Yeah, it was a tough weekend. At the start of the weekend, we were hoping for a good result because the first round wasn't too well, and then in the end it did turn out to be well, and then even better when we got this trophy.
It's a marvellous trophy, isn't it? And of course, coming accompanied with a toolbox as well, worth quite a bit. And yeah, it must be a great feeling for you, and of course, family as well.
Yeah, I hope my mechanic will like the tools and stuff, and yeah, it was a great weekend, and hopefully Larkhall and next round, or yeah, and hopefully they'll be good as well.
No, excellent. Of course, a very challenging weekend here. Weather's looking good for Larkhall as well, but yeah, are we looking forward to the weekend?
Yeah, hopefully, yeah, British is going to hopefully go well.
Excellent, excellent. Well, lovely. You can pop that trophy on the mantelpiece now. It can be pride of place in the centre there.
Yeah, I'm really excited.
Excellent stuff. Well, our Driver of the Day from Kim Bolton, Jesse Phillips, thank you very much.
Thank you.
And it now seems like a perfect time to go straight on board and give us a hot lap around Larkhall, DJ.
Yes, indeed. Why don't we do that right now as we go on board with the number 51, Matthew Hyde, for premium karting here at Larkhall. Like we said earlier, 1,140 metres in length, 7 corners, and around 31 feet of elevation. We kickstart the lap with turn number 1. 3 sections to this one, the kink 1, kink 2, and kink 3. But I have to say, it's incredibly fast. Borderline flat out in these karts. Missing that first apex, taking as much as you can of the second, not running out too wide, through the next little kink and down the next straight. We then come into the boot section. Very fast through here. The first chicane, negotiating very high curves. I must avoid that through the left first. Quick direction change through to the right. Great opportunity to try and get down the inside of someone there, and then you've got a long straight all the way down when you kickstart sector 2. We're then coming towards turn number 3. This very fast kink here, dab of the brake, not too much, and then back on that power. Again, not running too wide, 'cause it's very bumpy out there. Through again this next right-hand kink, you can get a little bit of air over that one, so you've got to watch out, and then it's heavy on the brakes for this very tight hairpin. Great opportunity for a lunge down the inside, but you have to time it perfectly because it's uphill through that apex. Into sector 3, we're then going to the banking. For you NASCAR fans, this is a great corner because you can get right up there on the edge of it, but it gets very bumpy on the way down, so you have to watch out for that one. You then come into the S's section, very fast through here again, but again, very high curves. You've got to watch out for that one. And then it's heavy braking into that final corner. We saw a great lunge there from Zach Drummond yesterday to take the win in one of his finals. And of course, round the final corner we go, and that will finish the lap here at Larkhall.
Yes, fantastic. We will just get through our grid, and then we'll give you an update on what else is happening today as well.
Exactly that, yes. The grid, as it appears on your screen, of course, standing start for the Bambinos, all the volunteers making their way out, most parents, mechanics. But Max Gilman starting on the front row with Otis Cleary alongside. Then it's Austin Newstead and Harper Das on row number 2. Jack Baker and Grayson Worsley on row number 3, with Joshua Griffin and Josh Cormack on row number 4. Maximilian Aberhart and Max Taddy on row 5, with Colby Patterson and Austin Oman on row number 6. Charlie Munns and Drew Davidson on row 7, with Harry Neeson and Amelia Diale on row number 8. Rounding out the grid on row 9 is Fraser Addison.
Yes, indeed. And while we are waiting for our Bambinos to grid up, and as you will see the volunteers down there as well, we'll run you through that if we have time. But a big push today, big shout-outs are always welcome on our live stream.
Oh,
so
yes, indeed.
Please comment on the YouTube stream. We will say hello to you if we possibly can, especially if you're supporting somebody who is on the grid here today. We will try and get them mention as fast as humanly possible. So if you aren't able to be here in person, but you are supporting a driver or a team, please give them a shout out on the YouTube stream, and we will endeavour to get there as quick as we can.
Indeed we will. Now, Bambinos yesterday, their Heat 1, an exciting race all the way to the end, I have to say, because Austin Newstead came out of nowhere to take the race win in that one. It was a beautiful skill of driving that we saw from these drivers all the way throughout, and hopefully we do see that again. Of course, Joshua Griffin, he came second, and Max Gilman came third in that race, but of course they're lining up here. You can see there the number 50 on your screen on the front. Max Gilman, who did come third yesterday, is at the front and looking to get this race underway as well. Green flag is up at the back, and the first race of the Sunday is about to get underway. Lights out, away they go. Great start from the 33 off the line. Joshua Griffin slides down the inside there, but he bogs down slightly there, but he managed to get past quite a few. The front four breakaway at the start, but it is a good start all the way through the field.
Yes, indeed. And what you will notice with these Bambinos is it's all about the momentum. As soon as you come off the throttle ever so slightly in these karts, it takes forever to build the revs back up again. All about corner speed, all about entry, precision driving, exit, which for a 5 and 6 year old driver is quite difficult.
Difficult for me.
However, they do pull it off very, very well. So, yeah, fantastic to see the skill at this age of these drivers and how they keep up that momentum.
Exactly that. So as they go through the first of that right-hand kick into the infield now, around that tight hairpin again, very, like you said, momentum, very key out of this corner particular because it's the slowest, it's uphill, very crucial to get it perfectly right through there. Then they come into the banking now, bit of side-by-side action, but everyone getting through nice and clean at the start. The train is starting to form already at the end of this. You can just see there the 61 diving to the inside, Maximilian Aberhart there getting past the number 12, I believe that was, yeah, Josh Cormack. As they go through, so that's gaining up a position at the end of this lap, but they cross the line, and the order as they go past is Gilman, Newstead, Das, then it's Baker, Griffin, Cleary, Worthley, and then it's Aberhart, Cormack, Oman, Neeson, Davidson, Munns, Taddy, Patterson, Anderson, and DL rounding out the 17 kart grid. So as they go through again, once more into that boot section, you can see they're very close driving from these Bambinos.
Absolutely, precision driving at the 4 here. With these Bambinos, as we say, all about that corner momentum. Join the dots, as I like to call it, the outside, the inside, back to the outside of the circuit, the fastest possible line through, and you can see some of them running slightly wider there than the others. The other ones keeping on the black stuff, on the tarmac. That will give them a better momentum, and you can see immediately coming out of the hairpin the difference where you can carry that speed and you can get over speed on the other driver, send it up the inside here, just as the 33 of Joshua Griffin has done.
Indeed so. New race leader, of course, as well. The 74 of Austin Newstead has taken the lead. He took that into the boot section earlier ago. And they come out of the final corner once more. Linus Stern, and a couple running very wide there onto that rough stuff, but they all get back on the straight and narrow.
That was Austin Oman, Josh Cormack, and Maximilian Aberhart.
It was indeed, as they go round turn 1 through the kink and down that bar. So look how defensive there Austin Newstead is, hugging that inside line.
A big chunk of curb there on the left-hand side.
He definitely went airborne there, and look how much that has cost him on the exit. Huge amounts, because the number 50 absolutely sails past Max Gilman, I should say, retakes the lead. And he's going to have to slot back into position there. Right, you've got the 17 there, Jack Baker as well. He's there in third place. Under investigation is the 33. Joshua Given, I'm guessing, maybe potential jump start because he got such a good start off the line. I'm not calling that, but yeah, that's only a potential.
Yes, indeed. There were a lot of parents with their hands in the air, so there was. It did enter my mind when they first set off, but obviously we didn't want to say anything as yet. Also yesterday, Austin Newstead, your current race, second place, in fact, of Austin Newstead is, in fact, race leader. I should apologise. Set a new lap record yesterday, 1:11.54, brand new lap record around Larkhall circuit.
Yeah.
So absolutely flying.
Very quick indeed. Again, those lovely warm conditions playing well for the drivers. Side by side though for the lead because Newstead tried to go down the inside there into the boot, failed to do so, slots back into position. So Max Gilman still in the lead of this race. Jack Baker there still holding on very closely behind. Then Harper Das still the top, the top 7 it looks to be. So close together. You've got Austin Cleary in there as well. Grayson Worthley, Harper Das is there as well. Joshua Griffin also in this pack. 5.5 minutes plus that one additional lap to go in towards that kink again. Line astern, no lunges down the inside there. These drivers are learning that they'll get the momentum, they'll get the overtake at the exit, because if anyone messes the corner up and loses momentum, that is when they can strike. Again, drivers going slightly defensive into the banking section, but staying line astern. Oh, there we go. There's a bit of action there because the 61 tried to dive down the inside there at the exit. Maximilian Abraham on Austin Oman, but Austin, skilled as he is, he managed to hold on to that one round the final corner once more. And all is calm at the front. Front 3, though, breaking away.
Breaking away ever so slightly, but it does look slightly reminiscent of a cadet final at the moment, with these 6-7 drivers all in the one pack. So 7 drivers there. Any one of these 7 could take the win, still with 4 minutes 45 plus a lap to go.
Indeed, you are correct. Yes, 4 minutes 40 seconds. Your race leader at the moment is Austin Newstead once more as they chop and change for positions. Oh, I say that, chop and change. It's chopped and changed once more because Max Gilman has managed to get past once more and has taken the lead again. So into the kink again, that nice tight right hand or left hand hairpin. There you go, get my left and right, Anthony. Come on, it's early in the morning.
It is still early.
Early in the morning, I haven't had my energy drink there. There we go. Into the banking section. Up the hill they go. Oh, very wide there was the 70 of Grayson Worthley, and that may hinder his exit. I don't know if he's going to be under pressure at all there, but looks like he's held on to that one nicely still. Starting to spread out a bit, but everyone still very strong out there. Side-by-side action there. The 61 down the inside. Maximilian Eberhardt gets that move done on Austin Oman, moves up a position now into 8th place and holds on to that one. And again, 3.5 minutes to go. Again, they're just waiting, I think, for that time to get down a bit, because you've got to remember there's always a lull. There's always a wait moment.
The mid-race lull.
Yeah, the mid-race lull. Everyone slots into a position, they stick there, they work together,
Whoa.
They keep that gap the same, and then they go for it. What did you spot?
I spotted somebody on the grass.
Well, that is suboptimal.
Near the coming out of the boot section and down the back straight. It might have been that there, the number 16 of Austin Oman. Couldn't quite make out the number, but we are looking at the number 16 there, so I'm assuming that would be correct, that it was Austin Oman that was on the grass.
Now, developments here at the front, because Austin Newstead has dropped down into P3 now. Jack Baker, the 17, has moved up into 2nd place. And the 70, like you said, was 70 of Grayson Worthy. He said he ran out a little bit wide earlier on. He definitely got the grip of that kart again, because he's right there on the sharp end of 4th place at the moment. You can see there Otis Cleary just behind. He's got his name on the front of the car. It's incredibly handy to identify who it is.
Absolutely, and yeah, it might sound silly, but all of these drivers will be using the slipstream here as well to full effect, and even at these speeds in these small karts, it makes such a difference.
It does indeed. Otis Cleary there with the fastest lap of the race, and again, more action at the front of the pack, because it was a bit of side-by-side action there. You can see some of the friends and family. Oh, off the track goes the number 50. Oh, Max Gilman there. I'm not sure what happened. I didn't see it.
We got a hand up from Baker.
We did, yeah. I'm not sure what happened because it was on the grass. I'm not sure if we could potentially get a replay of that because I was looking at my timing screen for that split second. Right, well, here it is. So, into the corner. What happened? Whoa! It was a little bit of a love tap there, I have to say.
It was. No, it was a bit more than a bump draft, wasn't it, that one? But, yes, that's why the hand came up of apology. But what I will say is that with Otis Cleary setting the fastest lap of the race, that supersedes Austin Newstead's lap record from yesterday. So Austin Newstead set a 1:11.54. We've already had a 1:11.18 today.
Yeah, there we go.
So these cooler conditions really helping, and we've got the 17 of Jack Baker going defensive from Gilman. Although Gilman immediately with the cut back up the inside, using again what we say, that momentum, carried the corner speed. Even though he had a tighter line, he managed to keep the speed, get up the inside and get through.
Joining us on the stream there, Vexelen, I'm going to call it. Vexelen says, I'm incredibly jealous of these drivers. I never got the chance to do karting racing. It's something not common in Morocco. Well, there you go. Karting is a very frequent thing. You do see it all over the world as well. We've got an Algerian driver in our championship. You know, it's one of those. You always get the ties in it, and of course, come on down if you've got the opportunity to come on down, and obviously when it's safe to do so, and the travel restrictions, of course, cease and everything. Come on down, and come to a race weekend when spectators are allowed again, and they are allowed.
Having been to Morocco, I can tell you that conditions are pretty optimal for karting as well.
Yeah,
it's very nice. It's Mediterranean almost. It is Mediterranean. Well, because it's on the Mediterranean coast.
Well, so. There you go. 7 seconds to go. Then last lap board will come out this time around. Your race leader is on screen there, but under immense pressure from Jack Baker, who's managed to get back up into second place. Austin Newstead there, the 74, just struggling to keep up. He's the slight gap opening up, and you can just see there Grayson Worthley and Otis Cleary trying to clear their way through, I should say, and they have managed to do so. So the 74 struggling on pace just down that back straight and has managed to lose another place, now down into 4th place. 5-second time penalty. My goodness me, for the number 17, Jack Baker. Oh my goodness me, that's going to put him right down the order. They've got a bit of a gap, but where's that going to put him with 5 seconds? Oh no, that's going to put him all the way down into about 13th place.
Oh dear, well that shows how close the Bambino field is as well. That even right at the end of this, as the last lap board is about to come out, that the top 13 are only separated by 5 seconds.
They are indeed. Timer strikes 0. Last lap board comes out, and here we go. Ring that dinner bell, because it's all going to get a bit tasty, I suspect, in a moment with these Bambinos going around. There we go. Right, so Max Gilman looks over his shoulder, doesn't go overly defensive. Everyone slides into position. Again, it's all about that exit speed, if they can carry that as they go through there. Look at Otis here. He's looking very racy now as they go out of the boot section, down the back straight. Tuck into that slipstream, lads. Go on, get on there and in towards that second part, in towards turn number 3 they go. Slightly defensive there from Gilman. Gilman holds on to it. Oh, they're a bit racy in the background. Grayson tried to go around the outside there of Austin Newstead. I think he managed to get it done, but as they go through this top 5, very, very close. Gilman holding on strong though. Despite that little off-track excursion, he is back at the front and looking good here. Through the banking they go, and again, so bumpy as they exit out of that banked section. Oh, look at this. Different racing lines that we're seeing. You can hear the supporters in the paddock area screaming, and as they come round the final corner, it's only Heat 2 of the weekend, but it's going to be Max Gilman takes the win. Also very close from Baker and Cleary.
Very close. I think there were 3 of them who thought they'd won that one. 3 fists in the air for the top 3, so the official result is Max Gilman from Baker from Cleary, with Grayson Wortley in 4th and Austin Newstead in 5th, separated by only 0.7 of a second between the top 5. So very, very close action straight away in our Bambinos. Then we have Maximilian Abrahart, Austin Oman, Joshua Griffin, Josh Cormack and Max Tadai round out your top 10. Then it was Colby Patterson, Harper Das, Charlie Munns, Fraser Anderson, Harry Neeson, Drew Davidson and Amelia DL.
Well, I have to say, once again, Bambinos, I take my hat off to you, because that, once more, was an excellent and exciting race. I will say, as they make their way round the track to come back into the pit lane. There is a look at your provisional pending Paul Classen race results on your screen. Of course, we go over the top 10, but you've gone over the results already, haven't you? But there they are.
But we should clarify as well who Paul Classen is.
Yeah, Paul Classen, one of the scrutineers down here for Motorsport UK. He deals with everyone coming in. But like I say, he has his bag of sweeties over there, so everyone likes to go see him.
Yes, indeed.
Including me.
So if you get in the top 5, is it, DJ?
Top 5, yeah. Top 5 go
so
to scrutineering. The rest of the
field.
So
you go to scrutineering, you have your cart checked over, make sure that everything is legal and above board. And then you are free to go about your business for the rest of the day.
You are indeed.
Well, so, shout out to Atta A on YouTube, who has commented and said, "Thank you for the live stream. It's very fun to watch." Well, you're very welcome, Atta. That's what we're here for.
There we go.
For your enjoyment, your viewing delectations.
Oh, yes.
And certainly ours as well.
Yeah, exactly that. Right, well, that's the first race of the day done and dusted for the Bambinos. Thank you very much to them. Next race is lining up on the dummy grid area, and it's time now for Junior X30. I muted the microphone, I did. There you go, forgot to unmute it. Right, so like we said, Junior X30, they're going to be heading out onto the circuit in just a moment. And of course, they had a dramatic final yesterday. Penalties galore in their final yesterday. A lot of incorrectly front fairings, or position front fairings, i.e. nose cone penalty. Blimey, that was nearly the entire grid. Right, let's read through them. So Connor Duncan with one, well, he got gaining an unfair advantage. So that would be
ABC.
Essentially, yes.
Yes.
A little bit of the front to rear action, I'll say, for Connor Duncan. Then it was Marcus Luzio with an front fairing, and Olivier Algieri, he was a front fairing. Josh Agambar, Brandon Carr, Freddie Allam, all front fairings. Then we had Gabriel Stilp, James Barty, Michael Rapsey, Nathan Clifford, Mackay Singh, Kian Gohill, and Joseph Rippon, all with penalties from the final yesterday. But that was yesterday. Today is a new day.
It is.
It is indeed.
Probably easier to read out those who didn't get penalties yesterday in the final.
Probably.
But yes, it was an extremely lively final, and very much enjoyed watching it. So don't forget as well that as well as watching live today, you can also go back and watch the stream from yesterday.
You can
as
indeed,
well.
yeah. If you want a recap of what happened yesterday, please go back.
And it is there forevermore.
Exactly that. Well, no, of course not until later, because right now you're watching today.
Yes.
So
exactly. That's what I was trying to say. Is,
yeah, later.
Stick with us now.
Yeah.
When when we finish today, if you want something this evening, bit of evening entertainment, watch yesterday's stream.
Exactly. We've got the long drive back to Whittle Mill after today, so it's going to be about 5 hours in the van, so that'll be jolly good fun for us. Rob Hyde joins in. Come on, Matty Hyde, 51, fastest Type 1 diabetic. There we go. So there we go. It just shows the talent in this pit lane. Doesn't matter what is happening in your life, everyone finds a way to come and race. That's what it means to some of these drivers. Indeed. You know, despite anything, we see them here racing, strong, fit, and it's excellent to see.
It really is, and yes, it really genuinely is that there are people here of all shapes and sizes. And everybody is welcome here on this grid, and we love having you here, and we love being here to talk about the racing.
Do indeed. Ethan joins us as well. Senior X30 is where the content is. Well, Senior X30 is a little bit later on. Right now, you're watching Junior X30, and I have to say, these Junior X30s, they're very fun to watch as well. So
they are, and they're only around a second slower than the Senior X30s as well.
Yeah, exactly that.
So, pretty quick.
There is. There's Jack Cox there with a very striking livery on his helmet. For MDL Motorsport there. Number 18, lined up, concentrating, ready to go. There's Reese Lomax, Classen Motorsport. Now, he races in quite a few things in this one. He races in TKM as well. Ooh. But they make their way out to the circuit, and let's tell you the grid. Here we go then for Junior X30. It's Sam Shaw and Daniel Ginchard on row 1. Bat Harrison and Oliver Stewart on row number 2. Then it's Archie Walker, Charlie Rippin, Marcus Luzio and Jessica Edgar rounding out row 3 and 4. Matthew Hyde, Gabriel Stilt, Nathan Clifford, James Barty on row 5 and 6, Joseph Rippin, Mackay Singh, then it's Harry Cottrell and Milo Pilfold on row number 8. David McIntyre, Harvey Ryby, then it's Connor Duncan, Jack Cox on row 10. Then it's Michael Ramsey, Reese Lomax, Kean Gohill and Shavran Shan McGarvel rounding out the grid. And last place, there we go. I had to get that one out quickly because they shot out the pit lane once more. Now, yesterday, the main subject, I think, for us was false starts.
Yes, it was. Are we going to see one today?
They were rife, they were.
Let's see if we can start the day as we mean to go on, shall we? And get a start, a decent start straight away, green flag. Now, they are lining up quite well at the moment. I do say at the moment. Let's see how quickly they go. Looks okay to me.
No, that's way too spread out. It's going to be
and it's a false start.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, way too spread out.
I knew it was too good to be true as they came through the final corner.
It was indeed. Now, you saw them there. Some of them were running wide because the front accelerated way too soon, and that meant that the people at the back were like, oh, no, I don't want to be left behind. Get on the power. And, of course, they then run wide out the final corner. They have to be in those tram lines, line astern, nice and tidy, and they don't accelerate really until they get to that yellow line. I'm pretty sure.
Officially.
I'm not too sure. I did mean to ask that question earlier on. I'll ask it at lunchtime whether or not. I'll go to Mr. Nigel.
It's certainly not until they get into the tram lines anyway.
Yeah, no, exactly that. I need to ask Mr. Nigel Edwards, the man, the myth, the legend himself. I'm sure will tell.
Well, just while we're waiting for them to come back round, we've had support from Lincoln Bailey Almerson for saying, "Come on, Ginchard." Number 49.
Yeah, current championship leader, still championship leader, despite the fact that he had not the best day yesterday, but he's still leading, 485 points from Archie Walker. Round the final corner they go. Is it green flag this time around? It is green flag. Away we go then for the first heat of the day for Junior X30 in towards turn 1. Nice clear start there. Everyone running slightly wide there. The 42 going very wide, but staying on the track. That was Harry Cottrell for S8 Racing. In towards the boot section they go for the first time. No one clouting the curves. Bit of concertina effect, but all is well as they exit onto the back straight.
Yes, indeed. Feeling the need to go defensive straight away. A lot of the drivers at the front of the pack feeling the need to hold that inside line into the boot to defend their position.
Exactly that. So as they exit now into the infield hairpin, I have to say there's 5, 6 karts
32,
involved,
50, 81, 41, 54.
Wow.
So let's go down the order. 32, Nathan Clifford. 51, Matthew Hyde. Who else did we say?
There's quite a few. We'll find out when they cross the line.
Shan McGable.
Yeah, we'll find out as they cross the line who drops down the order. So, yeah, like you say, Joseph Rippin, Clifford there, and McIntyre. No, McIntyre's crossed the line now. So, yeah, it looked to be like it was David McIntyre, Nathan Clifford, Joseph Rippin, Michael Rapsey, and Shan McGarvel there. Oh, and there's another car halting there at the edge of the circuit. It's the 18 that's grinding to a stop, and that is Jack Cox. What a disaster for Jack. Not sure what's gone on with that car, but, yeah, like you saw there, onto the grass, pulling over to the side, and mechanical issues for himself. That is a huge shame with the first race of the day. 6.5 minutes to go, and Bart Harrison now leading the way.
Yes, indeed, and hopefully we can get that kart cleared away quickly before they come round for the next lap, and then we will have green flag racing. So, across the line, your top 10 is Bart Harrison from Daniel Gunchard, from Sam Shaw, Archie Walker, Oliver Stewart, Charlie Rippin, Gabriel Stilp, Marcus Luzio, Matthew Hyde and Jessica Edgar round out your top 10.
Good starting from there. That was the back of Mr. Ken Potter's head there. One of the chief stewards here for Motorsport UK for the British Kart Championships. He's down there at the boot section. Very technical part there, keeping a very, very close eye on that one.
And support coming in online for Jessica Edgar. Good luck, Jessica, from Tez Pete.
There you go.
Currently running in 10th place.
Good old Tez. 5.5 minutes remaining, plus that one additional lap. Harrison leading the way at the moment. Ginchard, much better performance from him so far this morning. They're in second place, right at the sharp end for Argenti Motorsport. They're based right outside our sort of commentary box is their mechanic, their truck and everything like that. So
I'm interested to know what happened with Connor Duncan in qualifying, because he only qualified 19th. He's still down in 17th place, but was running right at the front of the pack yesterday.
Well, yes. So...
we need to keep an eye on Connor coming through.
Yeah, we'll keep a very close eye on him
for the day. in these heats and certainly in the final, because Connor Duncan was running right at the front of the field yesterday, certainly in the front bunch, and if not at the front of the second bunch as well. So yeah, currently down in 17th and qualifying 19th. So we will very much keep an eye on that one.
There he is on your screen there, the 41. He is right behind Mystery Slomax for Class and Motorsport there. I say he's right behind. Not anymore. Dives down the inside into the banking section. Gets that job done swiftly, moving up another place. So, like you say, just maybe a bad qualifying earlier on. Now ramping that power up, moving through the field, of course. It all determines what they have later on. Bit of dust kicking up in the background there, but a huge lunge down the inside from the 22. Charlie Rippin on Archie Walker gets that job done, and Ginchard, fastest lap of the race as well. He's closing that gap up to Bart Harrison, so it's all still guns a-blazing here at the front. And you can see there, Sam Shaw's number 7 for premium karting, also latching onto the back of Dan Ginchard as well. 5-second time penalty to the 88. That is a big shame. Mr. Pilfold, where is he on my screen? 88, yeah, Milo Pilfold there, MLC Motorsport, currently in 14th place at the moment, so that's a big shame for him.
Yes, and no Harry Burgoyne today either, who was another front runner yesterday.
Well, he's probably in a different heat, so there's 2 grids.
Oh, of course.
In this one. So this is the B and C class. The A and C class will be a little bit later on. He'll be in the A group.
Oh, good. I'm glad you explained that to me, DJ, because I was getting a bit worried there that he might have not been here today.
No, he's here. Bart Harrison, another new fastest lap of the race, 50.220, responding to Ginchard's fastest lap. There you can still see Archie Walker right behind. Archie had a great result yesterday in his final. Of course, he came second place. He was very happy with it. His dad was very happy with it as well, I have to say. So
he set the fastest lap yesterday.
And he set the fastest lap yesterday as well, didn't he?
Yes,
just
Walker
for good measure.
Yeah, so P6 at the moment for Walker. But yes, so your top 10 as they come over the line with just under 3 minutes plus a lap to go. It's Harrison from Ginchard, Shaw, Stewart, Rippin, Walker, Stilt, Luzio, Hyde and Edgar. With fastest lap of the race so far, still going to Bart Harrison with a 50.22.
There we go. So, on your screen.
How did that compare to yesterday? Oh, 50.12 for Archie Walker in time qualifying. So again, we are still slightly quicker than race pace yesterday.
Well, you've got to remember as well that the drivers got used to the circuit.
Well, there is that as well, yes. They have a day on the job, full day on the job yesterday and another one today. So yes, experience counting as well.
Exactly that. 2 minutes and 10 seconds plus that one additional lap to go. We're on lap number 6. Bart Harrison leading the way comfortably at the moment. Got a gap of around 0.7 of a second to Argentine Motorsport Dan Ginchard. Then it's Sam Shaw, Oliver Stewart, Charlie Rippin, Archie Walker, Gabriel Stilt, Marcus Luzio, Matthew Hyde, Jessica Edgar, top 10. Then it's Ryby, then it's Barty, Singh, Cottrell, Pilfold, Duncan, Lomax, McIntyre, Gohill, Rippin, Rapsey, Clifford and Shan McGarville. We have lost Jack Cox. Of course, because he came to a mechanical issue earlier on. What have you spotted?
I've spotted Oliver Stewart taking the fastest lap by 100th of a second.
Ooh, very nice. There we go. Keep an eye on Stewart.
50.21 over the 50.22 of your race leader, Bart Harrison.
Well, he was your final winner yesterday, was Oliver Stewart, so he's wanting to replicate that today, I'm sure. So we'll keep a very close eye on him. As we see there, the 76. This is Mackay Singh, currently in 13th place. We've got James Barty for company just in front. There you can see. And back here, the 17 there. That is Oliver Stewart that we were talking about. Jade Racing Team right behind Sam Shaw, closing in 4th place with 1 minute to go. Oliver Stewart once more, another new fastest lap of the race.
And only 400ths now off yesterday's fastest lap. So although the air is slightly cooler, what I must point out as well, it is slightly cooler, better track temperatures as well for racing. However, there's a lot of humidity in the air. It is almost like driving through soup out here at the moment.
Yes.
Very thick air.
Yes.
So those engines are going to be gobbling that up.
Oh, they will be indeed. Yeah, they will be. 30 seconds left on the board then. Not much time left to go, but we have still got a couple more laps in it. As we see there, oh, look at that nice lunge there from Stewart on Shaw into the final corner. That's how you get it done, and moves up now into P3. Good points, of course, because like it was yesterday, points accumulated today in their heats will determine where they start in the final. So the further up you can get, the better you are for later on in the day.
And Oliver Stewart proving that pace makes prizes as well as he moves up, using his fastest lap now two fastest laps in a row to make sure that he gets onto that podium place by overtaking Shaw. So Sam Shaw was our pole sitter as well, so dropping down to 4th place.
Sure about that?
Very.
Excellent. Timer strike 0, last lap board out this time, and there is Daniel Ginchard in 2nd place, hunting down Bart Harrison for Mick Barrett Racing. At the moment, that gap is now down to 0.5 of a second. What will it be as it crosses the line? Because it looks a lot less than that. They cross the line, they break the beam, still 0.5 of a second, but he did take just a schmickle out of it there. A schmickle out of it as they go down the infield straight in towards the boot section. Nice controlled braking, avoiding those curbs. Nice clean stuff.
Yes, a schmickle, which is slightly more than a smidgen.
Yeah, exactly that. Technical terminology in this commentary box here. Crack the commentary team. Down the back straight then. Whizzing past our camera there and then into the turn 3 right-hand kink. And again, the second right-hand kink into the braking zone of the tight left-hander here. Slotting into position, cool, calm and collected this time around. It was a little busier earlier yesterday in the first heats for these two drivers, but this time it's much different. It's opened up and it looks like it will be a race win here for Bart Harrison from Ginchard, Stewart, Shaw, Walker, Rippin, Stilp, Luxio crosses in 8th place. Then it was Matthew Hyde, Jessica Edgar rounding out the top 10.
Yeah, classic drive from Bart Harrison. Hit the front, never really looked back, did he?
There we go. So go through more comments coming in on the stream. The track looks narrow. Is this track suitable for European World Championships? Well, I don't think this is a European registered circuit. I think the only track in the UK that is the European registered circuit would be Paul Fletcher International at PFI, known to many. There is your race winner, Bart Harrison.
But a fantastic track nonetheless.
Oh yeah, well, yeah, very
it's
good
certainly
track.
British Championship standard, because that's why we're here.
Exactly that. There again is your pending Paul Klassen race results. We've done the top 10. Harvey Ryby crosses the line in 11th place from Mackay Singh in 12th place on that order. James Barty in 13th, and it was Connor Duncan. Good moving up the order there for the Red Waft Racing driver. Reese Lomax as well for Klassen Motorsport, 15th place. And it was Harry Cottrell, David McIntyre, Milo Pilfold, Joseph Rippon, Kian Gohill, Matthew Rapsey. Then it was Nathan Clifford, Shan McGarville. And again, we did see Jack Cox retire in the 18 earlier on. So 10 laps down at the end of that race. But like I say, much calmer start for the day for the Junior X30 grid. Their first race earlier on was Burgoyne Jr. who won the first heat, but he's in a different group that time around, so we'll see him later on. Bart Harrison came second, so he had a bit of competition that time around. So we'll keep a very close eye on that one. But that is the end of the Junior X30. It's now time for the IAME Cadets. Indeed, IAME Cadets will be making their way to the circuit in just a moment, and I have to say it's quite a busy grid. So 30 karts will be taking to the track in just a moment. They're lining themselves up ready, and they're in the pit lane now. Interesting one on this one. Zach Drummond yesterday, great result in his final. It was a great race, I have to say, because it was line astern or side by side with Noah Wolf. He got that race win by, well, nothing. We saw the static shot yesterday on the stream. Again, at the end of today, please go back and watch the IAME Cadet Final, because the end, or that whole race was exciting, but the end of it, well, that took the biscuit, that did.
Photo finish.
It was indeed very much a photo finish there. For,
yes,
for
brilliant. And a fantastic move by Zach Drummond in the final corner of the final lap as well to really cement that and just nipped across the line in front.
Indeed. Words of wisdom there from Nigel Edwards, who's going to make his way out there. But let's have a look then at the grid for IAME Cadet. It's race 19 of the entire weekend. And Lewis Werrell is going to be starting on pole position alongside yesterday's final winner, Zach Drummond. Then it's Henry Domain and Jacob Ashcroft on row number 2. Noah Bagley and Roman Kamiab, William Murtaugh and Jensen Graham on rows 3 and 4. Then it's Jesse Phillips, Noah Wolf, who came second yesterday in the final, on row number 5. Zach Green and Harrison Mackey on row number 6. Daniel Sofrenair, Aston Sharp, Ben Smith and Kip Bolowski on row 7 and 8. Henry Carter, Cooper Snedden, then it's Morgan Moore, Kanishk Rao on row number 10. Flynn McDermott, then it's George Edgar on row 11 with Ethan Woodward and Finley Buck on row number 12. Sky Parker, Archie Lovett, then it's Jensen Ackerman and Joseph Murphy on rows 13 and 14. Harley Musk and Cameron McPhee round out the 30-strong grid here at Larkhall.
Yes, indeed, and we should say as well that timed qualifying today for IAME Cadets was actually slightly slower than yesterday.
Ooh.
By a whole 0.08 of a second.
Oh, how dare they.
So Lewis Werrell, about 0.08 of a second slower than yesterday, which was Jesse Phillips. Jesse Phillips qualifying in 9th. In timed quali.
Oh, right.
In timed quali.
I see.
P9.
Well, into the final corner. Look at this. This is how it's done now.
Here we go.
Nice and tight, nice and controlled. Is it green flag first time? No, it isn't. Oh, it looks so good, but Nigel Edwards, the man himself, he knows best, and he has said, no, no, we're not going to do that again.
2 for 2 today.
Indeed.
And we've got a shout out from Harmony Fraser saying, "Let's go, Finley Buck. Family cheering you on all the way from Australia."
Oh, blimey, what's the time in Australia at the moment?
Do you know what?
No,
Good question. Depends what time, what side of the country they're on.
Don't Google it. Let the viewers at home, let Harmony tell us. Harmony, what is the time in Australia where you are right now?
Depends whether you're on the west or the east coast as well as to the specific time.
Indeed. Indeed that. There we go again then. Take 2 for IAME Cadet as they go through. Yesterday, like we say, the final, very, very interesting for that one. Drummond still leading the championship, albeit by only a dashing of a few points, so he's going to have to watch out for it. Out of the final corner they go. Is it green flag? Yes, it is. Green flag. Away we go in towards turn number 1 there. Oh, someone slow in the middle of the pack there. Who was that? The 53. I think he got nerfed out slightly wide there. Zach Green, the privateer driver. He is still going, but it was a very, very slow start. Then the rest of the field go through there again, jostling for position again. Oh, look at that. It is Zach Green who's gone way off the track there. Maybe nursing an issue because now the rest of the pack are trying to swamp him and get past. Down the back straight they go, and it is a long line astern. 1, 2, 3, 4, because Zach Drummond is looking to hold the lead there, but he can't. He's dropped back into second place because the number 6, Lewis Werrell, has broken away slightly.
Yes, indeed. And up and over the back, the 65 there of Henry Domain. We've got yellow flags as well on circuit. So we'll keep an eye on what's happening down there at the hairpin. So we will, we will keep an eye on what's happening down there.
Red flag. Red flag has been called, so officials stopping the race. So there has been an incident at the infield hairpin. I'm just trying to see the number of it, but if I don't know it, I won't say a name because we won't speculate who it was that is involved. But I can say that the marshals are already attending to him, medical team already on way as well. But a red flag has been called from an incident here, of course, while the officials and medical team deal with this one. Last time out, of course, we spoke to Miles Murphy for his best experience at the British Grand Prix.
Miles Murphy, you're going to have some fantastic British Grand Prix memories this year because some of the drivers are going to be wearing your crash helmet designs, but roll back the years a little while. What are your favourite British Grand Prix memories being there and watching it on TV?
I'd say it's like the best one to personally watch was probably when you saw Leclerc and Verstappen 2019. That was like the first time you saw the new generation coming up, and that battle was absolutely amazing anyway. So that was the first step I thought you saw of how F1's going to the future and how it's going to be safe without Hamilton. Another I remember watching was 2011 was when last time I went there for the whole weekend. And we were at Vale where Hamilton and Massa came into the final corner and crashed each other. And you see bits of debris going into the crowd and everything. The crowd went absolutely ballistic. It's like the atmosphere there is next level. And we've been looking to go quite a few events abroad. Only Spa really ever came close. obviously, because all the Max fans, they're all absolute lunatics, so that's the only thing there. But yeah, other ones there, I remember on TV, like 2003, that might have been the best Grand Prix Silverstone's ever had. The one that Barrichello won, and there's like 15 different leaders, something like that. That was a really good race. And there's another one, a personal memory, I wasn't actually there, but my mum and dad were. They were there in 1999. Dad was a Never Michael Schumacher cap on, Mum had a Damon Hill cap. Schumacher crashed that Stowe, he broke his leg, and my dad said he took his hat off, and then Mum was laughing, bless her.
It's an iconic part of the British sporting calendar, the British Grand Prix. You're connected to it in a way that a lot of other people aren't. You know, who are you going to be cheering for this year's British Grand Prix?
We got George Russell, Lando, two that we've worked with since they were karting. They're up in F1, so it's quite special when you see they're using your gear and doing well there. Probably might have an outside shot, depending how the tyre wear goes. Lando might get a podium from there. And so George got just outside Q3 today for Red Bull race, so he might have a chance at Silverstone, you never know. And we do Checo's as well, so with how Red Bull look, I think Checo would be good for a podium. But yeah, it's quite cool when you see your own designs going around there. Hopefully get some good results from that. But it's one of those, just enjoy the show, really.
Well, thank you very much, Miles. You certainly have added lots of colour to the British Grand Prix grid, both past and present. Thank you.
Hopefully more to come.
So, Rob Smedley, you must have a cornucopia of British Grand Prix memories. Do you care to share a couple of your favourite ones?
Well, the two favourite ones I'm going to give you, one is from a work point of view, and the other one is from a fan point of view. And the best one from a work point of view is 2012 in Ferrari, where we didn't have the best car that season, and it was a wet, dry condition on the Sunday morning. We were wondering what to do, and even on the grid, it was a little bit damp. But we decided to go for slicks. Fernando Alonso, who, in my opinion, at that point was the greatest driver, of that bunch. He just got what Fernando needs in a situation like that. He got a sniff of a victory. He was qualified about fourth to sixth on the grid. By the time he got on the Wellington Straight, he got himself into first position, tiptoeing through them damp conditions. And then it was just awesome. It was just a Fernando Alonso masterclass. And I remember Stefano Domenicali sitting next to me saying, but we haven't got the best car, we'll never win it. I said to him, Stefano, when this boy gets in front, he's got the inch, we've given him the inch, he's going to take the yard. And he did, and he never ever looked back. It was absolutely brilliant. So my favourite British Grand Prix memory as a fan, and I have to say it's my favourite Grand Prix memory of all time, was the first time my dad took me to Silverstone. It was 1988. We had those incredible engines. I didn't know anything about Grand Prix racing. I still know very little, in fact. But I walked into the paddock. He took me to Silverstone, and I was 10, 11 years old, something like that. And we walked into the paddock, and I remember seeing that iconic '88 McLaren car whizzed past, coming out of Woodcut at some ridiculous speed with a ridiculous noise, and I was just absolutely blown away. And I decided on that weekend, 11 years old, I was going to be a Formula 1 engineer. And it was kind of like a lifelong vocation to get there. But absolutely brilliant, you know, and I've got such great memories of going to the British Grand Prix with my dad.
Rob, thank you so much. That's such a unique perspective, you know, obviously winning it from the pit wall, but also, like everyone, that first time as a spectator where you got bit by the bug with your dad. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we had a slight break in proceedings there from a red flag in the IAME Cadet for their Heat 1 of the infield hairpin. I can report it was the driver of the number 32 kart, Jensen Ackerman, who was the driver involved, but I am happy to report that he is up on his feet and he's with his mum now, and he's back in the paddock now, and he was seen by the medical team, and they were happy enough to get him up and get him going, which is excellent news, and excellent news to hear as well.
Indeed.
The barrier has been repaired, however, the barrier that he strucketh was full of water.
Yes, it
and
was.
that water has now gone all over the start-finish straight in one specific spot. The marshals here, the fantastic marshals here at Larkhall, have cleared as much of the standing water as they can, but slippery surface flags are out into the final corner.
Yes, so will be as they exit the final corner where the concrete runoff is that we've seen people running over throughout the day. It's just at the end of there. There's not a big puddle, but there's definitely it's definitely wet, and you will also see that there's a strip across the track where the track runs downhill and the water has run across the track. But as you said, DJ, marshals have done a fantastic job sweeping up as much water as they can and moving it straight into the drain.
You might see there a sea of mechanics. Of course, there were all the mechanics because these are two-stroke karts and they're a pull start. There is the water that we were talking about there, so drivers are going to have to watch out for that one. Yeah, they had to restart the karts for the drivers and then come off the track, which is why you just saw a load of people there walking off the track. So, right, because that was at the end of the first lap, it's a complete restart, and we'll be going again, so it'll be another standing start, but this time they're going to have to be super, super careful with that standing water on the start-finish straight. They're going to have to hit that absolutely spot-on straight, because if they're slightly sideways and try to kick out or go for a move, because they're on slick tyres, it might just cause a spin. So
yes,
they have to really watch out for that one. Now, they're fairly spread out at the moment. Not sure if we're going to get a restart this time around, because the drivers at the back are so far away.
They are closing up, but I don't think it's going to be quick enough.
Well, let's see. Let's see. Are we going to get a green flag this time around? Into the tram lines they go, across the water. Green flag is out. We're back under racing once more. And bad start this time from Zach Drummond. He's been swallowed by the pack, and he's all the way back now in 4th place. That's a huge shame. Defensive goes on the inside there. Who was that?
Immediately back up to 3rd for Drummond, though.
It was indeed. It was Ashcroft who was very defensive into the braking zone of the boot there. You can just see the 83 on your screen. Or it could have been the 93 that I was seeing. Morgan Moore, who was just in the inside there, as they enter now onto the infield straight. Who is it who's leading the way? It is number 6, Lewis Werrell, who has taken the lead from the 65 of Henry Domain, who's managed to get past, as again a bit of dust gets kicked up from the back of the field this time around. Everyone almost gets through the hairpin. The 81 gets clobbered onto the outside, but keeps going. So Cooper Snedden there, bad exit out of the hairpin, but everyone out of it this time around. Into the final section, across the start-finish line. First time over the water. How does it go? It's absolutely fine. Don't need to worry about it whatsoever. So here they go across the line then. That's the order.
Yes, indeed. It's so you're looking at Werrell, Domain, Drummond, Baglan, Ashcroft, Graham, Green, Mackey, Kamyab and Wolf rounding out your top 10. Now, Noah Wolf in P10 was actually across the line for the photo finish yesterday in the final, so not having the best start to his day, but again another driver who we will keep an eye on moving back through the field, he will hope.
Drummond down the inside of Domain, moves up now into P2 and hunting down Lewis Werrell, who has opened up a slight advantage now into the braking zone of the hairpin. A little bit of front to rear there for the two drivers through the hairpin, but again that's understandable. It's a heavy braking zone and they are absolutely nose to tail. The rest of the field slots in behind. Baglin is there, Ashcroft, Graham, then it's Green, Mackey, Kamyab, Wolf, Murtagh, Moore, Smith, Phillips, Sharp. That's the top 15 at the moment. 6 minutes plus that one additional lap to go, and back across the line.
Yes, indeed. And Zach Drummond as well in P2 at the moment. Very local to this circuit. Only lives about 20 miles north of here at Clydebank. So very local. Probably done thousands and thousands of laps around here already, even at such a young age. And there we have a move coming through there. That is the 27.
Yeah, it was Graham on Noah Baglin, that was. So he moves up into P number 5 now, making good progress. Down the back straight they go there. Look at that. Drummond already opening a slight gap now to Domain. And is, like I say, he's slowly reeling in Werrell, but whether or not he can catch him, that's the one. Look at that kick up of dust there. Absolutely fantastic. Running right to the ragged edge there, these Honda Cadets. Oh, Honda Cadets? These are IAME Cadets. Oh, sorted out, Anthony. There we go. Still early in the day, isn't it?
But pushing very hard, as you can see, pushing the absolute limits of the track here.
Yeah, exactly that. 5 minutes to go then, out of the banking section. Look how bumpy it is there as they exit
Noah
through.
Wolf with his head right back, so hopefully he's not having neck issues already, but he's running 2 classes here today, isn't he?
Oh, yeah.
And yesterday.
Yeah. He's
So
had
he's
a very
busy boy.
He is a very busy boy. He's had a very busy weekend. Oh, look at them clouting that outside curve there. Oh, the mechanics won't like to see that shot.
No, indeed. And Zach Drummond with the fastest lap of the race, still sitting P2. But 57.7.
There we go. So,
oh, and we've had a comment come in from my other half of the commentary duo, my normal other half, my commentary wife.
oh right.
David Sullivan has been in touch. Good morning, David, and he says, "Good morning, DJ and Tom. Hope the red flag isn't too serious, and great coverage from Alpha Live as always." So thank you, David Sullivan, for getting in touch, and I will see you very shortly, I hope, as Zach Drummond now takes the lead from Lewis Werrell. And immediately comes back.
Yeah, there we go. Werrell fights back straight away. Now they're side by side into turn 1. Drummond sweeps to the outside there to try and gain the momentum round the corner.
Brave.
And I tell you what, it worked very, very well, because now he's back in the lead. No dramas at all. Werrell now in second place, but now look at that. Domain right there behind in third place once more. 1, 2, 3. Very close. Out of the boot section they go.
Extremely brave from Drummond round turn 1 to not only hold it back around the outside, but carry that momentum and regain the lead, and Werrell there being very kind to him as well, giving him a little bit of space as well. It's still early in the race, and we're midway through the race now. We talk about the mid-race lull. Nothing like that in IAME Cadet.
Oh, no. There we go. They're busy all the way throughout as well. Charles Green Racing joins us and says, good luck to the Honda Cadet. I made a mistake earlier, I called this Honda Cadet, and he latched at that opportunity, and he says, good luck to Honda Cadet driver Jack West, the number 92. Go for it today, mate. There we go. Good stuff. Werrell back down the inside for the lead, though, and Domain has a sniff as well.
Is he going to do a Drummond to go around the outside? Not quite. I don't think he carried the momentum. In fact, he's dropped back ever so slightly, bizarrely.
He has indeed. Look at that, Jacob Ashcroft there. Absolutely fantastic. 4th place for him. He's latching onto the back of this group as well. And he has got Jensen Graham as well, also behind for Fusion Motorsport. So, as they go through there, Noah Wolf, fastest lap of the race, 57.750. He came second in this final yesterday afternoon. It was a very close photo finish. Drummond retakes the lead, though, down the back straight. He's got the waft, he has, down that back straight.
And Wolf up to 7th place as well now, so we did say to look for him coming through the field, and he is already up to P7, but not with this group.
Oh,
if they do start battling, though, it is a 5-way battle for the lead, and if they do start fighting amongst themselves, I'm sure Noah Wolf will be right there, now P6.
Domain with a big look over his shoulder saying, come on, think, don't attack, stay behind, let's go, because you've got to remember, this race can go right to the flag. It can go right to the flag.
As we saw yesterday.
As we saw yesterday, yeah. So you want to just stay in that pack. You don't want to battle. There's Noah Wolf. He's closing in as well. He's got the company of the 63 just behind him as well. No, sorry, it's the 53, Zach Green. So Zach Green, he had a really bad start, but he's already back up at the sharp end in 7th place. Good stuff for him.
Yeah,
Noah Baglin as well. Morgan Moore, he's up 10 places at the moment, so he's a great start. He's in 9th place. Then it's Roman Cammy up the top 10. Then it's Jesse Phillips, Harrison Mackey, Ben Smith, Aston Sharp, Will Murtaugh, Kit Bolosky in 16th place. Daniel Softmanayer in 17th. What did you spot?
I spotted a Jacob Ashcroft moving through.
Ah, right, okay. So keep an eye, close eye on that one. George Edgar in 18th place. Henry Carter. Then it's Archie Lovett, Ethan Woodward. Then it's Sky Parker, Finley Buck in 23rd place. Joseph Murphy, Finn McDermott. Then it's Cooper Snedden, Cameron McPhee, Kanish Grau, Harley Musk. And of course, we did have the retirement after the red flag from Jensen Ackerman. But I'm sure he is all okay. 1 minute to go, plus that one lap.
Yes, and Jacob Ashcroft now in P3, so overtook Henry Domain for the final podium step.
Indeed he did. There, down the inside goes the 27. Gets that move done. Graham on Domain, splitting that driver up as they go through.
Domain had a sniff of the lead about a lap ago, and now he's down in P5, and there is a gap appeared as well. So there's 0.4 of a second between Werrell and Ashcroft for the front two groups.
Yep. As they go through, there is Drummond, your race leader at the moment, under very big pressure from Werrell. As they go through the kink there. Any lunges here into the hairpin? None of from what we can see.
Wait until the last lap, DJ.
Yeah, he'll be waiting to the last lap. That's exactly what it is. Biding his time, that's what it is. So they go into the head. This is great from Jacob Ashcroft, I have to say. Of course, he had that segment from Nickelodeon again not long ago, and, you know, great to see him out there. And, yeah, seeing him here in P3 in a British Champs round, absolutely fantastic for him. I'm sure his dad's very delighted as well. Obviously, the two drivers in the Oliver Roller Motorsport team.
And they came across the line still with 10 seconds to go, so we will have 2 more laps here.
We will indeed, yeah. 2 more laps as they come out of turn number 1 into the boot section. No lunges.
And this is our mid-race lull.
Yeah.
Now we're having it. It's a late lull, but a mid-race lull. Zach Green, fastest lap of the race, 57.690. How does that compare to what we were having yesterday, DJ? Let's have a quick look.
Well, I'll let you find that information out.
57.51 was our fastest lap in time qualifying. That was from Jesse Phillips yesterday, so they're about a tenth or so off that.
Tez joins us saying, come on, George. George is doing a phenomenal job at the moment.
18th place for George Edgar.
Yeah. He's had a tough old weekend, he has, but he's fighting strong there, and he's moving up that order as much as he can. Final lap board will be out this time around. Oh, it's getting close here because Drummond goes defensive, and that's backing the pack right up once more. Thinking he is again, everyone thinking. Noah Wolf, you see him in the background there, think, there we go, we can catch these guys on this lap, because as soon as they start scrapping, and they will, here we go, into the boot section, all defensive there. Ashcroft doesn't go defensive, that's good, because that's going to give him the optimal line at the outside, but he hugs the inside, does Drummond, and that backs everyone into one big pack. Down the back straight they go. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Line astern as they come into the infield now. So through turn 3 again, Werrell goes the long way round, tries to get the switchback. Drummond goes wide slightly, side by side, because now they go through before the braking zone. Werrell taking the lead, absolutely fantastic. What an overtake that was. One of the karts going wide. It looked like a Fusion kart, I think, off the background. It was the 27 that went wide, and then the rest of the karts all come through. Look at Ashcroft, though, he's still there, but look at Noah Wolf now up into P4. Defensive goes to 53 of Zach Green here. He had a bad start again. It's all going P-Tong here as well, because the 27 comes back, but out of the final corner, it's going to be Lewis Werrell who takes the first heat win of the day from Drummond and Ashcroft.
Overtake of the weekend from Lewis Werrell. That, for me, absolute overtake of the weekend. Fantastic. Set up Jack Drummond, done him up like a kipper.
Oh, yes.
He went wide, coming into the kink. Drummond moved wide to cover it, thinking he could take the normal line. As he went to cut back, Werrell was there, up the inside, and then carried that speed. And while Drummond felt the need to go defensive, Werrell was already through.
Yep, he done him good, he did.
Took the normal racing line, gapped him.
He done him good.
I've got to say, that was very, very clever from Lewis Werrell. Very clever.
Well, good stuff there from the IAME Cadets. So that's only their first heat of the day. There is the pending Paul Klassen race results on your screen.
So we have Lewis Werrell from Zach Drummond, Jacob Ashcroft, Noah Wolf, Henry Domain, Zach Green, Jensen Graham, Morgan Moore making up 11 places. So biggest mover in the race for Morgan Moore, up to P8. Well done there. Jesse Phillips, Roman Kabyab. Round out your top 10. We'll do a quick replay, and then I will finish off the rest of the results.
Yeah, no, is this the overtake? It was. Now, let's see, Drummond runs wide. That gave good momentum because Werrell took the normal inside line, and look at that, just cuts across the nose and hugs that apex there. Beautifully timed overtake from Werrell.
A prime example as well of how much faster the racing line is over the defensive line.
Yes.
It couldn't make it any more clearer. Thank you, Lewis Werrell. That was brilliant. So, 11th place went to Ben Smith, then Harrison Mackie, William Murtaugh, and I've lost the results because the timing's gone. But those were your top 12.
Well, there we go. Yeah, we'll get the race results earlier on. We'll read those out to you as well. Well, an exciting end to only the first heat of the day for the IAME Cadets, but it's plenty more action yet to come, because now it's time for Senior X30. Right then, so Senior X30 will be coming out onto the circuit in just a moment. And for a heads up for the folks at home, here at the track, they are running about 10 minutes behind now. That was obviously due to the red flag incident that we had to deal with earlier on. So yes, a slight delay on that one. But let's have a look at the grid then for the Senior X30 for race 20, Heat 1. It's Thomas Fleming, your yesterday's final winner, starting on pole position with Darryl DeLeon in second place, Harry Platten and Sam Heading rounding out row number 2. Then it's Theo McCouris, Gus Lawrence, then it's Archie Tillett and Lewis Gilbert rounding out rows 3 and 4. Archie Walker, Clayton Ravenscroft, the championship leader, still there in the lead of the championship. Good stuff from him. Then Brad Pinnell and Marcus Littlewood rounding out row number 6. Oliver Greetham, Thomas Turner on row 7 with Alessandro Serenetti with Caden McQueen alongside on row number 8. Jamie Rogers and Gary Edwards on row 9 with Lewis Mackey and Guy Cunnington on row number 10. Daniel Butterworth, no relation, with Tom Wood on alongside on row 11, Joseph Taylor and Caleb Marshall on row 12, Casper Scusa and Louis Johnson Cool on row 13. Then it's Tyler Reid and Connor Clifford on row 14, Oscar Joyce, Ben Watson, Ben Higgins and JP Sleater on row 16, and rounding out the grid on row 17, it's Adam Fitzgerald and Alex Moody.
And a quick welcome along to Murray Adams on the YouTube stream as well. Thank you, Murray, for your comment and confirming that this is Larkhall circuit.
Is it? Oh, thank you.
To a couple of other people who have questioned it as to where it is. So welcome, Murray, and perennial BPEC racer, Murray Adams, local-ish Scottish driver as well. So I'm sure you've done thousands of laps here around here, Murray, and welcome along to the stream as well. It's great to have you.
Yep, indeed. Thomas Fleming, Ravenscroft and Platten were your top 3 yesterday in one of the finals, and across the line it's green flag this time around. Fleming, good start, but he gets nerfed out slightly wide there from the number 3 of Platten, who tries to take the lead, couldn't quite do it. Oh, Kart's off in the background. The number 12 is off. It's one of the Jade Racing Karts. Who was the number 12?
It was the 4 Thomas Turner, and the 12 is Marcus Littlewood.
It was indeed Marcus Littlewood, starting on the 6th row of the grid. Yeah, he's all the way down now at the back of the grid, so he's going to have to do a lot of work here in this Heat 1. Down the back straight they go into the right-hand kink there, very fast. Don't want to go side by side. Caden McQueen there down the inside. You want to be down the inside because you don't want to be outside because it's very dirty when you get there. Down they go, and good little lunge there at the inside of the number 14. Darryl DeLeon there getting nerfed out slightly wide, and
that was Gus Lawrence, I think.
It was indeed, yeah, the 15.
Oh, the 15, sorry. It was Aaron Walker.
It was Aaron Walker, yeah.
Oh, we've got somebody very wide out of the final corner there as well.
There they go.
So they come across the line for the first time. So your top 10 is Fleming, Platten, McCouris, Gus Lawrence, Darryl DeLeon, Tillett, Pennell, Mackey, Gilbert and Daniel Butterworth. No relation to me, I must stress. But really good to see him up inside the top 10 for the first time. Here we have replay. I believe this is the exit. Oh, there we go. So it was a bit of a 1, 2, 3 skittle effect.
Yeah, so there we go. That just shows how quick it is. The concertina effect really catches a lot of drivers out there into that final corner because it may be quite a sharp corner, but you'll be surprised how much speed these drivers can carry through it. There we go. Into the S's they go. Then braking for that final corner. Lots of pressure on Fleming from Platten. Those top 2 yesterday, Fleming who won, Platten in 3rd in the final, wanting to replicate potentially that today.
Theo McCouris in P3 at the moment, having a much better start to the day than yesterday.
And now there has been a kart that's gone off in the background into the final corner. He's okay, he's pulling his kart out the way, but I just can't see who it is. There's the barrier there. Oh, who is that? Is it Rapsy, is that?
Yeah, 27, I believe that is. It's Joseph Taylor.
Joseph Taylor, sorry, yeah, there we go. So Joseph Taylor there, out of this race. Huge shame, and barriers getting sorted out. The slippery surface flag still out for the final corner as well.
I think we've had an issue for Alessandro Cerenetti as well, who's currently down in 33rd with a 1-minute lap time. So, yeah, very slow lap from Cerenetti.
Well, I must say I did see a lot of dust kick up as they were exit out of turn 1 earlier on the feed that you saw there at home, and I think that was potentially could have been, only guessing, could have been him. But still, at the front here, Fleming leading from Platten. McCouris still there in 3rd place. But I have to say, this is very close here at the front. Gus Lawrence with the fastest lap of the race. He's in 4th at the moment. He's wanting to capitalise on this for the PF International Racing team as they go through side by side. Look at that, Platten down the inside, gets the job done and says, thank you very much, Fleming. I'll take that 1st place from you. That is now bunched them back up because now Theo Makuris is on that 74, is closing in as well. Theo, very common on Instagram. He's always posting stuff, and I have to say I do follow him on Instagram. It's good stuff. So there we go. Make sure you give him a follow.
Yes, and his dad Dino is very, what's the word, involved in a lot of online stuff as well, and involved in forums and things like that, and very, very informative as well, I must say. So thank you, Dino, for all of your comments, all of your information that you give out to people, and help with various things as well. It's always very welcome.
So support out there from Ollie going for Fleming, and we've got support for heading from Scott. Curtis joins in saying, no, Marcus. There we go. So it just shows there the support that you've got out there, and the commitment that people have at home to watching this racing. Thomas Turner, though, the number 4 fastest lap of the race. Where is Thomas? He is up into 13th place at the moment. He's up 1 position from his original starting point of 14th. Quick maths.
Indeed, and yes, Marcus Littlewood, although dropped right down at the start of the race, is already back up to 28th place, so good pace for Littlewood.
It is indeed, yeah. Less than 4 minutes to go then, plus that 1 additional lap. Out of the final corner they go. And look at that, they're starting. Platten is opening up a gap across the line that time around. It was 0.3 of a second. Theo Makuris also 0.3 of a second behind Fleming as well. But that doesn't look like 0.3 to me. That looks a line astern in my eyes there as well. Gus Lawrence, PF, he's still there, right there in 4th place as well. He's closing in. Then it's Darryl De Leon. He had a bit of a bad start. He went slightly wide there.
Second fastest lap in a row for Thomas Turner, 49.38, around 0.3 slower than timed qualifying yesterday. So wondering what's happened with the track conditions. Perhaps it is that humidity. Perhaps the air is a little bit too thick at the moment. They're needing the sun to break through fully and bask in some glorious Scottish sunshine.
Well, maybe so, but expect the weather to heat up a little bit more in the latter part of the day, because the sun is supposed to be breaking through at around 1 o'clock, so keeping a close eye on that one. Make sure you got your sunscreen if you're in the paddock.
Yes, indeed, and stay hydrated.
And stay hydrated, yeah, that's the most important one. 2.5 minutes to go, and into the boot they go. We're looking here at the 21 on your screen of Archie Tillett and Brad Pennell, just behind another one of the PF International karting teams. And, you know, Archie, a very, very skilled driver. The clue in the name of Tillett, where do you think that originates from?
Tillett.
Exactly that, yes. For the famous racing seats, there we go. So
you sort of set me up for that one a little bit.
I did a bit.
Yes, but yes, the famous racing seats of Tillett seats. So yes, Archie part of that crew.
Yeah, exactly that. Jostling here, the 15 there, diving to the outside there.
And
Aaron Walker. Yeah, and rib protectors, that too. With Daniel Butterworth as well. They're scrapping away there at the front in this little mid-pack here, being led by the 15 of Walker. Then it's Cunnington behind, Turner, Butterworth. Then it's Greetham and Ravenscroft in this battle as well. McQueen is also trying to latch onto this one. Brad Pennell, fastest lap of the race in the 48.
P7 for Pennell at the moment,
yeah,
49.36.
He's in a bit of a no man's land at the moment. He's just kind of latching on to the back of the 21 of Archie Tillett there on your screen now. And again, it seems to be working for him. That slipstream, if you get it right, you can get a good tow as long as you don't get held up at any of the other corners. So, yeah, that's working well for him at the moment there.
Indeed, slipstream very strong here at Larkhall due to the high-speed nature of the circuit, with very low-speed hairpins and then high-speed, very fast and long straights.
There we go. So, 1 minute, 10 seconds to go, plus that 1 additional lap. Look at this. Oh, technical flag, Caden McQueen. We were saying he was having a good weekend so far, and they've spotted something on that kart that doesn't suit the stewards. So, unfortunately, that's going to be it for Caden McQueen. But look at this, for the lead. Fleming down the inside of Platten, gets that job done. Now, was that too soon, or was it? Because there we go. Platten straight back at it. Oh, Theo Makuris out of nowhere down the inside as well. Moves up into second. Is he going to go for the lead as well? He can't do it. Stays there in second place. Now look at this. The number 5, Gus Lawrence, has latched onto the back of this as well. Oh, blimey, it's too early to start now. Please wait until the last lap. I can't keep going for this long. 30 seconds to go. Across the line. It's all kicking off now, isn't it, Tom?
It is indeed. There's 8 of them, I believe, in this front pack. So with 2 laps to go, it looks like any one of these front eight could win it. At the minute, it is Platten from Makuris, from Fleming. Your front 3, Makuris with that distinctive blue and gold helmet. We're not going to miss that for the rest of the day, are we?
We're not indeed. 7 seconds to go then. Timer will struck a 0 before they get to it. So last lap board will be out this time. Theo Makuris here is looking very, very strong there in second place. There's one of the karts who's off the track there. Couldn't quite see the number, but all action is on this at the moment. There we go. Oh, look at that. Fleming down the inside there at the exit. Moves back up into second place. Nothing Makuris can do. He's got to slot back into second. And look at that for the lead as well. Fleming is on a charge here.
Such a good exit out of that final hairpin. They gave him a great run down the hill. Took 2 people in 2 corners.
Yep, absolutely fantastic stuff there from Fleming. Now they go down the back straight again. Defensive goes the number 3 of Platten. Again, no positions changed there as they exit out of the boot section down the start-finish straight. I'll tell you what, look at that. Oh, Caden McQueen, black flag. So he's not coming for his technical flag. That's all that's for. So there we go. So out of the turn number 3 section they go. This is the final lap. Again, defensive from Platten there. But look at that, Fleming, what an advantage he's got by the end of this lap. Theo Makuris all over the back of Harry Platten, can't quite do anything as they exit out of that one there. But I have to say, hats off to him, because he had a great final yesterday, and the first heat of the day is looking very good for Fleming, because he crosses the line and takes the checker flag from Platten and Makuris.
Oh, it almost looked comfortable at the end, didn't it? He
did.
had a 1.2 second gap. And I have spotted as well, I saw it out the commentary box window, the reason for Caden McQueen's technical flag, completely missing side pod. Completely disappeared.
So the checker flag is out. The timing screen does say that there is a 0 seconds plus 1 lap. Don't worry, that was the final lap. I was going to say, I was questioning myself there, whether or not I got that wrong. But no, checker flag is out. And Fleming is your provisional heat winner, pending Paul Klassen.
Absolutely.
Rest of the roads then.
And there goes Caden McQueen in front of our commentary box. Yes, completely missing the left-hand side pod.
Ah, there we go. That'll be why.
Well, hopefully he'll get that back.
Be on circuit somewhere. One of the marshals will have taken it home. Souvenir. There we go. So Fleming, your provisional race winner from that one from Platten Makuris and Gus Lawrence in 4th place. Then it was Darryl De Leon, Archie Tillett, Brad Purnell, Lewis Gilbert, Lewis Mackey. Nanny June isn't here yet. Is Nanny June on stream? Nanny, we've not heard from you yet. Let's make sure you're still alive, you're still available, and you're still here, and you're still talking to us. So yeah, let's make sure you're still there. I just realised what I just said there. Thomas Turner, 10th place, Aaron Walker in 11th, Caden McQueen, and in 12th place, Clayton Ravenscroft in 13th. Then it was Daniel Butterworth in 14th, Caleb Marshall, Sam Heading, Jamie Rogers, Guy Cunnington. Then it's Connor Clifford, Thomas Wood, Louis Johnson Cool, Ben Higgins, Marcus Littlewood, Tyler Reid. Then it was Gary Edwards, Casper Scusa, JP Sleater. Then it was Oscar Joyce, Alex Moody, Adam Fitzgerald, Oliver Greetham, and Alessandro Serenetti at the back of the grid in 32nd place. We lost Ben Watson, and we lost Joseph Taylor, 33rd and 34th place.
I'm glad you finished off reading through that, DJ, because I lost it a little bit there. I had to go and gather myself.
Slightly. There we go. Well, an exciting end to the senior X30s for their first heat of the day. It's now time to start the mini version of this. It's time for Mini X30. Nanny June, you have just commented. Thank you. You are still here. Lovely. Nanny June is watching. Excellent. Good stuff. So
great stuff. Well, welcome, Nanny June.
Excellent. Good. Good. You're joining us for the race. Mini X30 is coming up now, and they're all lining themselves up ready there. Now, there was a bit of drama yesterday in the final because we had what was it? Yes. So we did have a couple of penalties in that one. 2 incorrectly positioned front fairings. That was for Thomas Bierman and Brandon Truman. Rylan Eschberg got a gaining under an unfair advantage. That'll be, again, a bit of front to rear jostling that we saw there. But Eden Spanswick, screw to rearing non-compliance report. So he was actually disqualified from his 3rd place finish in the final yesterday. Huge shame for him. Technical jargon with it. I spoke with the team. But yeah, unfortunately, he was disqualified from that one, which is a huge shame for himself. Oh, look, there's Caden McQueen's side pod on your screen. I'm sure that'll be going back to him in very swiftly.
Oh, we've located that then. That's good. So obviously skidded off to the side of the track, and I just went and got us some, as we've been talking, to keep ourselves hydrated, much as the drivers do. So I've just been and got us some water.
Oh, there we go. Look, Laura Mack is joining as well. She's making sure we behave ourselves around you, Nanny June.
Right, so we've got 1 generation here and 2 generations watching at home.
There we go.
Welcome the Mackies.
Right, so Heat 1 then for Mini X30. Like we said, it was a thrilling final that we saw yesterday, of course, with a couple of penalties. So Macaulay Bishop won the final in the 68, and he's starting on that front row this time around. He's actually starting on pole position. There we go. So he's starting on pole position for this race as well. Leo Robinson came second. That is the first time he's not won a final in this season so far. So that
what was I saying all day yesterday? At some point, the O has got to go.
Exactly that. That has now made the gap between Leo Robinson and Macaulay Bishop now only 20 points for the championship lead, I will say. So, yes, that was a good one. So it's a very close championship between those two halfway through.
Yes,
just asking how Henry's doing. Hope he's getting better soon. Well, we do hope so as well. I've got him a little present for the next time we see him. Hopefully, if he is watching this, he now knows that I've got him a little present, but I won't tell him what it is. I'll surprise him with it when I next see him. But there we go. Hopefully, that will make him feel better. There is Mr. Truman at the back of the grid, the number 55. Brandon Truman, MLC Motorsport. But they make their way onto the grid, and let's talk about the grid right now. There it is then. Macaulay Bishop starting on pole position with Leo Robinson alongside on that front row. Cameron Pratt-Thompson, again, good result for him yesterday. He's alongside Henry Jocelyn on row number 2. Row number 3, Thomas Cucurullo-Yeomans, and then it's Wesley Swain, Eden Spanswick, and Lewis Bird on rows 3 and 4. Ashton Wiggins, Aidan Hassan, and Tommy Harfield, Jack Hobson, rounding out row number 5 and 6. Taylor Orridge, Isaac Phelps, Fred Green, and Thomas Behrman on row 7 and 8. Jack Cunningham, and then it's Joey Brown, Charlie Morris-Jones. He got a 5-second time penalty yesterday in one of his races. Big shame for him, with Brandon Truman alongside on row number 10. 20 karts then. And the number 12 just left the pit lane very late, so...
That's the it's Charlie Morrison-Jones.
It is indeed. So well, maybe we'll go green this time. We're not too sure whether or not Motorsport UK will hold off this start and allow Charlie Morris-Jones to catch up. But seeing as we have 99.9% of the grid there, in a good order, ready to go racing, we could be seeing a green flag start this time around, which would be a huge shame for Charlie.
Yes, it will, but we'll still accumulate points for being in the race.
Well, let's see. They come out of the final corner into the tram lines. It doesn't look like the cleanest start. No, it is a false start. So there we go. That, I think, was due to the fact that the karts were just out of position. They were not in the tram lines at all there.
And Charlie Morrison-Jones is hustling around.
Yeah,
to catch up the back of this pack.
He's still a fair distance behind, he is, old Charlie, so he's going to have to catch up quite swiftly, I suspect. There he goes. Yeah, he's only just crossing the line now. So,
and as you can see already how warm and humid the conditions are here for the water that was across the track has already dried up, and we've only had 2 heats.
Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that.
Yes, it's a lovely day here at Larkhall once again.
My first time to Scotland, and I have to say I'm very impressed with the weather.
Yes, I wish it was like this every day.
I'm sure it is.
Yeah. I live fairly local to here, and I can assure you it is not. We have been blessed with the weather, so hopefully the British Kart Championships can come up here every weekend, and we can have this weather all the time.
Let's hope so. I have to say, Charlie Morrison-Jones, he's drove his heart out, bless him, to try and catch up to the back of the grid. And I have to say, I think he's done so now. He's very close behind. He's going to make it. He's going to have to hit the anchors very swiftly now and try and latch onto the back of this group. Is it going to be a green flag this time? I do hope so. Into the tram lines we go. Looks like a good start. It is a good start. Green flag, and away we go. There we go. You can see Macaulay Bishop straight away already in the lead. He's got that inside line and he's done well. Everyone's slightly running wide. There, the number 55 running wide as well. That was
Brandon Truman.
It was indeed. I said his name earlier on. I forgot
we've got
already.
the 8 very sideways out on the grass on the right hand side. The 8 car is Wesley Swain.
Yes, it is. Yeah, they go through onto the back straight now, slotting into position. The train already forming here. Are we going to see any lunges into this section here? Oh, a defensive lunge there from the number 12. But he managed to get through there as well comfortably for Charlie Morris-Jones. How's he got? He's made up many places, he has, old Charlie. There we go, good start from him. 26 there, side by side with the 57. He's not happy with that one. Ashton Wiggins with his hand up in the air says, what are you doing? Bit of podding there, that's all it is. He had a bit of extra waft and they put it to good effect there. Across the line then, here's how they line up. Bishop, Pratt-Thompson, then it's Cucurullo-Yeomans, Leo Robinson in 4th place, and it spans with Wiggins, Jocelyn, Orridge, Harfield, Hobson, Swain, Green, Hassan, Bird, Cunningham, Morris-Jones, Behrman, Phelps, Brown and Truman. As they cross the line down the back straight again. What have you spotted? You're pointing your pen.
I am. I point my pen when I need your attention, DJ. So
yes.
Morrison-Jones made up 3 places on that lap, already up to 16th place. But our biggest mover was Taylor Orridge, who's already up to 12th place. 5 places on the opening lap.
Indeed, I think that number 6, Jack Hobson there, MLC Motorsport car there, ran slightly wide out of the turn 3 kink there as he kicks up the dust on the exit, and they come round. Look at the advantage Macaulay Bishop has got already. He is right there at the sharp end and he's opening a gap. He's gapping already from Pratt Thompson. The number 33, his teammate there, 0.7 of a second is the gap already after only 2 laps.
And has been flying all weekend, Macaulay Bishop. That's the 2 coming past the 86, so that's Leo Robinson overtaking Thomas Cucurullo-Yeomans.
Yeah.
But Macaulay Bishop has been absolutely flying every single heat and the final yesterday.
Indeed.
And carrying that pace well into today as well.
Indeed, that is true. So, of course.
And Eden Spanswick up the inside, just off camera. Whoa, and up and over the back, that was the 66 on the 57, so that's Taylor Orridge, who we said had made up places already, getting a bit impatient behind Ashton Wiggins, and immediately up the inside again, that's Orridge, again.
Not happy with it,
and Wiggins with his hands up again.
Yeah, it was, who was that? Was it? It wasn't Stilt, no, it looked like it was Stilt, because he's got Stilt's name on the back of his suit.
Exacting some revenge on the 6 of Jack Hobson.
It is indeed. There is Fred Green there. On the 15 down the inside there, looking comfortable at the moment. The 14 there. Oh, look at that lunge there from the 19, Jack Cunningham there on Aiden Hassan. Got that move done just last second out of the slipstream. Heavy on the brakes. Thank you very much. I'll try not to hit those curves. Look at the bump draft there. You can see from the number 6. Jack Hobson there right on the back of Ashton Wiggins for Red Wolf. Red Wolf didn't have a good day yesterday, had a couple of mechanical issues, but looks like all is sorted again now. But oh, look at this, a big hand up there from Wiggins. It's all getting a bit topsy-turvy here in this grid. There we go as they go through. Calm down, it's only the first heat of the day. There's plenty more heats to go. Steady, steady, steady as they go through. Calm down, lads. Calm down.
I've got to say, that's the 3rd time that Wiggins has been bumped over. On that's the 15 off track. That is Fred Green. Doing a bit of free grass cutting for Larkhall there, but that's the 3rd time in a row that I've seen Ashton Wiggins be hit up the back coming out of the hairpin there. So, wonder whether he's got the gearing slightly wrong.
Maybe
perhaps.
Maybe we don't know.
For coming out of that hairpin, but yeah, certainly no bottom end it seems like, and it's catching a lot of other drivers out behind him.
3rd place man, Leo Robinson, fastest lap of the race. Looking strong there as we keep an eye on this group here. The number 12. In there, Charlie Morris-Jones, Lewis Bird just in front, Wesley Swain just behind as well. Back here at the sharp end. Oh, contact there, and that's 35 and 12. Was that the 2 teammates that take him off? Rule number 1 in motorsport is do not take your teammate out. What was it? Was it 2 Jake Racing Karts?
It was Charlie Morrison-Jones. Wow.
It was, yeah.
We saw with that bad start. And that's big damage on the right-hand side as well.
Yeah, it was Morrison-Jones who tried to go down the inside of Isaac Phelps.
And we've got a 5-second penalty for Fred Green as well. So we saw him grass tracking, and now he's got a 5-second penalty for that as well.
Yeah, so...
possibly not for the grass tracking, but something involved in the grass tracking incident.
Yeah, maybe so. 3 minutes to go then. Leo Robinson again, fastest lap of the race. Currently in 3rd place at the moment, right behind Cameron Pratt-Thompson for 2nd place. And he's wanting to close that gap up. There is still the number 6 of Jack Hobson. He's still got Aiden Hassan right behind him. Hassan hasn't dropped off the back there. Warning flag out to Wiggins in the 57. There is the 26 on your screen. Henry Jocelyn with Cucurullo-Yeomans just behind. Then it is the 69 of Spanswick, fresh from his disqualification in yesterday's final. He's fighting fit and he's back here racing, and he's wanting to get back at that sharp end ASAP, I suspect.
Yes, and doing well in 6th place. And that is Charlie Morrison-Jones. So he had the issues at the start of the race, managed to get onto the back of the grid and made his way up to around about 13th, I think, and then had that incident coming out of the hairpin and is now stood trackside watching, much like you are as a spectator.
Exactly that. Nicole joins the stream going, when are the Hondas out? Hondas are out next for their pre-final after this race, so do stick around. 2 minutes to go then, plus 1 additional lap. There is at the front the 26, Henry Jocelyn there in 3rd place, 4th place I should say actually, as they go through. There's Leo Robinson in 2nd place. He's now got past Cameron Pratt-Thompson, is now hunting down Macaulay Bishop, but I have to say with that only that time remaining and a gap of 1 second, it could happen, it might not happen. We'll keep an eye on this exercise, but he has been quick here, Leo Robinson.
He has, he was a 10th and a half quicker than or a tenth and a quarter quicker than Macaulay Bishop on the previous lap, but that's not going to be enough unless he manages to get a massive slipstream to pull him up onto the back with a minute and a half plus 1 lap to go.
Exactly that. So out of the tight left-hander, into the banking they go. They've all got the iridium visors on. I can't see the concentration on their eyes. It's always better when it's cloudy and wet, raining, because they always have a clear visor on, so it's much better to see the focus and the concentration on their eyes. But you can see there, Leo Robinson trying to pull away, but he's pulling Pratt Thompson with him. So as they go through, what's the gap now across the line? Oh, it's 0.8 of a second. He's taken 0.2 out across this time for the front as they go through into the boot section. Oh, look at the poor 66 there, Taylor Orridge, all on his own for crop promotion. The young whippersnapper there. There you go, crop promotion, whippersnapper. There you go. Pun Central.
He's here all week. He's here all week, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, yeah, well.
Tip your waitresses.
Exactly that. 30 seconds to go then, plus 1 additional lap. They will get to the end of the lap before that timer runs out. So that's bad news for Macaulay Bishop, because that's going to give Leo Robinson more time to try and close that up.
He's already taken another 0.2 out of this lap.
Yeah, exactly that. Oh, it's getting a bit fighty here, isn't it? The 26, Jocelyn and Cucurulli Yeomans, nose to tail.
And that's bringing along the 69 of Eden Spanswick as well.
Oh yeah, he'll be liking that. Yeah. The more positions he can gain.
Another 10th for Leo Robinson through that sector. Means it's only half a second now with a lap and 2/3 to go.
Indeed there. So out of the back straight, there they are.
And another 10th for Leo Robinson.
Yeah, indeed.
4 tenths now.
And it's still 1 more lap to go, so the final lap board hasn't come out yet. We'll keep an eye on this. Again, it's only Heat 1, but everyone likes a Heat win, don't they? Again, it also means more points, of course, accumulating to where you're going to start for the final. And, of course, Macaulay Bishop, he wants to close that gap up to Leo Robinson in the championship. Leo doesn't want that, so he's going to want to fight to get past here ASAP into the braking zone of the final corner. No lunges there, but now ring that dinner bell because it's all going to kick off here. Final lap board's out, and look at that. Leo Robinson already fighting for the lead. Tried to go down the inside of turn 1, couldn't quite do it. Slots back into place, looks over the shoulder. No defensive driving there for these two. They stay in position, stay in formation. Out of the boot they go. Leo Robinson, fastest lap of the race once more across the line that time. Down the back straight they go. Are we going to see a lunge into this corner here? He looks too far back, Tom.
He does at the moment, but it could well happen into one of the 2 hairpins. Leo Robinson wasting no time getting on the back of Macaulay Bishop, who it's got to be said was looking very comfortable at the midpoint of this race. Once Leo Robinson got through Pratt Thompson, and now they go side by side into the final hairpin.
Oh,
Bishop going very defensive. Calm yourself, DJ, calm yourself. But that's backed up Robinson back into Pratt Thompson, and it looks like that's going to be it.
Yeah, that looks signed, sealed and done there. Macaulay Bishop, good defensive line. Kept Robinson on the outside of the line, crosses the line. He's going to take the win there for Heat 1. Robinson was second and Pratt Thompson third.
And Reece Bennett Racing saying, what a drive from Taylor Orridge, number 66. Yes, indeed. Taylor Orridge made his way up 6 places, so joint biggest mover in the race. He finished P7. Our other biggest mover being Jack Cunningham.
Indeed,
finishing
indeed.
P11, also making up 6 places.
Indeed. So, the provisional pending Paul Classen race results then will appear. There is your race winner, Macaulay Bishop. Nice cheesy grin. He's always got a cheesy grin on, has Macaulay. He had a great year last year, and he's trying to replicate that this year. He's going to have a close season. Let's keep an eye on it. There's the race results on your screen. Bishop first. They've all disappeared now on the thing, so they've just reset that one. But yeah, a fantastic race from those drivers, and I have to say though, oh dear, the 2 Jade Racing Kart drivers, Charlie Morris-Jones and the 35 of Isaac Phelps, I suspect they'll be having a word with the team because, like we say in rule number 1, never hit your teammate, and unfortunately that did happen. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one as they go through. But that is the end of the Mini X30s. That's the end of the 2 strokes, because now it's time for the Rumble in the Jungle. It's time for Honda Cadet for their pre-final.
So pre-final coming up for your Honda Cadets, and this will be a standing start.
Oh yes,
I have to say that just to remind myself more than anybody else out there that this will be a standing start, not a rolling start. So when we watch them on the formation lap, testing their steering, not weaving, testing their steering.
Indeed. So right, Honda Cadets, they've got a normal race weekend this time around. It's not a double-header for them, so they only had their Heat 1 and Heat 2 yesterday. This is their pre-final. This is going to determine where they're going to start for the final a little bit later on today. Timo Youngling won the first Heat yesterday. Noah Wolf won the second Heat yesterday, and it was vice versa for second place. It was Noah Wolf who came second in the first Heat, and it was Timo Youngling who came second in the second Heat. So there you go, the nose to tail all the way through this one. What's going to happen this time around, but with Noah Wolf starting on the front row, and where is Timo Youngling in this race? Where is he starting? He is starting... Can't actually see where he's starting on my on my piece of paper that I've got here. I'm clearly going blind.
Well, that's a lovely looking helmet as well, though, from Harley Musk. I like that design on the back of there. Wow. Very artistic. With the tornado. For Harley Musk. I wonder where that comes from, because there's no T's or anything in the name. So normally it's like a, you know, it'd be Tom Thunder Butterworth or something like that, or and Anthony Amazing Jordan. But there's a tornado on the back of Harley Musk's helmet, so that would be interesting to get the backstory on that one. If anybody knows and wants to comment on the live stream, please get in touch where the tornado comes from, and we'll happily give it another mention.
I can't see Timo Youngling on this piece of paper. Is he on the grid?
Green suit normally for Timo.
It is a green suit, but I can't see him anywhere.
I can't see him down on the dummy grid either.
I can't see him on the... Oh, he's right there.
Oh, he's there. Oh, he's hiding. That's why he's hiding here.
Do you know what it was?
Behind the shed.
Do you know what it was? Do you know where my thumb usually stands on a piece of paper? It was covering his name.
And there he is.
There he is.
On screen.
I'll tell you what.
So he is definitely there.
I had a mild heart attack. I'm sure the fans of Timo Youngling also had a mild heart attack. He's right there on the front row
He's
alongside
just poked his
Noah
nose
Wolf.
out as well, so that we can now see Timo Youngling from the commentary box.
He's starting on pole. That's where he is. Oh, I had a mild heart attack. He's hiding behind the shed, he is as well. There we go.
And another cool helmet design on the back of there with a checkered flag. And is that a clown or a skull or something like that? Very artistic.
Exactly
very nice.
Exactly there. So, of course, the rest of the field as well. Leon Hasty, the S-Plate. Great result for him in Heat 1. He came third. Thomas Spearing as well, the rookie driver, came fourth. Great result for him in the second final. He also came sixth. No, where did he come? He came somewhere else in that one. But here's a look at the grid then for the pre-final on your screen. Timo Youngling starting on the front row with Noah Wolf alongside. Keep a very close eye on them. Joshua Graham and Thomas Spearing on row number 2. Max Cuthbert, Cole Denham, Lewis Islin and Aris Majuskas on row number 4. Row number 5, Owen Neve and Albert Friend with William Murphy and Kenzo Craigie, the number 44. There on row number 6, Leon Hasty and Noah Barham on row number 7 with Jarrett Clark and Oscar Tumulty on row number 8. Harrison Whitcomb, Noah Pikes on row 9 with Lucas Blanford and Jack West on row number 10. Kai Clark and Gregor Reed on row 11. Then it's Max Endicott and Harley Musk on row number 12. With rounding out the grid is Luke Holmes-Balek on the 13th row of the grid.
Oh, we've had an update from Mark Reynolds. He said that Harley Musk was with us at Tornado Engines in Bambino. Tornado Kart Engines in Bambino. So that's why he has the tornado on the back of his helmet.
There you go.
So a nice shout out for Tornado Engines there as well.
There you go. There you go.
It's all about the product placement here.
It is indeed, yeah, it is. There you go. Obviously, standing start for this
I'll
one.
take my checks in the post, please, Tornado Engines.
Stop it.
That's a joke, of course, of joke.
Stop it, Tom.
It was a comment on the live stream.
There we go. Grid start
yes,
then.
Looking at Timo Youngling now directly below us, he is definitely taking his place, and in fact there you can see him on camera alongside Noah Wolf, who finished second yesterday in IAME Cadet's Final, so running in 2 championships here this weekend.
Wow, there we go. Look at that. With precision and efficiency, the Honda Cadets are lined up ready by themselves, albeit some of them pointing a few degrees to the inside.
Yes, the 49 of Cole Denham is
yeah.
looking very racy up the inside, and the marshal will walk down, as you can see on the left-hand side, checking everybody's grid slots, checking everybody's positioning, making sure that they're legal.
Well, I will say it's very close for the championship in this one between Timo Youngling and Joshua Graham. 2 points separate them. Where is Joshua Graham starting in this one? Because that's going to be there. He's right behind. He is right behind Timo Youngling there in 3rd place. 3 lights, 4 lights, lights out. Off they go in towards turn number 1 there. Everyone going into that infield section once more. They're all hugging that inside line as they go round turn number 1. Is anyone going to get wiped out wide? Oh yes, one does go wiped out wide. It was Harley Musk there who gets going though. He stays on the track, albeit a little bit dirtier tyres now as he enters the boot section. Nice and steady. The rumble in the jungle, those the 2 strokes there. End of them now until a bit later. It's time for the 4 strokes. Down the back straight they go. 3 wide in the back of the field, but Timo Jungling there in first place with Noah Wolf right on the sharp end of him there as they go in. Watch the concertina effect for the braking zone, because everyone's braking zone is going to be a little bit later than they expect, because of course, oh, there they go, that's what causes it there. A little bit of jumping around here, there, everywhere in the back of the field.
Max Endicott looked like he came off worst out of that one, and he is dead last at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. So we'll have an update and see who that was involved in that when they next cross the timing beam, because of course their names will just drop to the bottom like a stone. Noah Wolf though takes the lead across the line and cuts across the nose there of Timo Jungling as they enter turn 1 there. Number 4 though, Joshua Graham, championship protagonist there, right on the tail end of Timo Jungling. Only 2 points between them in the championship as they go through, but we're only midway through the championship, I will say. We're only about 2 rounds in. This, of course, is event 3 for them, round 3 for them, so that will be fighting fit for this one. 10 minutes plus that 1 additional lap to go.
Indeed, and it is Wolf from Jungling from, in fact, immediately scratch that, because now it's Jungling from Wolf. Somebody going very wide and over the grass at the end of that curb, as Jungling goes very defensive, and again we have that accordion effect into the hairpin. Somebody up the inside getting a bump in and a bump out of the hairpin, and Jungling again very defensive into the second hairpin. So this is a long way to go. 10 minutes plus a lap to already be defensive, and that's cost him on the exit. As you can see, 3 places, moves immediately down to 4th, proving that defensive lines are not the quickest way around here. And we've got 2 off at the final corner. I could just see out of the commentary box, that is the number 5 and the number 85, is that?
It's the 65, Lewis Islin and Owen Neve, who have gone awry at the final corner as they get them carts out of the wall and get going, albeit the number 5's NASA panel is impeccably loose for Lewis Islin, so expect potentially a meatball flag for him if the stewards don't deem it safe enough to continue. 9.5 minutes to go, plus that 1 minute to go, and yeah, it's all guns are blazing at the moment.
It is indeed, and Jungling was in, he's remaining in 3rd place, managed to get 1 place back after that, what we're coming up to now, which is the penultimate corner of the lap. Through the hairpin, went very defensive and cost himself 4 places. Well, now he's back up to 3rd place and catching up onto the tail of Joshua Graham. They come into the final corner, so it is Wolf, Graham, Spearing, Jungling, Denholm, Spearing, Murphy, Cuthbert, Aris Majauskis, Craigie and Hasty round out your top 10. We have a front pack of 7 karts here in your Honda Cadet Pre-Final. Timo Jungling with fastest lap of the race, catching up now back onto the tail of the front 2, which is Wolf and Graham. Come into the right-hand kink. Very, very tricky part of the circuit, this. How much speed do you carry through? Do you need to brake? And then, of course, there's the potential to run extremely wide and onto the grass as well. Very easy to do. That was the 45, I believe. No, sorry, that's... sorry, it was the 75 and the 95 battling, so that's Spearing and Murphy as they go through hairpin 1 and hairpin 2. What we're calling the NASCAR hairpin. Up and down the banking over the washboard effect that you get on the exit of that tarmac as well. The new section of the circuit put in 2019. And we're actually loving both sections, both this section, the boot that they're coming up to now, which was extended and put in 2019, and then the 2 extra hairpins have been extended as well. William Murphy with the fastest lap of the race, a 58.5. So it looks like we're into that mid-race kind of lull at the moment. 7.5 minutes to go. Jungling moves up the inside through that right-hander and demotes Graham down 2 places. Joshua Graham moving from 2nd to 4th. And Jungling carrying the speed out of that boot section and down the super fast back straight here, which is actually a back right-hand corner. And then immediately Graham trying back up the inside into the NASCAR-style hairpin that we're calling it. And not managing to make it through, and in fact could well cost himself 2 places. Side-to-side contact, wheel-to-wheel banging. But all line astern sorted themselves out before the last corner. So it is Wolf from Youngling, from Denham, Murphy, Graham, Spearing, Cuthbert, Hasty, Craigie and Majauskas in the top 10. Once more coming into the boot section, and we look a bit further down the order. Let's have a look at some lap times as well compared to yesterday. So yesterday, fastest lap of the race was a 58.35 in time qualifying. And again, we're contrasting it because there's slightly different weather here today. And fastest lap of the race so far is going to Timo Youngling at a 58.7. So we're quite a way off today what we were managing to do yesterday. Almost half a second slower. I believe again that is the thicker air that we've got. Very humid today here at Larkhall circuit, so the engine's having to work a little bit harder. Welcome back, DJ.
Thank you, Rose. Yeah, I had to cover for our producer James, who's got a very small bladder, and he had to nip off to the loo. So if you did spot again some cameras dotting in the wrong place, it's because I didn't know which numbers to pick. So I did my best. I think I did all right. There we go.
Likewise, I was doing my best as well. Fastest lap of the race there for Joshua Graham. Go through the fastest laps between today and yesterday, and in fact, all of a sudden the pace has really picked up. A 58.4 is now only 500ths off what they were doing yesterday.
Big job of the curve there was for the 49. Cole Denham there, he ran slightly wide and it just kicked up the dust, and I bet that felt painful in the old spine of his.
I'm sure it did, but as I was saying, yes. Oh, in fact, there's the 95 up the inside of the 49, so that's William Murphy passing Cole Denham, as we said. Costing himself a little bit of momentum there was Denon. But yeah, for, only 500ths now off what the time that they were doing in timed qualifying yesterday. So all of a sudden, there's half a second been found within 2 laps.
Now that Murphy has got in front of this pack now as well, he's going to say, right, come on, think about it. Let's not start scrapping now. Let's go, because they've still got 5 minutes of this race, plus 1 additional lap. They can close that gap. Well, it's not really a gap, really, is it? But look at that. He is already gapping, actually, the drivers behind, because they are scrapping. They're going side by side. So now it's all Murphy on his own. He's going to be latching on to the back of these two, Wolf and Youngling, in no time at all, I suspect. And it's all going to be a big old scrap. Whoa. Oh, again, Denham running wide there, kicking up all the dust and more. Oh, God me, it's painful watching that one.
2 laps in a row that your mechanic won't thank you for.
Yeah, exactly that, exactly that. Look at that now. Right behind, it is line astern. I think maybe we saw some defensive driving from Noah Wolf just off screen, because now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 6, 7, and 8 as well, all line astern as they go into the final corner. Out they go across the line. Big look over the shoulder there from Youngling. As he tries to see who is there, and it is the 95 of Murphy who is there as he goes through into the boot section. They go. Murphy has a look over his shoulder. He's got not much of a gap at all because Graham's right there as well, so he's going to have to stay very calm as well. Out of the boot they go, onto the back straight, and all is calm at the moment. The lull has hit.
Oh, you
I say
that.
It has.
See, I said that about 3 minutes ago as well, and immediately Youngling took Murphy.
Well, now we say that. Youngling, yeah, it may have been an overtake, but they didn't lose any time, really, because look at them. They're still right there. It's 1, 2, 3, 4. You see, Wolf hasn't disappeared. He hasn't gained 3/10 there, but say it's a tactical manoeuvre, that was.
For any Tour de France fans, it was almost like slipstreaming in cycling, where one just moves past the other and they pull each other along, working in tandem and relay. Oh, as we've got a change for the lead. We've got a change for the lead. That's William Murphy going past Wolf, and Youngling followed him straight through, and then Youngling takes Murphy for the lead as well, and Wolf follows him through. So 1, 2, 3 changing positions, and again through the final section of the kink. That was Graham moving through.
Oh, someone getting wiped out wide there. It was the 75 of Thomas Spearing. Yep, it was alongside. I don't think it was seen, and it was just, oh yeah, it all went wrong. But Spearing off at the boot section, and he is falling down the order sharpish. Wolf now back in the lead. There we go, Youngling down the inside of Murphy. Murphy, who crossed the line this time in the lead, is already down the order. Oh, look at that, the number 4, Justine Graham. Mr. Graham there, showing his strengths and moving on. Youngling going defensive, putting Murphy there slightly wide. And Murphy having to yield. That's putting him back into the 49 of Denham, who's been going grass tracking, curb riding, all sorts of jargon here. but he's gone through. But look at the advantage now that Graham is, it is Graham. Yeah, it is Graham what he's got. As he goes out of the final corner in towards turn 1, they go.
That was a fantastic last lap as well. It was, although not the last lap of the race, of course, but a fantastic last lap. And Josh Graham coming out on top.
So what that was the re-jumble of the pack in the middle of the lull. Now they're going to have another lull, and they're going to wait until the last lap, and then it's all going to be at panic stations once more.
You think so, do you?
I'm going to predict that.
Let's see.
I'm going to predict that I am. I am indeed. That's what I'm going to do.
Well, we all need to catch our breath a little bit after that.
Oh, we do, yes. Yeah, we definitely do. Ooh, Graham slightly wide at the exit there. That's allowed Wolf to close right in as well. Expect to move here into the hairpin. Looking to the inside. Yes, he does. Youngling tries to follow. Successfully does so and almost gets 2 positions. Can't quite do it. Stays there in second place. And the 95 as well of Murphy following suit. Defensive goes Wolf. Youngling's going to get the opportunity to move here on the outside because he's going to have that move. Now he's going to try to get the switch back in towards turn 1. Can he quite do it? But here comes the 95 of Murphy. Down the inside, Youngling gets nerfed out wide and he's lost 3, 4, 5 positions. He's still at the back of the pack, but he's all the way now behind Cuthbert.
Yes, fantastic action here in these Honda Cadets. Really, really enjoying this one. And it just shows that you can go for a move, and if it doesn't quite come off, you're just going to get freight trained around the inside, which is exactly what happened to Timo Youngling. Found himself on the outside, and immediately Murphy spotted that was going to happen, followed through Noah Wolf, and that was it then for Timo Youngling. Just pushed down and down and down the order.
Yeah, it was indeed. So Wolf leading the way now from Murphy. There, the 95 in second place. The 40 has moved up. I thought, actually, there could be a lie there. It could be the 49. Yes, it is the 49. It is Cole Denham there who is in that sort of spot.
It's going to be very much touch and go as whether they make it across the line or not before the clock strikes 0.
Well, let's find out.
6 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, they're 1 second to go. So we're going to get 2 more laps here of fantastic Honda Cadet action. That was the S-plate of Leon Hasty moving through, so he's joined into this battle now.
He has indeed. He had a disaster in his final as well. He also got disqualified for mechanical jargon that I don't understand, but yeah, the stewards, he did get hit with that DSQ in his final. Huge shame for him, but again, he's fighting fit again today and is wanting to come back at this one. So Wolf leading the way. Last lap board out this time. The number 4 down the inside. Joshua Graham getting past Timo Youngling. No, he doesn't get past Timo Youngling. He gets back past the man he got past earlier on, which was Hasty. So there we go as they go through. The Constantina effect there, closing in on that hairpin. No positions gained or lost through this section. Everyone slowing through. Look at that, Kenzo Craigie at the back of this pack here. 8th place. Good stride from him so far. He had a disaster at Mansell. He had a cart to the face in one of the races, but he got out of the cart and he was absolutely fine and he kept going again. There we go.
Well done him.
Out of
that, what was a pack of 8 is now broken up into 2 packs of 4.
It has indeed, but expect this to close back up to a pack of 8. No time at all. Youngling at the back of that pack of 4. Wolf defensive. It's final lap time here for Honda Cadet for their pre-final. This will determine where they start for the final. It's crucial for the championship that, you know, it's close between Graham and Youngling, and Graham is actually behind Youngling here, so it's good news for Youngling as they go through. Big gaps opening up here. Down the inside there goes, though, the 49. Denham tries to get past Wolf, can't quite do it. Stays behind. Here comes Youngling, though. Youngling into second. Good stuff from him. So now they exit out of the hairpin now, in towards the banking section. Youngling looks over the shoulder furiously. You've got some time there. Don't go to the outside because you'll swamp yourselves on the inside here. Out of the banking they go, and again, Wolf defensive. Youngling stays on the normal racing line there. That's going to give him the best momentum down this hill into the final corner. Are we going to see a lunge here? We're not. So out of the final corner, it's Noah Wolf who's going to take the provisional race win from that one from Youngling, Denham, Hasty, Graham, Murphy, Craigie, Cuthbert, Whitcomb and Aras Majuskas rounding out the top 10. The rest of the field crossed the line all side by side there for the 26. Or the 20 and the 9, which is Noah Pikes and Oscar Tumblety. They cross the line beautifully there as they go through, but an excellent result for the entire field. We did lose 2 drivers, Lewis Islands and Max Endicott. They did retire at the end. There were the 2 drivers who went off at the final corner, but there, your provisional race winner, Noah Wolf in the number 45.
Yes, congratulations, Noah.
I'm going to have a drink now because my throat's getting a bit sore.
Okay, thanks for the update. I will run you through your finishing order. So it was Wolf from Youngling, Denholm, Hasty, Graham, Murphy, Craigie, Cuthbert, Whitcomb, And Majauskas rounding out your top 10. Then it was Friend, West, Clark, Holmes, Ballock, Blandford, Pikes, Tumulty, Clark, Reed, Spearing. And a couple of extras, which I didn't quite get a chance to see, unfortunately.
There you go.
We did have 2 non-finishers. I think there was 1 name that I missed.
There we go. So
apologies for that.
Motorsport Timing UK, they're on it today. They're getting through these grids, aren't they, for us? But there we go. So that was the Honda Cadets. Who's up next?
Junior X30.
It is indeed. So, Honda Cadets are done. Junior X30, it's time for their second heat of the day. Make sure I remember to unmute my microphone. So Heat 1 has been done. We're Heat 2, and this is how they line up on the grid. Fionn McLaughlin starting on the front row with Dan Ginchard alongside Mr. Burgoyne Jr. yesterday, the final winner. Having a cracking season on this one. Oliver Stewart as well on side on the front row, on the second row of the grid, I should say. Olivia Algieri, and then it's Charlie Rippin on row number 3, Kanato Lee and Jessica Edgar on row number 4. Brandon Carr and Gabriel Stilp on row number 5 with Aidan Lynn and James Barty on row 6. Row 7, Charlie Webb and Mackay Singh with Finley Harrison and Milo Pinfold on row 7 and 8. Rows 9, Lorenzo Cordell on row 9 with Harvey Ryby alongside. Then it's Josh Agambar and Jake Cox on row number 10. Freddie Allen, Reese Lomax, Sienna Gordon and Shan Mugavel rounding out the grid. 26 karts in heat number 2.
Please keep your comments coming in on the live stream. We are endeavouring to read them out as quick as we can, so please keep them coming in. Let's hear from you. Let's hear who you're supporting, whether it's a team, a driver, a nation, whatever you want. Whatever you want. Us, if you're supporting us, give us a shout.
Whatever you fancy.
Yeah, whatever you fancy.
There we go.
Write something in the comments. We'll try and read it.
Junior X30.
Are we going to get going first time, DJ?
I do hope so. Hopefully they've learnt their lesson. Do you know what? Right now they look spot on. This is what we need to see. Don't accelerate too early. Wait for the lines. Looks good to me. Is it green flag? It isn't. It's a false start. It looked good to me, but there we go. Once more, the powers that be who know better than us and have been doing it for donkey's years, said no. So we'll go again.
We go again.
We'll try again.
So, yes, once again, keep those comments in. Big push for comments today. Let's have some interaction from you. Hopefully you're watching via YouTube. And that
YouTube,
we can see it.
You could be watching anywhere. You could be watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. You could be watching on the British Kart Championships Facebook page. You could be watching on the Wera Tools Facebook page. You could be watching on motorsport.com as well. You could be watching on there. So there are many places you can watch this stream, but as it stands, the racing has been fierce all the way through this weekend.
So they are slowing right down now.
There they are. We'll try again. Take 2. The Junior X30. Steady. Steady. I think, again, it was the accelerating too early. They need to wait until they're on the straight itself, but they don't want to bog down. But, of course, if the leaders bog down, everyone bogs down. It's the same for everyone. Much better start.
Now we go. There we go. That's much better. And green flag.
Green flag out in towards turn 1. Good start then from the entirety of the field. Again, does anyone get washed out wide there? Looks good to me. Bit of jostling there, but everyone good. Defensive into the first corner. Fionn McLaughlin there. Fusion Motorsport diving to the inside, hugging that inside line. Again, the Constantina effect closes in there. A bit of a bumping and barging there, but everyone gets through cleanly. Down the back straight. In towards the next section they go.
And have a look at this accordion effect into the hairpin as well. We've got 3 wide as well coming into the hairpin.
Yeah, someone going very slow on the outside of the hairpin. Looks to me like the 18. Could be Jack Cox, but it looks like a strawberry racing car to me, if I'm not mistaken. Who is that? Is it the 19? It could be Kanato Lee. I think it could be Kanato Lee with a mechanical issue. He's nudging that car along, but it's going very, very slowly.
Yes, just slowly working his way back to the paddock. So
it is, yeah, Kanato Lee.
Okay, so your top 10 over the line: McLaughlin, Algieri, Gunchard, Stewart, Burgoyne Jr., Carr, Edgar, Barty, Lynn, and Rippin.
Mr. Ian Williams joins us on the stream. Afternoon, chaps. Doing a great job. Butters, you're doing all right. Says I'm doing great. There we go. But cool. 6 minutes ago. But racing, this is what we're talking about. This is what we're here to watch. So in towards the hairpin. There we go. Look at the advantage already that Fionn McLaughlin has got. He's opened up quite an advantage, I must say. We're looking here. That is Dan Ginchard again. He's had an up and down weekend so far yesterday, but it's been good so far today. He got, well, how did he come in his second heat today? I've got those results here on my deal. On his first heat, he came second place. Of course, yes, he did. He wants a good result in this one because it means he's going to get good points for his final.
We've got the 30 there up the inside of the 49, so that was Brendan Carr passing the aforementioned Dan Gunchard.
Well, yeah, exactly that. So sorted out. Dan, come back. Oh, look at that. Clip in the grass in the background there, but diving down the inside is the number 12 of Gabriel Stilp, the Croc Promotion driver, getting past Charlie Rippin, moving up a spot.
Indeed, yes, and a lovely looking move as well on the inside there. As we head through the very tricky right-hander over the bump, unsettling the kart through that right-hand kink as you dive on the brakes into the hairpin. Very, very tricky, that little right-hand kink where the tarmac changes from the old circuit into the new circuit. There is a significant bump there, and it is just as you're about to hit the brakes for the hairpin. So the kart doesn't quite get settled before you get on the brakes, and you will see a lot of the karts moving around into that hairpin. It's why we have that accordion effect, because some people are braking as late as humanly possible, some people getting on the brakes a little bit earlier and more gentle and carrying their speed into the corner just to keep the kart settled.
Indeed they are. So in they go. Oliver Stewart, fastest lap of the race so far, 50.5. Oh, it's all going well. Who's been nerfed out wide there? Maybe a mechanical issue. The number 88 is going very slow. Milo Pilfold for MLC. Now I think pulling off at the side of the track. I'm pretty sure it's the 88. I could be wrong. It could be. I think it could be right. Yeah, so we'll find out when he crosses the line, but that could be Milo Pilfold out of this race. So into the banking section. It is the 88. Yeah, it is Milo Pilfold there for MLC Motorsport. Unfortunately, he is out. Side by side, though, the 76 and the 22.
That's Mackay Singh.
Yeah, and Charlie Rippin as well, side by side, because, of course, Stilp has managed to get past Rippin as they go. 4.5 minutes plus that one additional lap. Out they go. Technical flag going out to Charlie Webb, the 24. So, again, something on that kart not going wrong. I missed Mr. McQueen's side pod earlier, so who knows what's missing on this one, and I've not spotted it.
Well, Oliver Stewart with another fastest lap of the race of 50.3. How does that compare to what we were doing yesterday, DJ?
Well,
Have you got the sheets?
Oh, yeah, I probably do. Yeah, there you go. I'll give you that. Oh, there, bit of contact and out wide. There goes the 76 of Mackay Singh here. Look what happens here in the replay. Let's slow it right down. Under braking. Oh, it's a little bit of front to rear there, I have to say. The 18 of Jack Cox there. But, yeah, that's let the stewards deal with that one. It's not my job. There we go. 3 minutes, 40 seconds to go, plus one lap. Out of they go of the S's there. Into the braking zone, down the inside. The 23 goes. Or it was the 33. What's the 33? There we go. I was close. Finley Harrison it was on Jack Cox, so he managed to get that job done. Harry Burgoyne Jr., though, fastest lap of the race. The 68 currently in fourth place at the moment for Strawberry Racing. Good race from him so far.
And that's only a tenth of a second slower than what they were doing yesterday in timed qualifying. So, yeah, pace again is right up there with what they were doing at their fastest points yesterday.
42 points separating Ginchard and Archie Walker in the championship at the moment. So Ginchard needs to try and have a better weekend than he had yesterday, because, of course, he struggled with gaining those points yesterday. But he's looking much stronger today, is Ginchard. 2 minutes, 50 seconds to go. There is the 17 of Oliver Stewart. Good result from him, our race winner yesterday in the final. And he was very happy with it, of course. And again, he's looking strong here. How was his race earlier on? Heat 1. Oliver Stewart finished third. So, of course, good points here. If he can get another, if he can get 2 third places, he's giggling going into the final, because it'll be at that sharp end of the spectrum, and maybe potentially another final win, but we don't know. Touch on wood, maybe it could happen. Out of the hairpin they go. You just see there the 68 slightly going wide there. Burgoyne Jr., obviously local lad, very quick around this circuit.
Yes, only lives about 30 miles north of here.
Yep. Into the final corner again. Gap opening up, though, at the front. Fionn McLaughlin has got 8/10 of pure comfort to deal with. 5-second time penalty to Jack Cox there.
think that was the incident, wasn't it? That
could have been. It could have been for something else. We don't know. We won't speculate. But yeah, so it could have been. So there we go. 1 minute 40 seconds to go. Oh, look at that there down the inside. The 17 of Stewart tries to get past Olivier, but can't quite do it. Oh, he does do it. Yeah, he does do it. Yeah, he does get past. Or does he? Does he? He does.
Does he? Doesn't he? Does he? Well, we'll let them find out.
We'll find out when the next one's done. Yeah, who is that?
Let them
68.
Oh, here we go. Oh, wow.
That was Burgoyne Jr., wasn't it?
That was heavily defended, robustly defended from Algieri as well, coming down out of the NASCAR hairpin.
Was indeed. Crossed the line there. It updates. It's still Fionn McLaughlin from Olivier. Then it's Olivier, then Oliver. There we go. So you've got to be very careful with that one. It looks very confusing. Oh, so defensive into there. Burgoyne Jr. follows as well. That's allowed Brandon Carr to really close up into the back of this as well. And look at Ginchard. Ginchard is right there. Look at him. He looks over his shoulder. There's no one there. Go, go, go. Latch on to the back of this group because this is the battle for second place. Points are up for grab for this one for where you're going to start in the final. It was a second for Dan Ginchard earlier. He could potentially get a second here because anything can happen. There you go. There's a move there from Ginchard. Already alongside as the concertina effect closes in.
And that was because Algieri felt the need to go extremely defensive. Parked the car on the entry into that first hairpin, and that backed everybody up. And immediately Ginchard closed up about half a second onto this pack.
You almost said car there, didn't you?
Yes, stumbled over it. Yes.
No kidding. I've done it many a times in this.
Anyway, Fionn McLaughlin checking out at the front, almost 4 seconds clear because of that extreme defensive move from Algieri. 4.2 seconds now clear of Algieri, so barring any mechanical mishaps, this one's done and dusted for McLaughlin. However, the battle for second rages on. It is Algieri, again extremely defensive from Stewart. Burgoyne tried to get the over-under, but found Brandon Carr up the inside as well, so couldn't quite get that one done.
No, he couldn't. Right, here comes Ginchard, though, out of there. Again, looked like he had the momentum, can't quite do it. Oh, look at that. You saw the gap 1 lap ago behind Ginchard was massive. Now look at it. Ginchard's under pressure. Who is that? That's Aidan Lynn. Aidan Lynn for Red Waft has now wafted his way down that start-finish straight and is right behind this lead
Definitely
pack.
Got some waft as soon as Algieri goes defensive. And once again, extreme white lining up the inside of the corner. Really robust defending from Algieri, and it's now 5.5 seconds to McLaughlin.
Yes, it is indeed. Down the back straight then. Final time. Fionn McLaughlin leading the way. He's clear. 6 seconds, like you said. They're out of the turn 3 kink now. It's all going to be down to what Algieri could do into the braking zone. Concertina effect closes up. Oh, look at this huge scrap for second place that we've got now. But it's all going to be down to what Olivier and Oliver can do. Ginchard's getting swamped. He's got carts. Oh, he's got left, right, centre. He doesn't know what to do. Checker flag goes out to Fionn McLaughlin. He wins the race. But what's going to happen for second place? Out of the final corner and across the line, it's going to be the 17 of Oliver Stewart who gets it. But there's massive collision.
Ginchard's in there. We've got the 68 of Burgoyne Jr. in there.
Oh, it was
as well, and is at the 47 as well. It is, and Jessica Edgar involved in that, unfortunately.
Oh, huge shame then. It was all going to end in tears. The concertina effect close up. Let's have a look at what happened on the exit because I missed it out of shot. Oh, look at that. It was 3 into 1. 3 karts tried to go for the same part of the track and it just sandwiched together.
And that was Brandon Carr and Aidan Lynn involved in that one as well.
Yeah, a huge shame there. And that just shows how quickly it can all go wrong. But there on your screen is the provisional pending pool classing race results. Fionn McLaughlin takes the win comfortably by 8 seconds from Oliver Stewart. Then it was Olivier Algieri on third place. Then it was Charlie Rippon, James Barty on there. And then it was Lorenzo Cordell. Then it was Brandon Carr, Harvey Ryby, Aidan Lynn, Gabriel Stilp, and... Oh, no, he's come back. There we go. Finley Harrison. Then it was Daniel Ginchard, Freddie Allen, Mackay Singh, Reese Lomax, Jack Cox, Shavan Jean McGarville. Good race from him, up 7 places. Josh Agambar. Then it was Sienna Gordon, Harry Burgoyne Jr. At the end of that, who was racing at the sharp end. He dropped down. Jessica Edgar dropped down. Charlie Webb also dropped down as well. And we lost 2 of the karts as well. They just disappeared off my screen. I didn't quite catch their numbers. Oh, crikey me. Dramatic stuff for Heat 2 for Junior X30. I told you they're good to watch, these old juniors.
Yes, so just while we have a brief lull between sessions, we should, just as we mentioned earlier, Ian Williams, should we give him a little shout out for his record attempt?
Oh, yeah, we can do. Of course, he's trying to break a world record, isn't he? For the longest stint in a kart. He's doing that at the Teesside 24-hour, British 24-hour, a little bit later on as well.
Yes, it's the distance record, isn't it? The world, how far you can go in 24 hours solo in a go-kart. So,
he is raising money for charity as well. So
yes, a lot of money for charity as well. So please get on to the Just Giving and Ian Williams.
Yeah, exactly that. Well, that's the end of the Junior X30 race. It's time now for Heat 2 because we're back to those IAME cadets. Right then, let's talk about the grid. Here they come then on your screen. Lewis Wera starting on pole position. Zach Drummond alongside with Henry Domain and Jacob Ashcroft on road number 2. I'm going to have to get through this nice and quick because they're already on the track. The rest of the field slots through as well. Noah Baglin as well on the 3rd row with Roman Kamyab. There we go, William Murtar and Jensen Graham on row number 4. Then it's Jesse Phillips, Noah Wolf, Zach Green, Harrison Mackey on row 5 and 6. Then it's Daniel Sofrenair, Aston Sharp, Ben Smith and Kit Bolofsky on row 7 and 8. Then it's Henry Carter, Cooper Snedden, Morgan Moore, Kanish Grau on rows 9 and 10. Then it's Finn McDermott. Then it is George Edgar, Ethan Woodward, Finley Buck on row 11 and 12. Sky Parker, Archie Lovett, Jensen Ackerman and Joseph Murphy on 13 and 14. Harley Musk and Cameron McPhee on row 15. Breathe.
Well done, Tim. It never fails to impress me how quickly you can get through these grids. But yes, all well. Zach Drummond has sort of headed the pack a little bit here, and I'm not sure that we're going to get going straight away here, but we shall see.
Oh, no,
they're side by side coming through the final corner.
There were 3 wide into the final corner. So yes,
they were backed up coming through the final hairpin, and then all of a sudden they sort of accelerated away a little bit, and that accordion effect has just spread everybody out. Oh, and I would just like to point out Jensen Ackerman. He's back out.
He is back out, yes.
So very well done. I hope you're feeling a little bit better, Jensen. And yes, well done after the incident in the previous race. But fantastic to see Jensen back out on track and taking up position in heat number 2.
Yeah. I tried very quickly to get through that quickly, and then they have to go round again. They do. But yeah, great to see Jensen Ackerman back out on circuit. Great to see that he is okay. And of course, Jensen was actually the driver who gave us the ice cream yesterday. We said we weren't going to say that, but I'm going to mention it.
You said
now.
You weren't going to say it.
I said I wasn't going to say it.
I never made any promises.
No, exactly that. But he came and gave us an ice cream yesterday, which we were very thankful for. And I'm sure that after his incident earlier on, I'm sure we'll happily return the favour to him. And during the lunch break, we'll go and find an ice cream for him.
We'll find an ice cream
I think he definitely deserves one after that one.
Definitely.
Nanny June says good luck. Yeah, Nanny June joins us on the stream. Good luck to Harrison Mackey. Nanny June always joining us. Of course, haven't got Henry, and I'm sure Henry's missing Nanny June as well. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines. Are we going green this time? It is green flag, and away we go. One of the karts stopped already at the side of the track and pulling off. It's the 53 Strawberry Racing kart.
That is Zach Green.
It is indeed. That's a huge shame for Zach Green. He's not had the best of weekends so far. Into the boot they go. 3, 4, 5 wide. But they all slot into single file. Oh, I say they slot into single file. 2 of the karts have gone off. Who was that? Was that the 83 that I saw? Ethan Woodward for Fusion Motorsport, I think, has gone awry at the boot section as well with one other. So as they go through, down the back straight, into the kink they go. 3 wide again on the exit. Oh, blimey, this is getting very busy here. Into the hairpin they go.
That was Daniel Sofrenair looking like he was taking advantage of that. We've got somebody off on the outside of the hairpin as well. Was that the 72, Henry Carter?
It was indeed 72, as you said there. As they go through, big shame for him. It's hard to get on those curves. Those curves are quite big. The 53, I will report, has just left the pit lane. The Strawberry Racing driver, Fred Green, is back out onto the track, albeit now right in front of this huge pack. So if he can't get his legs going quickly, he's going to have a big blue flag session. There he is, just dipping out your screen. But at the front of the field, it is Lewis Wera leading the way from Domain. Then it's Zach Drummond there in 3rd place. Roman Kamyab in 4th place. Then it's Noah Baglin, Jacob Ashcroft. He had a 3rd place finish earlier on. He's looking to replicate that for Oliver Roller Motorsport. Then it's Harrison Mackey. Nana June, he's right there in 7th place. Noah Wolf in 8th. And then it's William Murtar and Aston Sharp rounding out the top 10.
Yes, and as usual, fantastic action early doors here from the IAME Cadets. We were expecting a mid-race low, but that was the 42 dropping down a couple of places. That's Jacob Ashcroft dropping down a couple of places. As we said, we usually get a mid-race lull, and then it all kicks off in the final lap.
All side by side there, the 45. Noah Wolf getting down the inside of Harrison Mackie there, moving up a position. Down the inside there, though, that's Zach Drummond on Domain, moving up into second place. And that is going to, now they've got to work together and then close that gap up, because Wera has opened up a gap of 0.6 of a second. It's a nice comfortable buffer that he's got, but with that timer ticking down, 5 minutes 50 seconds plus the one additional lap, there is still plenty of time for those drivers to close that gap up. Looking a little back further in the midfield. Can confirm that we did lose Cooper Snedden for Oliver Roller Motorsport. I think he's the one that's parked up at the side of the track there at the boot section, which is a huge shame. Side by side here, down the inside, the 26 goes Jesse Phillips on Ben Smith.
Jesse Phillips, of course, getting our driver of the day at the last round in Kimbolton.
Indeed, yes. So
well, not the last round, because the last round was yesterday, but the one before that.
Yeah, the one before that, yeah, Kimbolton. So he's carrying a bit of extra weight, because I tell you what, that new trophy that he received, very, very heavy, I will say that. Almost dropped it earlier, which would have been very bad.
And a huge prize as well for Wera Tools, from our championship's sponsor, Wera Tools. Yeah, massive prize as well.
Yep, £2,500 toolkit.
For driver of the day. Amazing.
Amazing prize. So, there, that's the 47. Yep, that is indeed.
In stereo for everybody listening at home.
Ben Smith for Fusion Motorsports. He's dropped down 13 positions because of that as well. So that is a nightmare for him. So
something happened there at the last corner.
Yeah, we didn't quite catch that one. 4.5 minutes to go, though, plus that one additional lap.
And Werrell seems to be pulling out the gap on Drummond. It's gone out to 0.8 of a second now. Yeah. Is that because Drummond is defending from Domain? Has he given up on the win?
Well,
do you think?
Maybe I wouldn't have thought so. Oh, there, a little bit of side-to-side jostling. The 27 dives down the inside of the 21, and the 11 takes full advantage of that.
Yes, came in at a bit of an angle there, did Jensen Graham.
Yep, so Graham got past Baglin, and Sharp got past 2. There we go.
There we go.
Top quality commentary.
Oh, wow. So we've actually got some gaps appearing in IAME Cadet with single drivers.
Well, this is what happens when there's no overtaking.
Lewis Werrell, as we said, extending that gap. It's over a second now to Zach Drummond. But yes, they're all, well, this is almost looking more like MotoGP than Moto3 if you're a bike racing fan, whereas Honda Cadets are usually very similar to the Moto3s, where Slipstream City.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
So unusual event, this one, so far.
Yeah, not that common.
Let's see what happens with a couple of laps to go when Zach Drummond starts going very defensive.
Well, that's when it all kicks off. Like I say, we're in the lull at the moment, aren't we? 3.5 minutes to go. There is Noah Wolf at the moment, second in the... No, he isn't.
Final.
He is 5th in the championship.
Oh, but second in yesterday's final.
He was second in yesterday's final. Yes, he was. Yes, he was very much correct in that one.
You were half right.
I was half right. Yep, I was indeed. There is the number 11 on your screen. Ashton Sharp. Running over those sharp run-off curves. There is the 42, though. That is Ashcroft.
Jacob Ashcroft, yes, moving up the inside, taking a place.
Oh, who was that going very slow out of the... was the back mark? That was the 53. So that was Fred Green.
Zach Green.
Is it Zach Green or Fred Green?
Zach Green.
It's Zach Green. There we go. Sorry, I'm getting his name completely wrong. Sorry, it's Zach Green. I called him Fred Green earlier, I think I did, so I'll apologise for that one now. There we go. So, 42. Ashcroft once more down the inside of the 29, gets that job done, moves now up into P6. And now the two teammates for Fusion are now having a bit of a scrap away, but they slot back into position.
Yeah, that all got a little bit tasty down the back straight, didn't it?
It did indeed.
Between the teammates, so it was a 29 and 27, which is Mackie and Graham.
So...
I got a little bit confused. I thought the 42 was the 45. I thought Noah Wolf changed his helmet. Of course he wouldn't do anything silly like that.
Exactly
there
that.
He is, just going through the shot with his fluorescent yellow helmet.
Exactly that. So, here it is. Ashcroft under pressure, though, now from the 29 once more. Harrison Mackie moving back up past into 6th place. And I say it, Ashcroft fights back almost immediately. And now that's allowed Jensen Graham to get past as well. So just as Mackie gained a place, he's lost 2 more. Manny June won't like that one. So
Yes.
she'll be supportive.
Yes,
But
indeed.
I'd say Mackey's incredibly quick driver. He's very resourceful, so he will fight back at this one, undoubtedly, very, very soon. As I say, they actually got back past the number 11. But Ashcroft leading this pack here of 6th onwards. Into the boot section they go. Oh, he said the 27 there of Graham. He looked to go for a move down the inside. He just showed his nose and tucked quickly. He had a sniff of the inside, but tucked back into position. Less than a minute to go on the timer. Ashcroft now under pressure, and there we go. That is got Graham and Mackey back up in front.
Had a practice run into the boot and then made it through the right-hand kink.
Indeed, indeed. There we go. So, 30 seconds left. Now, look, there you see.
With him as well.
Yeah, Graham saying to Mackey, let's go. Oh, look at that. The number 11 getting past as well. Aston Sharp past Ashcroft as well.
Oh, disastrous lap for Ashcroft. Although, straight back up the inside into the final corner and taking that place immediately back.
Yep, and because of that, they're now dropping back from these two here. So, it is Jensen Graham, Harrison Mackey, nose to tail, now wanting to work together to close that gap up to Noah Wolf, who's there in front in the 45, 5th place. There he is, whizzing past your shot.
And Lewis Werrell has now call it 1.5 seconds now in front of Zach Drummond as well. So just gapping everybody. Now he's got the clear air. No more Zach Green in front of him as well. That's it. He has checked out 1.540, so at least half a tenth quicker through each sector.
55 down the inside there. That was Roman Kamyab on Henry Domain for 3rd place, so they're starting to scrap up the sharper end of the spectrum. That's going to be good news for Noah Wolf, because final lap board is out. Lewis Werrell leading the way, like you said, 1.6 seconds clear from Zach Drummond, who you can see there at the number 5, just ahead of these two scrapping away. No defensive lunges here. I don't think there's much point of battling, because of course, yeah, you could gain one more place and gain maybe a couple of extra points, but of course,
you don't want to back yourself into the ones behind.
You don't want to back yourself into ones behind. You have got a lot of breathing room. There's Werrell, there's Drummond, then it's these two, Kamyab and Domain. Nose to tail, out of the right-hand kink. Oh, look at that, Domain down the inside of Kamyab, gets that job done. And thank you very much, gets it done and moves up into P number 3.
A classic hairpin block pass on the final lap.
Yes.
Didn't allow him to get the run into the final hairpin as well. And then we come down through the right-left kink. There is a bit of a gap, goes defensive anyway through the final corner, and it is going to be Lewis Werrell taking the win from Zach Drummond. 1.8 seconds the gap in the end, and it is Henry Domain crossing the line in 3rd place from Roman Kamyab, Noah Wolf, Jensen Graham, Harrison Mackey, Jacob Ashcroft, Aston Sharp and Noah Baglin round out your top 10. Then it is Morgan Moore, Finley Buck, William Murtagh, Daniel Sofronea, Kip Belofsky, Henry Carter, Flynn McDermott, Kanish Groud, George Edgar, Ethan Woodward, Archie Lovett, Sky Parker, Joseph Murphy, Cameron McPhee, Jess Phillips, Jensen Ackerman in 26th, very respectable, after the incident this morning, and Harley Musk 27th, with Ben Smith and Zach Green rounding out your 29 finishers. Cooper Snedden, the only non-finisher today, and Finley Buck making up 12 places to finish 12th in that heat, our biggest mover by quite some way. So well done to Finley Buck.
Indeed that. So great finish then for the IAME Cadets. A little bit calmer than what we've seen in previous attempts or previous years or previous rounds. But they do come to an end for their Heat 2, and we'll see them on a little bit later on. So, Manny June says, well done, Harrison. There we go. Well done, Harrison. Very good job. Right.
David Whitehouse has been in touch as well and been helping out answer a few questions on the YouTube feed, so that's appreciated, David.
It also is indeed. Thank you very much. Right, well, that is the end of the IAME Cadets. It's now time for the seniors to come out. It's time now for Senior X30. Right then, so Senior X30 will be taking to the track in just a moment, and at the moment the last of the karts are just getting put onto the dummy grid area. Some of the drivers still not having their helmets on, and I'm just having a little look out the window. I can see Littlewood and Ravenscroft having a little chin wag. But let's have a look at the grid then for our second heat of the day. Thomas Fleming, yesterday's final winner, starting on pole position with Darrell DeLeon alongside. Then it's Henry Platten and Sam Heading on row number 2. Theo Makuris and Gus Lawrence on row 3, with Archie Tillett and Lewis Gilbert on row 4. Aaron Walker, Clayton Ravenscroft, Brad Pennell and Marcus Littlewood on row 5 and 6. Oliver Greetham, Thomas Turner, Alessandro Serenetti and Cade McQueen. He had a mechanical flag earlier on. He lost his side pod. I'm sure he'll be coming back fighting for this one. Jamie Rogers, Gary Edwards, Lewis Mackey and Guy Cunnington on row number 10. Daniel Butterworth, no relation, with Thomas Wood alongside. Joseph Taylor and Caleb Marshall on row number 12. Casper Scusa and Lewis Johnson-Cool on row 13, with Tyler Reed and Connor Clifford on row 14. Oscar Joyce and Ben Watson on 15. Then it's Ben Higgins, JP Slater on row 16. Rounding out the grid on row 17, it's Adam Fitzgerald and Alex Moody. There we go then. So,
heading round towards the final part of the formation lap, and hopefully we can get going first time round. They are a little bit better at it, the seniors, you've got to say. They have got experience, and they know that an extra formation lap is not the best for their engines, gears and chains, etc. Clutches. They know that it's better, much better for them to get going first time around, and it looks like we might be okay. Do we have a green flag? We do! Green flag, first time for the seniors. Heat 2. Oh, out wide there, the number 5 of Gus Lawrence. And potentially we've got 2 non-starters as well. Clayton Ravenscroft.
One of the karts has gone off there as well in the background. Who was that? The 59 has gone awry. Who was the 59 on my screen? I would get it number. Oliver Greetham. Oliver Greetham, yeah. S8 Racing. Unfortunately, is now at the back of the grid.
And yes, it looks like we've had potentially 3 non-starters. I will keep you updated on that as they come across the line for the first time. Big accordion effect into the first hairpin as per usual, but everybody seems to have made it out okay.
Seniors a very popular grid at the moment. Lots of support out. Nanny June again joins us, supporting for Lewis Mackey as they cross the line. Scott back here for Mr. Heading as well. Theo Makuris has got some support as well. And again, Lewis Mackey there from Laura Mackey. I'm guessing Lewis's mother.
So the Mackey family getting very involved today.
They are indeed.
And we love it. Thank you. Keep your comments coming in. So yes, 3 non-starters. Clayton Ravenscroft, non-starter.
Oh, yes.
Also Marcus Littlewood, who we saw...
Now, they were chatting in the pit lane before the start of this race. Littlewood didn't have his helmet on. And Clayton also didn't have his helmet on, and that was seconds before they left the pit lane. I did spot that, so I'm not sure what that was. I'll have to have a chat at lunchtime and find out what that was. But at the moment, the rest of the grid is as follows. They're out on circuit. We're seeing lunges left, right and centre there. The 62 went diving down the inside there. That was Thomas Wood on Guy Cunnington, and Thomas Turner as well went down the inside of Daniel Butterworth. As well for positions in the mid-pack area, but they cross the line. Fleming leads the way from Darrell DeLeon, Harry Platten in 3rd place, Sam Heading in 4th, then it's Lewis Gilbert, then Theo Makuris, Archie Tillett, Brad Pennell, Aaron Walker and Gus Lawrence. They're the top 10. Gus still in the top 10 despite the fact that he did run very wide there out of turn 1. What did you spot?
I was just going to point out Alessandro Serenetti making a good move there up the inside and taking 11th place. That's up 4 places already in this heat and having a much better heat than he has had over the previous day and a heat.
Indeed, yeah. Caden McQueen just behind him as well, the number 6. Hopefully with both of his side pods firmly attached this time around in this heat.
So far?
So far, yeah. He's there in 12th place. Then it's Lewis Mackey. He's up 6 places, up into 13th. Thomas Turner in 14th place, and it's Guy Cunnington in 15th. Thomas Wood, Daniel Butterworth, Gary Edwards, Jamie Rogers, Joseph Taylor has moved now up into 19th. Then it's Jamie Roberts, then it's Caleb Marshall, Tyler Reed, Connor Clifford, Louis Johnson-Cool, Ben Higgins, then it's Alex Moody, Ben Watson, JP Slater, then it's Adam Fitzgerald, Oscar Joyce, Oliver Greetham, and like you said, yeah, Clayton Ravenscroft and Marcus Littlewood not starting the race.
And Lewis Gilbert setting the fastest lap of the race there as Harry Platten overtakes Daniel De Leon for second place on the road.
So eyes on
A
him.
lovely move through that right-hand corner. Very, very tricky, that right-hand corner. I can't stress to you how tricky that right-hander it is. Because it's not a full-on braking zone. It's a lift and a dab of the brakes, but it's how much speed do you scrub off into there?
Yeah.
It's a bravery corner.
It is a bravery corner, isn't it? It is one of those. Like I said, I went out earlier on in this week on some of the rental karts here, and it was borderline flat out everywhere. But you did have to brake for some corners, I will say. Especially this one that they're coming into now, the boot. You can't go around this corner flat out. You will be in that barrier. Well, very quickly, I will say. Sam Heading fastest up of the race, though, in the number 57. Third place at the moment for... Fourth place, sorry, at the moment for him, for Strawberry Racing. 49.57 for him. Out of the hairpin they go. There is the number 14. That's Darryl De Leon there for KR Sport. In third place has got the very close company of Sam Heading, like we just said, that fastest lap of the race. Just behind there, ooh, the 29, Lewis Gilbert. Strawberry Racing looking very quick there behind, wanting to close that gap up. There's Theo Makouris. Great running from him earlier on in his race.
Yes, did he finish P2 in the previous heat? I think he did.
I think I've got the race.
P2 or P3. Now currently in 6th place. Darryl De Leon seemed to have found some pace as well, because seemed a little bit further down the order. Harry Platten with the fastest lap of the race so far, 49.490. 49.49.
There you
Well,
go.
that's nice and symmetrical. Thank you very much for that. Harry Platten. Up the inside is a 57 on the 14. That is
Heading. Yeah.
Darryl De Leon. So I was just singing De Leon's praises for being a bit further up the order, and immediately gets overtaken. So apologies for that and for the commentator's curse.
There he goes. They go into the final corner. 3 minutes to go then. Plus that one additional lap for Heat 2 of Senior X30. Of course, the points that they accumulate in these will determine where they start for the final later on today. That'll be after the break. The lunch break coming up at 1:45. Obviously, we are, I think, still running around 10 minutes or so behind, so that might be a slight change to that one. Brad Pennell, though, the 48, fastest lap of the race once more, 49.4. Currently in 8th place, up 3 positions for the PF International Karting team.
Taking it by 100th of a second now, so we went from a 49.49 to a 49.48.
There we go. Quick numbers there. Into the banking they go. Down the inside goes the 48 of Pennell on Tillett.
So Pennell again turning that fastest lap in 2 positions.
And instantly gets it taken back. Tillett gets the run out of the corner. Slots back up in front, albeit very, very close. That's allowing the 15 to close in as well. Aaron Walker and Gus Lawrence and Caden McQueen at the back of this group. They're going to be latching on to this very promptly, I suspect. Out of the boot section. Here they go. Thomas Turner now, the number 4, fastest lap of the race. 49.450.
Down in 12th place for Thomas Turner as well, so good pace.
He's up in 12th place, remember.
Up in 12th place,
He's up in
sorry,
12th
no,
place. He's 2 positions
I
up
do
from his original starting
disservice
point.
by saying down.
Yeah. There we go. 90 seconds to go then, plus that one additional lap. We're looking at the midfield battle here, and again, once more, it's Pennell down the inside of Tillett, but Tillett this time cannot respond and has to slot back in behind. So that is a good move there. So Mick Barrett Racing is now a Mick Barrett PF International sandwich as they go through, because Theo Makouris there still in front. You can see him there, quite a distinctive helmet. He's just at the front of this sort of pack. He's just ahead of it. So as they go through, but this pack all closed in. Constantine up, and again, Caden McQueen just at the back of it. He's just eyeing what's going on, but he doesn't want to stay there for too long because of all this scrapping that's going on. That's allowing the drivers behind to close in. You can see there the number 4, Thomas Turner, who had the fastest lap earlier on, is closing in. You've got Alessandro Serenetti, the Italian driver, is closing in also for Strawberry Racing. Lewis Mackey up 5 positions in P14 for Fusion Motorsport. He is coming up that order also.
Yes, indeed, and yeah, business as usual for Fleming and Platten, it seems, at the front of the field anyway, because Fleming is now 0.9 of a second, or it will be almost a second, I believe, as they come through Sector 1 in front of Platten. Heading still in third with De Leon holding 4th place, but only just from Gilbert and Makouris.
10 seconds to go then. Last lap board will be out this time for Fleming. We've not spoken about Fleming much in this race because he's leading by 9/10 of a second at the moment from Harry Platten. Sam Heading is also got quite a big gap to himself there and Platten as well. So it's very spread out at the front. It's probably what
looks a little bit comfortable for the 1, 2, 3 at the moment, but let's not jinx them because there's still, as they come across the line, 1 lap to go. This will be the final lap.
It will indeed. So last lap board is out. We'll keep an eye on this big group at the moment, but like we say, Fleming still leading the way from Platten, Heading, De Leon, Gilbert, and then it's Makuris. Then we're watching this group here. Fleming responding to that last lap board coming out, setting the fastest time, 49.39. But like I say, yeah, watching this battle here because it's all closing in. It's all closing in the background there as well. That is the Daniel Butterworth group, starting with Serenetti, Mackie, Cunnington, Butterworth, Taylor and Marshall as well, I think just onto the back of that group. But Fleming, once again, it was a heat win in heat number 1. It's going to be a heat win in heat number 2, out of the final corner, and checker flag greets him. Platten crosses the line in 2nd place with Sam Heading in 3rd, De Leon in 4th, Lewis Gilbert in 5th place with Theo Makuris in 6th place, Brad Pennell, Archie Tillett, Gus Lawrence, Caden McQueen round out the top 10.
Sunday drive for Thomas Fleming.
It was, yeah, it was, again, these last couple of races have been cool, calm and collected by these drivers, I have to say.
Yeah, so after the top 10 you had Aaron Walker, Thomas Turner, Alessandro. I'm going to go with Cerenetti for the pronunciation of that, with him being Italian.
Serenetti.
Serenetti?
Serenetti.
Definitely?
Yeah.
Okay. I stand corrected, said the man in the orthopaedic shoes. So Serenetti, Lewis Mackey, Guy Cunnington, Joseph Taylor, Daniel Butterworth, Caleb Marshall, Thomas Wood, Jamie Rogers, Tyler Reid, Connor Clifford, Lewis Johnston-Cool, Gary Edwards, Oliver Greetham, Ben Watson, Ben Higgins, Oscar Joyce, Alex Moody, JP Slater and Adam Fitzgerald round out your finishers. Your non-starters were Clayton Ravenscroft, Marcus Littlewood and Casper Scusa, and we will endeavour to get to the bottom of why that was.
Oh yeah, indeed on that one. It could be how you said it. I mean, I could be getting it completely wrong. But he's not said anything yet, so it's probably right. There we go. We'll find there we go.
Right. Okay. Well, we've had support from Reece Bennett Racing saying, come on, Caden McQueen, and Kim Friel saying, will we do Warden?
Well, that'll be Warden Law. We are at Warden Law later on in the year again for another one of the rounds. So, yes, we the Vera Tools British Kart Championship is heading to Warden Law later on in the year.
Oh, lovely circuit as well.
There is indeed. Well, that was the Senior X30 for their Heat 2. It's now the final Heat 2 of the day, race 26, just before the lunch break, and it will be raced by the Mini X30. Indeed it will be. The Mini X30s are lined up on the dummy grid, ready to go. This is a look at the very fast turn 3. That's off the back straight, and that you can just see off to the left-hand side. That is the exit of turn number 1. 2 very fast corners on this track.
Yes, indeed. And the one at the bottom of the screen, we said at the end of the back straight, that's the one that's the tricky one.
Oh yeah, very, very tricky one. Here's a look then at the grid then for the Heat 2, for the Mini X30. It is Macaulay Bishop starting on the front row with Leo Robinson once more alongside Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Henry Jocelyn on row number 2. Then it's Thomas Cucurullo-Yeomans on row 3 with Wesley Swain alongside Eden Spanswick on the 69 plate. He's on the 4th row of the grid with Lewis Bird. Then it's Ashton Wiggins and Aidan Hassan on row 5 with Tommy Harfield and Jack Hobson on row number 6. Row 7, Taylor Orridge and Isaac Phelps with Fred Green and Thomas Behrman on row number 6. There's Fred Green. I knew there was a Fred Green out there. Jack Cunningham and Joey Brown on row 9. Then it's Charlie Morris-Jones and Brandon Truman on row number 10, rounding up the 20-strong kart grid. There they go, into the infield hairpin once more. And let's see if we can get a green flag start.
Well, I was just going to say, though, they're backed up quite nicely already. Noah's Ark formation coming out of the first hairpin. So we could, there is potential here to see a start first time. They've certainly been backed up early, so that's good to see. Fingers crossed they can all keep their heads now.
Indeed.
Steady, 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 boys and girls.
Steady, 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 indeed. There we go. So, out of the final corner, into the tram lines, false start.
Oh, and it was going so well.
It was indeed. Nanny June joins us again, just saying well done to Lewis Mackey, of course, as well. And look, but you've got a fan, Butters.
I have, Sam Baker. Thanks for joining us, Sam. Thank you for your support. I wouldn't go so far as to say legend. Maybe legend in my own lunchtime, of which we are about to have one. But thank you very much for your support.
Again, please get your shout-outs for the Mini X30 lot. If you are supporting someone on the stream, please do let us know who you are supporting. Again, we'll try and read your comments out as soon as we can. There we go. Let's try take 2 then for the Mini X30 for their second heat of the day.
I should also say Sam Baker, TK and Flip and Drop. Oh, yeah. So, yes. Good luck in your endeavours this season, Sam. Oh! Someone visiting the chiropractor tomorrow.
Yeah, you know when someone gets a little love tap when you just see their head go back.
Thomas Behrman. Right, here we go. Come on now, guys and girls. Let's keep it nice and calm, nice and calm.
Into the final corner they go, looking better this time around. Into the tram lines, accelerating away. Green flag!
There we go.
In towards turn 1 then, good start. Out of the final corner, anyone going wide there? No, everyone on the straight and narrow staying on the track, which is good. In towards then the boot section they go. All one running a little bit wide there. It was the number 8 that's going wide, and it was Wesley Swain who got a little nudge on the side there and got forced out, but he's back on the track and he's still going strong.
If my memory serves, the exact same thing happened in Heat 1.
I believe you are correct, yeah, I think you could be right. So he doesn't like that corner, really, does he?
Could be not getting the tyres warmed up much on the warm-up lap or on the formation lap.
Well, you see, they're not allowed to do that,
well,
because it's steering.
Testing the steering. Who have we got wide coming out of the hairpin?
One in the barriers. Couldn't quite see who that was, but yeah, he's back on the track now. There we go. There is Wesley Swain. Oh, the concertina effect.
And the 87. So that was again Thomas Behrman being mounted by Jack Cunningham.
Yeah, that was a shame there. And that driver is now right at the back of the grid. Well, they cross the line then. We end lap 1, and it's Bishop leading from Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Eden Spanswick, the 69 plate, is back up the sharp end there in 3rd place. Pullman Racing Karts 1, 2 and 3. Thomas Cucurullo Yeomans for Crop Promotion is there in 4th place. Leo Robinson's not had the best start. He's down 3 places in 5th. He's really not having the best of weekends, this one, but he's still a very quick driver and he still fights back. He's struggling on the starts a little bit, is young Leo. Henry Jocelyn in 6th place. Then it's Aidan Hassan, Taylor Orridge. Then it's Jack Hobson, Ashton Wiggins, Lewis Bird, Fred Green. Then it's Tommy Harfield, Wesley Swain, Brandon Truman, Joey Brown, Thomas Behrman, Isaac Phelps, Jack Cunningham, and Charlie Morris Jones.
We've had the 57 and the 86, so that was Ashton Wiggins, and the 86 of Thomas Cucurullo Yeomans. So Cucurullo Yeomans was in either 3rd or 4th place. And Ashton Wiggins again having a lively heat, the same as Heat 1 as well.
As an update, Charlie Morrison Jones, the 12 plate, currently not out on circuit. He has not started the race. He is in the pit lane.
Had the issues in Heat 1 at the start and then didn't finish Heat number 1 in the end.
That was on your screens there, a change between Leo Robinson and Eden Spanswick. That was for 3rd place, so Leo back up on the sort of podium section within that 1, 2, 3, and now wanting to close that battle up because, of course, looking at the front, Bishop and Pratt-Thompson have opened up quite an extensive gap and are whizzing past the start-finish line now. How far behind? 1.6 seconds ahead of Mr. Leo Robinson.
And biggest movers so far are Taylor Orridge and Fred Green. Taylor Orridge again having a fantastic start to the race in Heat 1 and following that up again with the 2nd heat. Moving up 6 places already and up to 7th place.
Support out for the Crop Promotion team for Mr. Taylor Orridge and Thomas Cucurullo Yeomans.
Cucurullo Yeomans we saw having that crash a moment ago.
Nightmare,
so it's dropped down into 12th place at the moment, but I'm sure we'll be fighting back if everything is well with that kart.
Well, after those 2 messages of support, I'm sure he will be. There we go. 4.5 minutes to go. There is the number 66 of Taylor Orridge for Crop Promotion right at the back of this sort of pack here. currently running in 7th place. He's got Aiden Hassan just in front and Henry Jocelyn. But he is part of this big group. There's Eden Spanswick as well in that, so the 69 plate.
So if Orange can carry this pace through the next 4 minutes and 20 seconds, plus a lap, 3rd place is still on the cards.
Oh, it is indeed. There's Cameron Pratt-Thompson there. Fastest lap of the race, 51.790 in 2nd place.
Closed right up onto the back of Macaulay Bishop.
He has indeed, but don't expect these two to battle. These two teammates, hopefully, fingers crossed, touching on wood, my prediction will be correct. They will work together. They will try and extend that gap up to Mr. Leo Robinson there in 3rd place. Yeah, we'll try to fight. There is the crop promotion driver of Taylor Orridge, diving down the inside of Aiden Hassan. Gets the job done nicely.
Eden Spanswick, actually.
Oh, was it Eden Spanswick?
Yeah,
oh,
so
wow,
he's lost
wow,
2
wow,
places in 2 corners.
There we go. Crikey Miley. So,
3 corners.
Well, there we go. So Eden Spanswick struggling now here. And he's dropped a fair few positions. He was up into P3 earlier on. Yeah, he's dropped right down the order now. But there we go. They exit and they finish lap 5. Henry Jocelyn, fastest lap of the race there. 4th place at the moment for Mick Barrett Racing. Right behind Leo Robinson, you can just see it there. We've got 2 karts, 1st and 2nd. Macaulay Bishop, Cameron Pratt-Thompson. Then a little bit of a gap. Leo Robinson, then another little, very little, a schmickle gap.
As we said earlier, that's slightly more than a smidgen.
Yeah, exactly that. Just behind it with Henry Jocelyn there. Then we get this pack. Led by Mr. Aiden Hassan, Taylor Orridge, Eden Spanswick, Jack Hobson is also there with Wesley Swain. 2.5 minutes to go.
Good recovery from Wesley Swain as well.
I have to say, yeah.
We saw him very, very sideways into the boot section on lap 1. Exactly the same as what he did on heat number 1, but already recovered to 8th place.
Yes, indeed. Oh, no, that is Thomas Behrman.
So it seemed that all was not well with the kart post the hairpin.
Yeah, the KR Sport driver out of the kart, and that looks like that's at the exit of turn number 3. You can see there the number 11 as well has pulled over. Tommy Harfield, KR Sport. That's 2 KR Sport karts out of this race. I can see him just out the front of my the commentary box window.
Well, that's very unfortunate for KR Sport. So Eden Spanswick is still sticking with the 2 in front, which is Orridge and Hassan. Orridge, again, we've mentioned it before, but now made up 7 places this race. Aiden Hassan actually has made up 5 as well, so both of them carving their way through the field up to 5th and 6th place respectively.
Indeed, back here with your race leaders. Bishop, Cameron Pratt-Thompson, nose to tail, not scrapping away. Look at this, you see they're not closing that gap up, are they? This is what we mean. Working together, using the waft, keeping those karts moving in the right direction, not battling each other, not making mistakes. It's exactly what we saw. Do you know what? It's exactly what we saw last year with Fusion Motorsport, with Leo Robinson and Vinnie Phillips, and we're seeing it this year with Bishop and Pratt-Thompson.
Well, that was the switcheroo between Orridge and Hassan, so yes, the over-under.
Yep. Orridge moving up.
And continue as you were.
Yeah,
that's exactly what they do.
Yeah, exactly that, yep. So up into 5th place now for Orridge. He's now onto the front of that pack, and is now the next group is these 2 up ahead.
And I said continue as you were, but Hassan has actually been overtaken by both Orridge and Spanswick.
He has indeed. Spanswick's managed to get past as well, but they're quite a ways down. Here, though, is the battle for 3rd place. I say it's a battle, it's not a battle. This 2 are going to be hunting each other, or working each other. They've become frenemies, and working to close that gap up. It was 1.4 last lap, 1.7 seconds, so not on the pace at the moment here at Larkhall. It's a tough old circuit, this one. It's a long track as well. It's one of the longer ones that we go to. Some of the tracks that we do are less than 1,000 metres, less than a kilometre, but this one, 1,140 metres. This is a long circuit that they've got an extra few hundred metres to contend with, and it's twisty. They have got a bit of resting time, but there's a lot of time where you're constantly on it, and like we say, it's bumpy, it's hard on the karts. Spanswick looking down the inside there of Orridge, couldn't quite do it. Robinson, though, now fastest lap of the race. He's found the pace, he's latching onto that one, and he's trying to close that gap up.
Yes, indeed, and you've got so we've got Orridge, Spanswick, and Hassan here that we're looking at.
You have to remember as well that these drivers only get one set of slick racing tyres per day.
Yes.
So they've been using these tyres all the way from the beginning of the day, from timed practice, quali, everything like that, all the way through these heats. So you've got to remember, you've got to keep an eye on who has really used these tyres the most at the start, who's pushed through the pack the most, who's used them up the most, because they're going to suffer in the finals later on. So that's what you've got to do. It's all about managing the tyres as well. So now, final
lap. Jay, thank you for that. That's good strategic management of the tyres as well. And as you say, it could make the difference between a P1 or a P5 in the final. Depending on how well you've looked after yourself. And that's probably why these two at the front, Macaulay Bishop and Cameron Pratt-Thompson, aren't racing each other particularly hard.
No, you've got to remember, their teammates are just going to work together. Even on this final lap, we've not seen any defensive driving from Bishop at all. And of course, this is good for Bishop, because this could mean extra points for him in terms of the championship as well. Because of course, anything that he can gain in front of it will help out. Out of the final corner, checker flag goes out, and a big thumbs up from Bishop to Pratt-Thompson.
And one back from Pratt-Thompson to Bishop.
Exactly that. Leo Robinson crosses... Job done, yeah. Leo Robinson crosses the line in third place. Henry Jocelyn as well, just behind. They're kind of saving their tyres now that we're noticing. They're waiting for the finals a little bit later on, I suspect. Rest of the grid crosses the line. Taylor Orridge crosses in fifth place, up 8 positions. Great result from him. But of course, he moved up 8 positions, so he's used those tyres a fair chunk, I would say. Eden Spanswick crossing in 6th place. Then it's Aidan Hassan in 7th. Wesley Swain in 8th. Jack Hobson 9th. Fred Green in 10th place. Then it was Thomas Cucurullo Yeomans. Then it was Jack Cunningham. Then Joey Brown, Ashton Wiggins, Lewis Bird, Brandon Truman, and Isaac Phelps rounding out the 17 cars that finished the race. Tommy Hartfield didn't finish, Thomas Behrman didn't finish, and Charlie Morrison-Jones didn't even start the race. There are the pending Paul Claflin race results, as we have just read out on your screen.
Yes, indeed, and that brings to an end our morning session.
It does indeed. That is the end of the morning session. But before we go, though, I heard the question of there was some talk of having a look at the schedule again before we end the day. So I think we'll bring that up quickly for the people who need to know the schedule for the later on of the day. I think if the disembodied voice in my head can do that for me, which is James, the producer.
Always tickles me, the disembodied voice in your head. It's our producer-director, James.
There he is there. So now we're on to the lunch break, of course. A little bit behind schedule, but of course we've managed to bring back a bit of time because of that red flag earlier. Then we go into the final heat for Junior X30 because there's so many of them. So it's a 20-minute break, so we are coming back at the same time at 2:15 for that one. Honda Cadet for their final starts at 2:30. Then at 3 o'clock it's the Bambino final. IAME Cadet final is at 3:25 as well. And then a little bit later on as well, the last couple of races that we have. Senior X30 for their final at 5:04. Mini X30 for their final at 4:25. And Junior X30 for their final at 4:55 this evening. Race 33 and the final race of the doubleheader weekend here at Larkhall. But from us here now, Tom, it's time for lunch.
It is.
I think what we'll do is we had a track walk with a local man the other day.
Zach Drummond, winner of the IAME Cadet Final yesterday.
We did indeed. He took us for a lap around this track, and I think we'll give you, for your viewing delectation, you said that word earlier, I'm going to get it out now, for you to watch during your lunch break.
Welcome to Larkhall, a fabulous circuit just a few miles south of the city of Glasgow, 7 corners in total, and home to many a racing driver's racing career in their younger ages. And potentially one future F1 driver that we may see in a few years from the city of Glasgow himself, young Zach Drummond. Zach, this is your home circuit. You've been here many a times, done thousands of laps around here. You're kind of the ideal person to take us around a lap here, I think.
Yeah, plenty of laps around here. It's a good track. It's a home, you know, it's an amazing track, so delighted to walk around here with you.
Oh, well, that's very kind of you. There we go. I'm happy to walk around with you as well. But yeah, we've got quite a long way to go, 1,140 metres. Oh, God, I'm tired already. I think we best get our walking legs on. Shall we do that?
Yep.
Let's do it. Let's go. So not far into the lap, we have reached turn number 1. Now, this is a vital corner. It's very fast. It's very, I wouldn't say it was narrow, but very tricky and complex itself. Zach, talk us round, because it's in two parts. You've got your first corner, you've got the second part of it as well, and then the long run down to the tricky new dogleg section. Talk us through it.
Well, so the first corner, come in nice and wide, and then you aim for this brick curb here. It's a flat out corner. It's probably my favourite corner of the track. It's really good, it's fast, and then you get the good run down there.
So with this harsh curb, are you taking much of it? Do you go over it a lot, or do you try to avoid it?
I go right over it, trying every lap, get through it, nice and consistent. So, yeah, to get the fastest line of possible.
I suspect it sounds horrible when you go over it. Lots of scratches and bumps and everything.
That sounds nice. It sounds, when your tyres reach your bricks, it sounds quite nice.
Oh dear. I suppose it doesn't sound nice for the mechanics, does it? Like going over it, oh no, look what he's doing to the chassis. No, I bet it's a nightmare for them.
Yeah, it's probably a nightmare. It's like, oh no, the chassis. Pay a lot of money for that one.
No, I suspect so. But, of course, a very crucial corner. Do you want to be going side by side through here, or is it definitely single file?
Single file, but it's a good moving opportunity. So it depends. Single file or side by side. It might work, it might not.
Well, let's hope it does work. But yeah, excellent stuff for the first corner. I think now we'll take a little walk and we'll head down to the dogleg section. Get my words out right. Let's go. So from turn one, we come down this little straight here into the most probably complex part of the circuit with some incredibly high curbs. I have to say, they look higher than your wheels on the kart, Zach.
Yeah, they're really big. If you hit them, then there's most likely a chance you're going to crash. It's unbelievable how big they are.
Is it kind of like a game over curb? If you hit that one, it's kind of, oh, there's no coming back from that one.
Yeah, it's a game over curb. You probably bend your axle and then it's bumpy.
How does it go? Thank you. Just wanted to reiterate on that one. Yeah, no, they're very harsh. Have you ever hit one yourself?
I don't think so. I might have once in the wet, but I try to miss them half the time.
Skilled enough to avoid them.
Yeah.
That's what we like to hear, isn't it? Yeah. So, but I mean, coming through here, what do you do? Do you try and carry as much speed as you can in this one, but then suffering that? What's sort of your technique through here?
It comes slower in, and then get faster run out, so you can get up this main straight, which is very long, and you have to get a good run out this corner here.
I say, yeah, it is quite crucial because it does flow all the way round, and again, if you do mess up this corner at all, you're vulnerable straight away into the next section, aren't you?
Yeah, it's very you're very vulnerable because it's such a long corner and it's hard to get right half the time, but it's so weird how much time you can lose or gain from getting this corner right or wrong.
I guess a great slipstream opportunity as well is key through there as well.
Yeah, great slipstream you get.
Oh, well, awesome. Well, it's a long straight. I guess we should best start walking because it's getting a bit late now, isn't it?
Yes.
Let's do it. Let's go. Now, after a very long walk, we're here at turn number 4, probably the tightest corner on the circuit. But Zach, how did we get here? Because we've missed a couple of zones. The very fast right-hander off the back straight, and the next little kink here where I'm pretty sure that drivers get a little bit of air when they go over it correctly.
Yeah, there is quite a bump there. It's like it puts you off when you come to the braking zone into this very tight corner.
Now talk to us about this corner, because again we've got another very high curb here that we're standing on. It's quite a jump down, isn't it? And it's also uphill. So again, crucial exit and a crucial part of the track, I suspect.
Yeah, you need to carry speed through, but if you go too fast through, then the exit curb there's a big curb on the edge. If you go through that, then it like puts you off and you go in the grass. So it's very hard to do because you have to go. You can't go too fast or too slow.
Again, it's one of those balance corners, really, isn't it? But when it comes to like the vital moment as well, is it a key overtake opportunity through this corner as well?
Yeah, it's really good because you have to brake so hard to get through the tight corner. You can just put up the inside and then job done. Well, you can't let them get back an undercut on the exit of the corner.
So job done. You're very confident sounding there. Job done. Yeah, we don't need to worry about them now, do we?
No.
Excellent. Well, again, do you like NASCAR?
Yeah, I've been there before in Florida.
Excellent. Well, the next corner's slightly banked. I think we should best go walk down there, shan't we?
Yeah.
So now we're at turn number 5. Now, for you NASCAR fans out there, you might like this circuit because this is some very steep banking here at Larkhall. Zach, we're at the bottom of it at the moment. I think we'll take a walk up the banking because I don't think people realise how steep it actually is. Because as you come up here, God, I'm already out of breath. But when we get to the top, Zach, God blimey, we're much higher up now, aren't we?
Yeah, it's big banking. So it's mental how they can just add this and it's okay. It's very bumpy as well.
They should have a word with the track. What did you do with it? What was wrong with the last corner? But no, this is fantastic, I think. Now, talk us through entering this point, because do you come all the way up here? Is this necessary to come up here?
Well, you try and hook the curb, and then you should get right up here, but not at this exact point. Like further along there, and then you get the run down the hill.
Have you got a good opportunity here for, say, like a slingshot move? Have you seen the film Talladega Nights?
Yeah.
Yeah, good man, good man. Yeah, so slingshot, engage sort of through here. Get your teammate, slice through, and then you shoot down the inside. Is that possible here?
Yeah, it's possible because they can go right up the bank and then you can go down at the bottom and then you could get the run down and then you're here for the next corner down there.
Now, that what you're seeing there, the classic hand signal, that is what you see in karting. So, oh yeah, that is karting talk, that is. Down the inside, that's how you do it. They're perfect, that's what you need. But yeah, this is a fantastic corner, I have to say. Adds it. It is quite bumpy on the exit, though.
Yeah, you're bouncing in the seat. I'm going to do another turn 2.
Excellent, yeah. It is quite bumpy, isn't it? But yeah, I think we'll head down there. We'll head to the final corner and we'll talk what it's all about there, shall we?
Yep.
Let's do it, let's go. So now we're at the final corner of the circuit, nearly 1,000 metres later, and yes, Zach, talk to us about the penultimate corner because the S's section, harsh curb, suspect you don't want to run out wide there, do you?
No, the first one you can, on the exit, there's stony bumps, and then you can get some air time there.
Some proper air time, like flight sim?
Yes.
Do you have flight sim?
I don't think so.
No, don't play it?
No.
Okay, fair enough. We'll leave that one then. But yeah, coming into the final corner then, very opportune move for a good overtake again. The nice final corner lunge. We see it many a times in karting, don't we, for that last-ditch opportunity to gain some places. Talk us through the corner again.
Well, coming into the corner, it's not that big of a braking zone because you've got the exit. It's nice. You just have to get inside the white line to get a good exit and then just run just on the rumble strip on the exit of the corner.
Would you say it's more of a late apex or sort of mid-apex corner?
Mid-apex corner.
Yeah, it does look like it, and it's quite downhill here as well, so you've got to watch out washing wide because, again, you've got a harsh curb on the exit and those barriers look awful close. Yeah,
they're quite close. It is downhill and that's what you have to think of when you're going round.
But yeah, as you go through, it's then the quick short run to the finish line and then hopefully a first place as well. That's what we like, isn't it?
Yeah, we do like a first place.
Are we expecting many this weekend from you?
Yes, we're expecting at least one.
At least one. Oh, I like your optimism on that one. But yeah, excellent. Well, it's been a fantastic lap on this one as well. The last bit is, of course, the finish line. But yeah, we've had a fantastic walk around this track. 1,140 metres in length, 7 corners as well. And you can catch all of that as well during the live stream. Make sure you don't miss out on it. Make sure you subscribe, like, and don't forget to hit that notification bell as well.
The name Mansell. one of the most iconic names in British motorsport. So in the build-up to this year's British Grand Prix, what better place than the Mansell Raceway in Devon, the circuit owned by 1992 Formula One world champion Nigel Mansell, to ask members of the British karting paddock what their favourite British Grand Prix memories are. So, Rob Smedley, you must have a cornucopia of British Grand Prix memories. Do you care to share a couple of your favourite ones?
Well, the two favourite ones I'm going to give you, one is from a work point of view, and the other one is from a fan point of view. And the best one from a work point of view was 2012 in Ferrari, where we didn't have the best car that season, and it was a wet, dry condition on the Sunday morning. We were wondering what to do, and even on the grid, it was a little bit damp. But we decided to go for slicks. Fernando Alonso, who, in my opinion, at that point was the greatest driver, of that bunch. He just got what Fernando needs in a situation like that. He got a sniff of a victory. He was qualified about fourth to sixth on the grid. By the time he got on the Wellington Straight, he got himself into first position, tiptoeing through them damp conditions. And then it was just awesome. It was just a Fernando Alonso masterclass. And I remember Stefano Domenicali sitting next to me saying, but we haven't got the best car, we'll never win it. I said to him, Stefano, when this boy gets in front, he's got the inch, we've given him the inch, he's going to take the yard. And he did, and he never ever looked back. It was absolutely brilliant. So my favourite British Grand Prix memory as a fan, and I have to say it's my favourite Grand Prix memory of all time, was the first time my dad took me to Silverstone. It was 1988. We had those incredible engines. I didn't know anything about Grand Prix racing. I still know very little, in fact. But I walked into the paddock. He took me to Silverstone, and I was 10, 11 years old, something like that. And we walked into the paddock, and I remember seeing that iconic 88 McLaren car whiz past, coming out of Woodcut at some ridiculous speed with a ridiculous noise, and I was just absolutely blown away. And I decided on that weekend, 11 years old, I was going to be a Formula One engineer. And it was kind of like a lifelong vocation to get there. But absolutely brilliant, and I've got such great memories of going to the British Grand Prix with my dad.
Rob, thank you so much. That's such a unique perspective, obviously winning it from the pit wall, but also, like everyone, that first time as a spectator where you got bit by the bug with your dad. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
Miles Murphy, you're going to have some fantastic British Grand Prix memories this year because some of the drivers are going to be wearing your crash helmet designs, but roll back the years a little while. What are your favourite British Grand Prix memories being there and watching it on TV?
I'd say it's like the best one to personally watch was probably when you saw Leclerc and Verstappen in 2019. That was like the first time you saw the new generation coming up, and that battle was absolutely amazing anyway. So that was the first step I thought you saw of how F1's going to the future and how it's going to be safe without Hamilton. Another I remember watching was 2011 was when last time I went there for the whole weekend, and we were at Vale where Hamilton and Mass came into the final corner and crashed each other, and you see bits of debris going into the crowd and everything. The crowd went absolutely ballistic. It's like the atmosphere there is like next level. And we've been looking at quite a few events abroad. Only Spa really ever came close. Obviously, because all the Max fans, they're all absolute lunatics, so that's the only thing there. But yeah, other ones there, I remember on TV, like 2003, that might have been the best Grand Prix Silverstone's ever had. One that Barrichello won, and there's like 15 different leaders, something like that. That was a really good race. And there's another one, a personal memory, I wasn't actually there, but my mum and dad were. They were there in 1999. Dad was a Never Michael Schumacher cap on, Mum had a Damon Hill cap. Schumacher crashed that Stowe, he broke his leg, and my dad said he took his hat off, and then Mum was laughing, bless her.
It's an iconic part of the British sporting calendar, the British Grand Prix. You're connected to it in a way that a lot of other people aren't. Who are you going to be cheering for this year's British Grand Prix?
We got George Russell, Lando, two that we've worked with since they were karting. They're up in F1, so it's quite special when you see they're using your gear and doing well there. Probably might have an outside shot, depending how the tyre wear goes. Lando might get a podium from there. And so George got just outside Q3 today for Red Bull race, so he might have a chance at Silverstone, you never know. And we do Checo's as well, so with how Red Bull look, I think Checo will be good for a podium. But yeah, it's quite cool when you see your own designs going around there. Hopefully get some good results from that. But it's one of those, you just enjoy the show, really.
Well, thank you very much, Miles. You certainly have added lots of colour to the British Grand Prix grid, both past and present. Thank you.
Probably more to come.
Mr. Richards, in your long and distinguished career in motorsport, what was your #1 British Grand Prix memory?
Well, I don't think I can categorise my number one memory. I've got lots and lots of memories. Obviously, you know, memories of when I was running the BAR team, Jensen Button on the podium and events like that. But I suppose as a family, we always used to go to Silverstone when the kids were very young. And we used to stay on the campsite, and at the BRDC campsite, and always at midnight before the Grand Prix, the kids would be out on their bicycles, and they found a way onto the circuit, and the trick was to ride their bikes round the circuit at midnight, and they'd be sort of 8, 10 years old, the same age as the karting kids here are today, and it was, that was a memory they'll always, will never forget.
It's an iconic event, it's an iconic British tradition, and some iconic memories as well for these kids in the paddock and your kids as well. Is that when you think that they got the bug bitten? Because everyone gets the bug, the bug bites them, doesn't it?
Oh, they've, you know, they've been around motor racing all their lives, but you're quite right. To be actually be part of it, right in the hub of it, to meet the drivers who are camping and staying in their motorhomes nearby, and then to ride round the circuit on a bicycle as a 10-year-old, that's something you'll always remember.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, David Richards. Ernie Salmon, you know, you've got some rich memories of the British Grand Prix. Try and tell us one or two of your favourite ones, being there in person yourself.
It's got to be, I would say, Ayrton Senna, late 80s, taking the old Cops Corner. You know, up until then, most Formula 1 cars just dipped the throttle a little bit going into Cops. Lost it a little bit, but they got through. We were all on Cops, and Senna decided to do what only Senna could do, and just went through flat out. Whether he had his eyes shut or not, we don't know. But as the car was just what we term as dancing. It was in that little space between holding on and not holding on, and went through Cops flat. The whole crowd just gasped, and then everyone just went crazy.
I mean, it must be magical to be there in person to see that, but as well as a dad to watch there with Mark and your son, who's gone on to do so much in motorsport now. I mean, that must be pretty special as a memory as well as a racing family.
Yeah, it was. I mean, my son's always adored Ayrton Senna. When sadly Ayrton Senna passed away, my son was distraught for a week. To him it was his hero, but to see him do that. And consequently, to see Senna in the wet at other Grand Prix, you know, with every Grand Prix, it always comes a special time. And when it was wet, it was always Senna's special time, because you'd see all the others batting around trying to get a time, and then all of a sudden out and just pop up, and it was almost like, okay, off I go. You'd go out, pop a time in, no one could touch, and then just go back in and dry off. He was just consummate. I think he was a consummate driver.
And there was something we were talking about a couple of years later at Silverstone for the British Grand Prix with Senna and Nigel Mansell. Of course, we're here at Mansell Raceway this year. That famous time where Mansell gives Senna a lift on the slowing down lap. Senna's car retired and Mansell gave him a lift. And there's that iconic footage of Senna, 1 foot in the cockpit, you know, there. But, you know, someone like yourself, you know, we know motorsport, and Senna wasn't waving to the crowd. There was an ulterior motive, wasn't there?
Senna was maybe a bit tired, but we all know what Senna was doing. He was looking down at the dash. He was seeing if he could find something out what made Nigel go so bloody damn fast. So he was looking at the dash, he was looking at settings, everything that was on that dash he was looking at. Yes, he was waving and being very nice, but Ayrton was very cool and calm. He knew what he was up to, and we all knew what he was up to, but for the crowd, what an amazing time.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Ernie. Miles Barthorpe, your favourite British Grand Prix memories, or maybe not memories?
Well, I was asleep, so not really much remembered, and I was very, very young as well, so nothing, I can't remember.
But this is a proper day out. You were camping with your dad. I think it was 2012. You had pit lane passes, the works. So when did you fall asleep, or what do you remember, if anything, of the day?
Well, from what my dad said, I think it was the best bits was when I was asleep. So I think when we started off watching, I was asleep. And then we went inside the paddock in the teams. Then I fell asleep then. So I look back at the pictures now and it was like, what a day, but can't remember any of it.
So you don't remember who won or anything about the day?
People have told me, but Vettel I think it was, but nope, can't remember anything.
Brilliant, well there you go. That's early night the night before a race.
Yeah. Well, I don't think I slept actually, because I slept that much that day. Probably didn't even sleep.
No problem. Thank you very much, Miles.
Thank you very much.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're fresh after the lunch break, and it's time to get the next race underway. It's the final heat of the weekend, and it's Heat 3 for the Junior X30 grid. There they are, lined up, ready to go. And I'm looking out my window, and I can see many things. I can see that Bart Harrison is there on the second row. But this will tell you exactly where all the drivers are, because it's time for the grids. Fionn McLaughlin starting on the front row with Sam Shaw alongside Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Bart Harrison on row number 2. Olivier Algieri and Archie Walker on row number 3 with Kanato Lee, who had a bit of a disaster earlier on. His kart broke down, is back there on row number 4 with Marcus Luzio alongside. Brandon Carr and Matthew Hyde on row number 5 with Aidan Lynn and Nathan Clifford on row number 6. Charlie Webb and Joseph Rippin on row 7. Finley Harrison and Harry Cottrell on row number 8. Lorenzo Cordell and David McIntyre on row 9 with Josh Agambar and Connor Duncan on row 10. Freddie Allam and Michael Ramsey on row 11 with Sienna Gordon and Kian Gohill on row number 12. Now, my compadre commentator in the box.
I've had a nightmare.
He's had a nightmare. Basically, what he was doing is, while I was reading out the grids, he thought he would quench his thirst with an IAME brew.
As has to be done in Scotland.
As has to be done in Scotland. Unfortunately, his IAME brew did not cooperate and exploded all over, one, my legs, and two,
my legs,
his legs, and the rest of the electrical equipment in front of us.
No,
luckily,
not quite. He's not quite that bad. But yeah, we've had a mare.
You've had a mare, but never mind. Anyway,
we digress.
We digress, yeah. It's the final heat of the day for Junior X30, which means after this race they'll calculate all the points calculation, and we will decide or determine who is going to be starting where for the final a little bit later on. Oh, I've left all the windows open to get some heat out, and I forgot to close them, and there's some of the noisiest karts are going. Oh, now someone hasn't left the grid quickly. It was the 54 MLC kart. Joseph Rippin, who's just left the pit lane now, albeit it took a little while to get that kart up to speed.
And we're back.
Are we sure?
Well, I am.
There's a puddle underneath your feet.
Yes, don't worry about that.
Excellent.
Ask me no questions, I tell you no lies.
Good. Right, so, are we going to get a race start first out? I know we keep saying that, of course, but it's been the main subject, really, hasn't it, as I'm stretching to close the window. It's been the main subject of false starts. They have been rife. They have been rife in the pit lane. You can just see there the MLC kart closing in of Joseph Rippin.
Just about to join in the back of the picture. There he is.
Right then. So, as we're seeing here, that looks good to me. That looks calm, cool, collected. It's when they start going on the go juice pedal.
And here we go. They're about to go for it now. Will they hold off until they're in the tram lines? Let's see. No, they're out of position already. And
green flag out.
Oh, we are green flag. Excellent. They made it up. Good.
Good stuff for the Junior X30 out of turn number 1. Good stuff from them. Everyone staying on the track.
Oh, big set for number 11.
Yeah.
Marcus Luzio.
Yeah, Luzio going straight to the back of the grid. Looked like a slight bit of contact there between the wheels. And, of course, when the wheels touch, it all goes wrong very, very, very quickly. And, unfortunately, he's now at the back of the grid. So, huge shame for Luzio for the start of his final heat. So, at the front. Rest of the field slotting into position. Everyone going defensive into the hairpin. Ooh, bit of jostling there in the mid-pack. Sam Shaw there still in second place. But the close company of that Strawberry Racing kart of Harry Burgoyne Jr. still there in third as well. Rest of the field slot through. There's the 19 whizzing past your screen. Kanato Lee hopefully has a better result this time around after that breakdown earlier on. But there we go. Change for second place because Burgoyne Jr. has got past Sam Shaw and is now into second place. You can see there Olivier Algieri there in fourth place, closing up. But yeah, good stuff from the start of this Junior X30, their final heat of the day. Ooh, a little bit wide there out of the boot section into the braking.
Burgoyne Jr., of course, hoping to have a little bit of redemption from the last corner, last lap incident in heat number 2. And hoping to make his way up through the, through Fionn McLaughlin, who's the only one in front of him now, although McLaughlin has got an 0.84 of a second lead as they came through Sector 3. What is it going to be over the line as there is chopping and changing through the last corner? It is 0.82.
It is indeed. There is Bart Harrison. You can just see there. The number 3 Kart right behind Sam Shaw as they go in. I say he was right behind him. He's right in front of him now, albeit round goes Sam Shaw. Hands up in the air and straight to the back of the grid he goes. Let's watch a replay of what happens here. Bart Harrison pulls alongside. Good move, but look at that. It's just the rear bumper latched onto the front bumper of Sam Shaw, and that unfortunately just sent him round. That was a huge shame because, of course, what he was trying to do there was to, okay, he's got the move there, get him behind and carry on going, but unfortunately they just hooked, and that's what sent him round. So that was a huge shame. I'm putting that, it's just a bit of toss and turn, really, but yeah.
Yes,
so
just
5.5 minutes to go.
One of those, Bart Harrison with that move up the inside, and now looking to make a move on Archie Walker. It is in front of him at the moment.
Indeed.
Now the front 3 have broken clear, so Fionn McLaughlin has now got almost a second lead over Burgoyne Jr. But Burgoyne Jr. bringing Olivier Algieri with him, and then there is a slight gap back to Archie Walker. Then it's Harrison, Hyde, who is kind enough to give us the onboard lap of the circuit, which you may have seen earlier. Nathan Clifford, Charlie Webb, Aidan Lynn, and Connor Duncan round out your top 10, although that is chopping and changing as well. That's the number 3 of Bart Harrison being overtaken by Archie Walker and then back again.
Yep, and Hyde follows through, and this is good driving we're seeing from Matthew Hyde here, because this is Matthew's first time here at this circuit. He is technically still one of the rookies in class also, and the fact that he's right up here in the sharp end, 6th place, this is good stuff that we're seeing from him.
Yes, indeed, and as we said, kind enough to give us the onboard lap, and this is the highest we've seen him all weekend.
Yeah, indeed. So into the boot section they go. Less than 5 minutes, 4 minutes 20 seconds plus that one additional lap. Burgoyne Jr. with the fastest lap of the race in 2nd place. The gap at 0.8 of a second from Fionn McLaughlin. Fionn had this earlier on, of course. He was pretty much dominated. You know, he kind of, I think, I'm trying to find the results from race 2, but I'm pretty sure that he got to the front and he pulled away. And
yes,
he had a pretty
relatively easy
a pretty easy first heat for him. This is, of course, his 2nd heat. Side by side, though, the 20 diving down the inside. That was Lorenzo Cordell on Brandon Carr. Brandon Carr had a good race earlier on as well. He was finishing up in 3rd. Thank you for the fanning there. But yeah, he's down the order a bit there. He's struggling a bit in this race, which is a big shame to see. There's the 48 on your screen, Aidan Lynn. He's got Connor Duncan just behind the 2 Red Waft Racing karts as they go through. Archie Walker, though, fastest lap of the race at 91.
Yes, indeed, and we should just point out DJ saying thank you for the fanning. That's because I was fanning myself with a piece of paper. And you know what they say, teamwork makes the dream work, so I thought I'd give him a little fan as well.
Well, there you go.
You have a fan. Because it is absolutely roasting in the commentary box. It's 3 degrees lower than it was yesterday in here, but humidity is about 9,000%.
Yes. That is a correct figure, that is, ladies and gentlemen at home. Across the line, then, we go. Race leaders as they stand. Fionn McLaughlin still leading comfortably from Burgoyne Jr. and Olivier. He's still there in 3rd place.
Although Burgoyne Jr. has taken a couple of tenths out of McLaughlin on that last lap. So, yes, and another fastest lap for Olivier Algieri as well. Algieri and Burgoyne possibly going to work together to try and close this gap down to Fionn McLaughlin. 2 minutes 25 plus a lap to go. We're looking here at the 32 of Nathan Clifford, who's hounding Matthew Hyde. That's not Matthew Hyde. Matthew Hyde for the blue one. Anyway, we also look at the 42 and the 19 swapping places. That is, as I look down the order, Harry Cottrell and Kanato Lee. So Kanato Lee recovering from the disappointment of heat number 2.
Indeed, yes, you are correct. Yep. There we go. So less than 2 minutes to go as we see Hyde there, the 51.
I told you it was a blue one.
Yeah, it is blue. Premium karting blue, there it is. Now he's got Archie Walker in front of him, about 0.5 of a second or so, and then he's got about a again, another 5 tenths of a second gap behind him as well. So it's a bit of a no man's land for him at the moment. What have you spotted?
What I've spotted is Algieri is now closing up onto the back, very much closing back up onto the back of Burgoyne, and Burgoyne is again closing up onto Phil McLaughlin. So the gap 0.7 as they came through sector 3. What is it going to be over the line? 0.5 now. So Burgoyne eating up the gap and bringing Algieri with him for the front 3 battle. This is really going to start closing up. Bart Harrison 1.8 seconds behind, followed by Archie Walker and Matthew Hyde. You saw just going through the shot into the boot section, out onto the back straight, back kinks, as you like, if you like, the back right-hand corner. Then the very tricky right-hander over the bump. Tricky braking into the left-hand hairpin. Very, very difficult. Kart unsettled by that bump. Then into the banked right-hand hairpin. It goes up a very steep slope and then over the washboard effect. Bum, 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 as they exit that hairpin through the right-hander, then the left, and into the final right-hand hairpin. Sorry, DJ, you gave me a funny look then, but I was just doing an impression of exactly what it feels like when you drive over those bumps.
Well, there you go. Carry on.
We've got support coming in for Reece Bennett from Reece Bennett Racing, saying, come on, Olivier, number 38. Well, Olivier is flying. Only 0.4 second, well, has dropped off slightly in that last lap from Burgoyne by a couple of tenths of a second, but Burgoyne is right there. 0.340 again, back to Algieri. So the front 3 really close together now, and it is going to go down to the final lap. Clock strikes 0, as you like to say, DJ, and we are about to enter the final lap, and Burgoyne Jr. is right there. Through the right, through the left, into the last corner. McLaughlin feeling the need to go slightly defensive, a slightly tighter line, and that's going to bring Burgoyne the closest he's been so far, 0.270 behind.
Indeed, it will be, yes. So, like I say, a little bit of defensive swerve there from McLaughlin.
And this is going to play right into Algieri's hands as well, because he was 0.4 over the line, but it's certainly not that now.
Yeah, so Algieri wanting to close up as much as he possibly can. But like you say, he's got Burgoyne Jr., very fast driver around this circuit. Again, defensive goes McLaughlin. Look how much that closed the gap now, because now he's in firing range into this next hairpin. Algieri down the inside of Burgoyne Jr. gets it done. He's going to go drive for 2 for 1. He can't quite do it. Slots back inside. Are we going to see a last lap lunge into the final corner? Look at McLaughlin hugging that inside, but they suffers on the exit. Is it going to be a run to the line? Oh, it's so close. 1, 2, 3. McLaughlin, Algieri, and Burgoyne Jr.
Yeah, McLaughlin feeling the need to go defensive and really defending fresh air into the hairpin, and that backed everybody up.
It did, yeah. So that really opened it up for those guys there, isn't it? Bart Harrison crosses the line in 4th place. Archie Walker in 5th. Charlie Webb, Connor Duncan in 7th place. Nathan Clifford in 8th, Matthew Hyde in 9th, Aidan Lynn, then it was Lorenzo Cordell, then it was Kanato Lee, Josh Agambar, then it was Finley Harrison, Freddie Allen, Brendan Carr, Harry Cottrell, Marcus Luzio, Sam Shaw, Michael Ramsey, Joseph Rippin, David McIntyre, Kian Gohill, and Sienna Gordon round out the 24-strong grid. All 24 started, all 24 finished. Right, so the disembodied voice in my ear, Mr. James Fitzhugh, has told us about the next finals, because the finals are coming up next. Now, after this one, we have finished our heats of the day.
But
now
there is a slight change to the schedule.
There could be a slight change. There is a deliberate chat going on in the pit lane about it. So it could happen, it might not happen. I'm looking in the W grid area, and all I can see is Honda Cadets. So I think the decision may have already been made. But yeah, it was potentially a swap of the Bambino Final and the Honda Cadet Final. But I'm looking in the dummy grid area, and all I can see is Honda Cadet Final. So I'm going to say,
we're going to go.
But without it being confirmed, I think it could be Honda Cadets next.
They certainly look ready to go.
They do indeed. I haven't got a final grid for it.
Do you know who I can see down there?
Who can you see?
Timo Youngling.
Well, exactly that. There we go. So we think we're going Honda, so what we'll do is we'll do a sting for you, and hopefully it will say Honda Cadet on it. Let's find out.
Okay, so we are just finally awaiting ultimate confirmation that we are going to go with Honda Cadet. As we can see, they are down on the dummy grid, as we can see, as Common Short. They are down on the dummy grid. We also have a grid.
Fresh off the press.
Quite literally
it's
off the press.
It's still hot out of the printer, this grid. Yes, it was a lot of chopping and changing. Of course, there was some protests in the previous races. And of course, Motorsport UK doing their finest. The stewards working well with the drivers there to get a decision made. And yes.
I would just give a mention from Harry Friel. Oh, sorry. Let's do the grids first, then we'll get to Harry Friel.
There we go. So, Noah Wolf starting on pole position after all of those heats that they've had over the weekend, with Timo Jungling alongside Cole Denham and Joshua Graham on row number 2. William Murphy and Kenzo Craigie on row 3, with Max Cuthbert and Harrison Whitcomb on row number 4. Aris Majukas and Albert Friend, on row number 5. Leon Hasty and Jack West on row 6. Jarrett Clark and Luca Holmes-Ballack on row 7, with Lucas Blanford and Noah Pikes on row 8. Oscar Tumulty and Kai Clark on row 9, with Gregor Reed on row 10, with Thomas Spearing alongside. Then it's Owen Neve, Harley Musk on row 11, Noah Barham and Lewis Islin on row 12. Rounding out the grid on row 13 is Max Endicott, and they're all lined up ready to go.
And we should also point out as well, for my own personal benefit more than anything else, standing start.
Standing start, always remember.
Just so I remember.
Just
standing
so you remember.
start.
Standing start.
Harry Friel got in touch with us via the YouTube comments.
Yep.
Thank you very much, Harry Friel, for getting in touch. And likewise, anybody in the entire world can get in touch via the YouTube comments. If you're watching live, I must say, if you're watching back on catch up, then we won't be able to read your comments out.
No.
However, Harry Friel got in touch, said, good luck to my teammates in Honda Cadets, Owen and Noah from CHDD. I'm not sure what CHDD stands for, but thank you very much anyway. That will be Noah Pikes and Owen Neve going off in, I haven't actually got positions for them. Where have we got? Owen Neve starting 21st, and Noah Pikes starting 16th.
There we go. Right, well, up there, and we're already seeing a kart facing the wrong way on the back straight. Who is that as it gets closer, ever closer? Is that Mr. Majuskas? It is indeed Aris Majuskas. He went for a spin. You could tell it was him, thanks to the eyes on his helmet. Very distinctive helmet.
Do you know what? I was actually going to talk about those as well, because do you know where those eyes come from?
Where do they come from?
They're actually, I believe, I don't know whether this is the same case for Aris, but there is an academy of motorcycle riders in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And it goes back way back, about 20 or so years, maybe even more than that, where if you drive for this academy, much like we have karting teams here, they have a motorcycle team, and if you have driven for that team, you get to have the eyes on your helmet. No one else in the motorcycling world is allowed to use those eyes on the helmet.
Oh, well, there you go.
Well, that's, I believe, where the inspiration for the eyes on Aris's helmet came from. However, I stand to be corrected, because I'm making an assumption based on previous knowledge.
Oh, goodness me. There's contact at the back of the grid there. I know I'm not allowed to say that word, but the 21 and the 15 had it coming together. But it's just, I'm not sure what caused that one. I think just the sun is getting to it. It's quite hot here, and I just think it's the end of the day. It's the final now, of course. This is where all the drivers are just getting themselves into position. Richard M. joins the stream saying, go, 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 Lucas Blanford, top privateer. Indeed, sir, you are correct. Top privateer,
yes,
Lucas Blanford. He has had a sterling run so far this weekend.
Lucas Youngling already pointing way to the left, making his intentions of what he's going to do off the start very, very clear.
Oh, yes. We all know that they're going to dive to the inside here, these Honda Cadets. They always do it without fail at any circuit, no matter what way the corner goes. Green flag up at the back. It's the first final of the Sunday. It's the first final for Honda Cadet. Here we go then, lights out, and we are away. 15 minutes plus 1 lap, and already karts getting jostled off onto the grass in the background there, but it's a good start from the front. Wolf leads the race as the 20 gets nerfed out slightly wide there on the exit. That was Noah Pikes, but he gets back on the track and they all carry on. Into the boot section they go, and it's all close, chopping and changing, but nobody coming a cropper. They all get out of the boot nice and safely.
Lovely to see. Honda Cadets, as always, providing with fantastic action. Timo Youngling around the outside of the very tricky right-hander, coming down the hill as well. And we've got contact going into the hairpin. I know I shouldn't say the contact word.
We always say,
number 10 of Max Cuthbert was involved. Unfortunately, I missed the other numbers, but Max Cuthbert definitely involved in that. Accordion effect of closing up into the brakes.
Yeah, Albert Friend, the 91, was involved in some of that at the infield hairpin. His front nose has gone slightly skew, but down the inside goes the number 4 of Graham and Cole Denham and gets up into 3rd place. And where's Youngling gone? Youngling's gone down to 4th. So Graham now is in front of Youngling. What does that potentially mean for the championship? Well, what we can do is we can find out in a moment, because we can bring up the championship standings at some point during this race. We'll find out after a couple of laps, but we'll find out where it stands.
And there is that nose missing, or issues for, was it Albert Friend?
Was indeed, yeah.
Yes, Albert Friend, yes. So having, well, some
technical difficulties.
Yes, I was trying to think of the words there to describe it. Yeah,
there we go. But, like we say, Wolf leading the way at the moment. Not comfortably, because he's got Cole Denham right there behind him, his Synergy Racing teammate. 1-2 as they go through, and the number 4, Joshua Graham, still there in 3rd. 1-2-3, then it is William Murphy. So it's Synergy 1-2, Ambition 3-4, and then Timo Youngling for SFR Motorsport is still there, 5th place, and you can see him on the orange livery, green suit, very distinctive driver. He's still there in 5th place. As they go through now, the train starting to form and get ready for these 2 or these 4 to work together, because of course now you've got the 2 teammates nose to tail. Oh, Albert Friend, technical flag. I thought I saw his NASA panel going skew-if. So yeah, that's confirmed it. He's going to have to come in. Hopefully they can get that repaired and back out, but yeah, if they can't, that's going to be a big shame for his final here at Larkhall. Like I was saying, yeah, you'll see them work together. I don't think you'll see these guys battle for much all the way through this race, because of course you've got the 2 teammates nose to tail, and 2 teammates nose to tail again in 3rd and 4th. So yeah, it will just be Noah's Ark all the way through this race until of course it gets to the last couple of minutes, and then all will go around.
Well, I would actually like to give a shout out to our 2nd place driver at the moment, Cole Denham, who has been getting faster and faster all weekend, moving further and further up the grid, and has found well, he's taking up the 2nd place out of the top 2 at the moment, right at the right time.
Exactly that.
11.5 minutes plus a lap to go still though, and everybody pretty much nose to tail in the top 7.
There we go. So as they go through, again, no position changes. Everyone's staying the same. Concertina effect coming in. And like I say, we've got 4, 5, 6, 7 drivers all in this front pack, all leading. And then a little further behind, it's Leon Hasty, the S-plate, Harrison Whitcomb, Aris Matuskas, of course, after his spin. But of course, because it was a standing start, could get back and slot into his right spot. So that was lucky for him. Luke Holmes-Ballack there still in 11th place, and it's Jarrett Clark. He's up 1 position in 12th. Thomas Spearing up 7 places in P13. Good stuff for him. Lucas Blanford as well, privateer in 14th place at the moment, up 1 position. Oscar Tumulty in 15th place. Then it's Lewis Isling, Jack West, Kai Clark, Owen Neve, Noah Barham. Then it's Gregor Reed, Noah Pikes, Max Endicott, Harley Musk, and Albert Friend, who of course has retired through a technical difficulty.
Timo Youngling has just made a pass for 4th place from William Murphy. Got great drive out of turn 1 into the boot section. And then into the boot section and carried that momentum then through the corner and managed to get up the inside long before the right-hand turn.
Now this has shaken things up, because of now, of course, 2 Ambition drivers have been separated by an SFR guy. So now that means that they may become frenemies, or they may not. They may just become enemies in this one, and they might just go for those lunges. You can see there the hand signals coming up left, right and centre saying, come on, let's work together, let's close the gap. I suspect they probably will work together, because of course they're all actually, they're probably more intelligent than both me and you combined, I have to say.
When it comes to racing.
When it comes to racing,
yes,
definitely. Oh, Kenzo Craigie, the 44, 5-second time penalty. That is a huge shame for him. Where is Kenzo Craigie at the moment? Oh, he's in 6th place for Ambition Motorsports, and that's going to drop him way down the order, probably to around 18th, 17th.
And what we should point out is as well that you will see with these Honda Cadets, as William Murphy does the exact same to Timo Youngling as was done to him on the previous lap. But what we will see is sign language from these drivers, essentially communicating with each other. Of course, they don't have any radios, they can't talk to each other through their helmets. So what you will see is a tap of the helmet, and it's up to the person behind to decide what that actually means. Normally it means think or work with me, or let's go faster, let's not overtake each other. But normally to the driver behind, what it actually means is send it straight up the inside of me. Because that's exactly what happens. They will not work together. They will leave the door open. The person in front will leave the door open, and the person behind will go for the move. And that unfortunately, is Albert Frenny.
Now, that looks like he may have had his kart repaired, and he's waiting for the last kart to pass, and he's going to get given the go-ahead, and he rejoins the circuit now, albeit stone dead last 3 laps down.
However, points. Potentially.
Well, if he can get 3 laps back on everyone and get up into the points...
You never know, DJ.
It could happen.
You never know.
Could happen.
That's why it's always worth going out there.
8.5 minutes plus the 1 additional lap. We're still here looking at the lead battle at the moment. We see it every time in the Honda Cadet Finals. We always get that long train of karts all the way through this race, and they always, at the last couple of laps, never disappoint, and then we can't keep up with ourselves.
Indeed, and Wolf is still leading the way. And it's pretty much as you were. So we've got Wolf from Denon, from Graham, Youngling, Murphy, then Craigie, Cuthbert, Hasty, Whitcomb and Holmes Black are your top 10. Biggest mover so far is Lewis Islin. 11 places gained and up to 13th place. What are you looking at him here in this second group?
Yes, we are.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Couldn't quite get onto the 13th place there of Lewis Islin, but yes, that would be Lewis Islin, made up 11 places so far. Thomas Amin Spearing has made up 9 places as well and is in P11. So well done to him.
Yep, good stuff for that then. 7 minutes 20 seconds to go. There is Timo Youngling, the number 8, there in not 4th place anymore. As I say, he's dropped back to 5th now. So the Ambition Motorsport karts now again line astern. Over the curbs they go, and starting the lap once more.
Murphy and Youngling seem to be doing the Tour de France style relay.
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Almost working together to use that slipstream rather than hold each other up.
William Murphy, fastest lap of the race from 4th place. So there we go. They've got the pace. Now it's just to get the place.
Oh, I like that one.
Oh, that's good.
That's a great one.
I like that.
Got the pace, now get the place.
There you go. Going to use that.
I love it.
Copyright, that's mine. There we go. Someone probably already said it many, many years ago, so yeah, we'll never know. 6 minutes 20 seconds to go then. Let's have a rundown of the grid then as it stands after 8 laps of racing in the Honda Cadet Final. Noah Wolf, as we're seeing, leading the way comfortably at the moment as we just see Timo Youngling get past William Murphy. So he's back up into 4th place. If he keeps doing that, they're going to keep falling behind. They're going to lose this league group. So they need to just think of what they want to do and
readjust their Tour de France tactics.
Yeah, and stick with it. Cole Denham in 2nd place, and it's Joshua Graham. Timo Youngling now in 4th place. William Murphy in 5th. Kenzo Craigie in 6th place, but he has got his 5-second time penalty, so he's got to watch out for that one. Max Cuthbert in 7th place, then it's Leon Hasty in 8th place on the S plate, then it's Harrison Whitcomb in 9th, Thomas Spearing in 10th place, up 10 positions so far. He's had a cracking final so far. Lewis Islin as well, the number 5, he's up 13 positions in 11th place. Again, great final from him. Aris Majuskas has been struggling. He's down 3 spots at the moment, but still holding on and is in 12th place and is having a good run so far. He's right behind his teammates, so he's getting a nice tow now. Jarrett Clark in 13th place with Luca Holmes-Ballack alongside. Then it's Oscar Tumulty in 15th place, up 2 positions. Jack West in 16th place. Then it's Lucas Blanford in 17th place. Owen Neve in 18th, up 3 positions. And Noah Baring in 19th, up 4. Then it's Gregor Reed in 20th. Then we round out the grid of Kai Clark, Noah Pikes, Harley Musk, Max Endicott, and the recovering Albert French.
Yes, indeed. And we had a 5-second penalty pop up there, but it went up so quickly I actually missed who it was for.
So it was for the 28, I will say.
28 will be
Luca Holmes-Ballock for Synergy Racing in 14th place. So that's a huge shame for Luca. For his final again.
So we are very much in the mid-race lull at the moment. Everybody just working together.
Yeah, just working together.
Push each other along.
Yeah, they're just trying to open that gap up big enough from behind, so when it comes to the scrap, they've got nice clear air, but just between themselves. I say it because look at that, Timo Youngling trying to go back down the inside of Joshua Graham.
And Graham left him room as well, which was very kind of him, and Youngling accepts the opportunity and goes straight through.
He does.
At turn 1.
So Youngling now up into 3rd place. He's separated the group up only just. Of course, they'll now work together to close that group back up. So Youngling deciding that he is slightly faster than the 2 Ambition drivers and wants to get in front to try and close that gap up for the best opportunity. And I think that that's well timed, I think, at the moment, because with 3 minutes 40 seconds to go, it's nearing that time. Here's a little look further back. That's Leon Hasty that we're seeing with Harrison Whitcomb and Thomas Spearing.
And it was Kenzo Craigie who was actually off the road there, bouncing down the grass.
Craigie, of course, with the 5-second time penalty at the moment, so he's obviously on paper not going to finish in this position, but at the moment on track he will. Hasty leading from the 10 of Cuthbert.
Oh, Youngling having a look up the inside, so he's already closed that gap up, brought the other 2 with him behind. So it's now a pack of 5 again, rather than a 1, 2, and then a 3, 4, 5. It's now a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Exactly that again, quick maths.
Oh, here we go, and Youngling having a look up the inside again with great drive out of the boot section. We've seen this a few times from Youngling. This seems to be his favoured overtaking move into this right-hander, so down the straight, down the right, long sweeping right-hander. It's basically a straight. It's certainly flat out, and then into that tricky right-hander. So we will see if Youngling can pull that off next time. And in fact, he has gone through into 2nd. So change in the order.
So change at the front.
Oh, and immediately down to 5th.
Oh, so yeah, whatever.
So it's all kicking off a bit early here in Honda Cadets.
Well, it is, yeah. 2 minutes to go. All that effort the Youngling made, he's now lost again. So that's, of course, good news for Graham and Murphy. They're now back up into 3rd and 4th. And again, deciding decisions. But at the sharp end, Wolf and Denham, absolutely nothing. Not even heard a peep from them. They've just been working together. As far as they're concerned, they're probably thinking that, oh, we'll have a massive gap behind us. Well, but they don't.
I think Denham was affronted by the fact that Youngling tried to make an overtake and immediately demoted him back to 5th place.
Well, yeah.
Just to counter the insult. Yeah. How dare you slide in between the 2 of us?
Maybe so. Into the hairpin they go. Then there's the next group behind. Now, because they keep scrapping like that as well, we've got to keep an eye on that group as well. So, obviously, the top 5 of Wolf, Denham, Graham, Murphy, and Youngling. And then they've got the next group of 4, Cuthbert, Hasty, Craigie, and Whitcomb. They, at the moment, are around about 2.5 seconds to 3 seconds behind. There is the next group. 1 minute to go. And there you go.
Hasty up the inside.
There we go, and Craigie tries to follow as well. So despite the fact that they're not gaining on the next group, they're still scrapping away. So they need to stop doing that. They need to start to think about it, get into that position and start chasing, because as soon as they get to this sharp end, which we are getting close to, so get ready, folks. Strap yourselves in, because I suspect this race is very much not over yet. It's been the lull. They've just been waiting. The fireworks are coming very soon. It's just waiting to see when Wolf starts defending. As soon as you see Wolf go defensive, that's when it all starts.
Absolutely, and like you say, if the 4 behind, as Youngling goes up the inside of Murphy once again, so Youngling now back onto the, has managed to catch up to the back of this group and is now starting to make his way back through.
Indeed, so out of the final
corner. Cross the line, so there will be 2 more laps to go.
Right, there we go. Look over the shoulder from Wolf. Straight away, Denham gets that move done, or he gets past. by Graham. So Graham now moves up into second place. Now it's all kicking off because look how quick it's gone down now. Because
down to fifth instantly.
Yeah, instantly. That's how quick it happens in Honda Cadet. Blink and you will miss it. Last lap board will come out this time. Keep an eye on that gap because it was 3 seconds. Keep an eye on it. It is still 3 seconds at the moment, but watch what it will be at the end of this because as soon as they start to see them scrapping, that's when they go. Timo Jungling
there we go,
to the
defensive
inside
from Wolf.
Yep, Wolf defensive. This is where it's all going to kick off, but last lap board will be out this time.
Yes, indeed, and Wolf not feeling the need to go defensive that time, but Graham and Jungling did, and I think Jungling got a little bit caught out with the up and under, and ran slightly into the back of Graham there.
He did indeed. Now that has really opened it up for Noah Wolf because he has just disappeared now. This is excellent for him because it's last lap time and he's got a 1.2 second advantage into the final lap. This has gone dreadfully wrong for Timo Jungling, who's now battling fiercely with the rest of the win. He is. He's given up now. Now he's going to have to battle with the rest of them. And now that's allowing the group behind. It was 3 seconds before. Oh, it's only 2 seconds now. They're taking a whole second out of them and they're closing in. That's Kenzo Craigie at the front of that pack now as they come through. There's your race leader at the moment. There is second, third, fourth and fifth on your screen. For the terms of the championship, this is good for Jungling because now he's still in front of Graham. There is a 5-second time penalty for Josh Clark as well. That is a huge shame as they go through. I think it's Josh Clark.
Jarrett Clark.
Jarrett Clark, sorry. As they go through.
As you said, DJ, the other group has now caught up to the back of this.
They have indeed. So there we go. That's how quick it can all go very quickly indeed. Into the final corner, though, we go. Here comes Noah Wolf, and it's going to be a final win in the Honda Cadet for himself. And Jungling crosses the line in first place with William Murphy crossing in third place. Joshua Graham crosses in fourth. Cole Denham in fifth place, and Kenzo Craigie, albeit with the 5-second time penalty, finishes in sixth place. Leon Hasty seventh, Max Cuthbert eighth, Thomas Spearing in ninth, and Harrison Whitcomb in 10th.
And following on from that, in P11 was Lewis Islin, biggest mover of the race, 13 places up. So well done, Lewis, for your efforts in that one. Then it was Jarrett Clark, although carrying the 5-second penalty. Aris Majalskis with the eyes on the helmet, finished P13. Jack West, Owen Neve, Luca Holmes-Ballack, Oscar Tumilty, Noah Barham, Noah Pikes, Lucas Bluntford, Gregor Reed, Kai Clark, Harley Musk and Albert Friend were your finishers. Only one non-finisher was Max Endicott. And unfortunately we didn't see what happened to Max Endicott. Yes, so moving on. So that's your first final of the day. All done and dusted. So there will be a Bambino final straight after, for which I am trying to find our sheets on Bambinos. Here we go. Still waiting on a grid for our Bambinos, so we won't need to worry about that. But yes, very much looking forward to a Bambino final now. We will hand down to DJ very shortly in the pit area, who will have an interview with our front three from Honda Cadet. So that will be Noah Wolf, Timo Jungling and William Murphy. So yes, Austin Newstead in Bambino set a 1:11.54 yesterday. And we have we gone quicker today? Yes, we have. Otis Cleary with a 1:11.18, so another 4/10 quicker. So that was Austin Newstead set an outright lap record here at Larkhall. Okay, I'm going to pass over to DJ.
Well then, we hadn't really got to the drivers yet, have we? We've still got to what? Cameraman, watch where you're stepping. Don't want to trip over any Honda Cadets, but here we go. Here's our top three. Mr. Wolf, here we go. Here you are. Let's get you here. Right. Come. Stand. Mr. Wolf, a final race win. Oh, that was a close race all the way throughout. You had the company of your teammate right behind you all the way through the race, but come to the last lap, you got it, and by some way as well.
Yeah, I got a bit lucky that they started battling behind and I got a gap, and yeah.
opened it up, and you've had obviously a very busy weekend so far. You've been racing in both the Honda and the IAME Cadet class. You've got your IAME final a little bit later on as well today. Hopefully looking for the same result?
Yeah, hopefully. I'm getting a bit unlucky in the IAME so far, so hopefully it's my time now.
Well, it's your time definitely now with the race win in the Honda Cadets, isn't it? So anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad and my team and all my sponsors for getting me here.
Well, excellent stuff. Noah Wolf, well done on a race win.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. Race winner there for Honda Cadet. Let's get Mr. Timo Youngling in. Timo, come on this side for me. So, again, tough race on that one. You know, you were in 5th place for the majority of it. You get yourself up into 3rd. You come back down into 5th again. You all had to do all that hard work again. But, yeah, talk us through it from your point of view.
Yeah, it was a quite hard race. At the couple last laps, I overtook some Cole Denham, Joshua Graham and William Murphy. Then, like, the last lap, I just started defending the whole time. Yeah, and I took 2nd.
Well, yeah, no, it looked like a very tough race, of course. You know, with you battling out there, just with that last lap, it couldn't quite catch up to Noah Wolf because, of course, just with that scrapping away, it was a tough old race, but I have to say a very well done because that looked like a very tough race. I'm sure you can be very happy with the 2nd place. And plus, as well, in terms of the championship, you finished 1st in front of Joshua Graham, and, of course, that's important because there's only 2 points separated than you, isn't there?
Yeah, I think this weekend was quite good for the championship, extended my lead again, and yeah.
It's all good, isn't it? Well, excellent results, 2nd place, very well done.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there from Timo Youngling. Let's have a chat with our 3rd place man. Where is he? Mr. Murphy, there we go, well done. So, from your point of view, again, what a race that was because you had your teammate as well alongside. You had Synergy and Ambition 1, 2, 3 and 4 all the way through that, but then it all went a bit at one point, but a 3rd place, what a great result.
Yeah, I'm like to thank my teammate. He helped me a lot in that, and I feel bad for him right now. But yeah, when Timo went up his inside, I followed through and had to defend the rest of the race. And it's a shame Noah got a gap because we probably could have gotten past him. And yeah, but decent result overall.
Excellent. And anyone you'd like to thank, of course, for this race weekend?
I'd like to thank my teammate Josh and my Danny in my team for the hand signals throughout the race, and my dad for mechanicking.
Excellent stuff. We've done a great job with you, finishing 3rd place on this one. A great result for your weekend here at Larkhall.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there from William Murphy. Well, that's our top 3 for that one. Plenty more finals coming up because it's now time for the Bambinos.
Oh, well done, DJ, for getting down there so quickly and for catching your breath during the interviews as well. Good job. Please keep your comments coming in on YouTube. If you are on YouTube, please keep them coming in. We will endeavour to give them a shout out. We have had Lisa Shearer who's been in touch and said, "Let's go, Max Tadai, Bambino number 66." Well, you're about to see him. He's about to go out, and we also saw William Murphy saying thank you for the hand signals. Now, what that means is there is usually somebody down on the pit wall, a driver supporter or mechanic or something like that, will be down there, and they will give the most bizarre hand signals you will ever see. It's nothing like sign language. It's normally something that looks like you're trying to thread something or something like that, or move the gap closer, or so hand signals to that effect. It means absolutely nothing because the drivers are already going as fast as they possibly can. Yes, I'm sure William Murphy is paying full attention to them, but usually it doesn't make much of a difference. However, if you do want to be a karting mechanic, there are only a couple of stipulations. One is you need to own a pair of shorts. 2, you need to have a skin fade. And that's about it. You can be a kart mechanic. Come and get yourself involved. If not, if you don't want to be a kart mechanic, please come and be a marshal. We are always looking for marshals. Motorsport UK, and you can register with Motorsport UK to become a marshal, and a very important job that they do, and we thank them all from the bottom of our hearts for allowing us to go racing, because without those guys we couldn't be here, not safely anyway. So thank you to the marshals. So we will get going for Bambinos. However, we are still awaiting a grid.
As the professional, I am. Forgot to unmute my microphone. We are getting that in just a moment.
Good. Good.
Hot off the press. See there some of the...
Oh, and I've been told to say, by Lisa, it's say it as Max today. Today, not today.
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 Yeah, today. I say Taddy.
Well, thank you.
That's what I say.
Well,
so I guess that's wrong.
We're wrong, because Lisa has now corrected us and say it's Tad A.
Today, yeah.
Tad A.
Today. Okay. Max Tad.
Thank you, Lisa.
Excellent.
Right, so we digress. Oh, if you can hear that rustling, that's not thunder in the distance.
It's the grid on the piece of paper.
It's the sound of a sheet of paper being rustled.
So, on that subject, let's talk about the grid, if we have it. Oh. Not yet, I'm told, the disembodied voice in my head. In about 10 seconds we'll have the grid, the disembodied voice in my head says.
However, I can see some carts in order. Would that be a grid?
It would be a grid now appearing on your screen. Let's talk about it then, shall we? Because it's final time for the Bambino class, and here they are lining up. Max Gilman on the front row with Austin Newstead alongside Grayson Worthley and Otis Cleary in row number 2. Austin Oman and Jack Baker on row 3 with Joshua Griffin and Colby Patterson on row 4. Josh Cormack and Maximilian Aberhart on row number 5 with Max Tadej and Fraser Anderson on row number 6. Charlie Munns and Harper Das on row 7 with Drew Davidson and Harry Neeson on row 8. Rounding out the grid on row 9 is Amelia DL.
I've just realised we've only got 5 races to go today.
We do.
Well, how quickly has this gone?
I know.
It's very, very fast.
It does. It's a quick blink and you'll miss this championship. That's why you've all got to view live. If you don't, you miss out.
Yes, indeed. What we should like to point out is Otis Cleary, as well, as I was mentioning just before we handed down to DJ. We had a new outright lap record by Austin Newstead set yesterday of a 1:11.54, but that has been obliterated today by Austin Cleary with a 1:11.18, so 0.4 of a second quicker. Fantastic.
Excellent.
Otis Cleary starting 4th for the final as well.
Yeah.
We'll look to see what Otis can do here in the final. Certainly got the pace. New outright lap record, Otis Cleary.
Yep. That was Amelia DL you saw there in the bright pink car, pink helmet, pink suit. You can't miss her. She's right there in the number 21. There we go, lined up. Standing start, of course, for this one. Look at that, the front marshal saying he's got to be straight. He can't be pointing in the wrong direction. As much as they try it, they can't do it. You can just see there Otis in the background having a quick few words of warning there. Words of wisdom from, I'm guessing that's Dad. In the background.
Yes, possibly, but definitely getting,
parents being told
the
to
words
clear.
of support, as you say.
Being told to clear. Thumbs up from the front. We'll get the green flag at the back. And as soon as we get that, we will be going racing for the Bambino final. It's race 29. We're on the grid with them. It's 4 red lights, lights out, and off they go. Good start from the front. Clean getaway from Max Gilman as one of the carts already goes pirouetting off the scene of the crime, and it was the 16.
That was Austin Oman.
Oh, that's a disaster for Austin, and he's now at the back of the grid, albeit now facing the correct direction and hunting the main pack down.
Otis Cleary, despite our big ups, if you like, at the start of the race, has actually had a terrible start.
That is a massive shame, so he's going to have to work through that one very quickly.
About 10th or 11th at the moment, unfortunately, for Otis.
Here at the front, though. First, second, third on your screens as they appear. They whiz past in towards turn 3. There you can see the recovering 16 there. Behind the Amelia DL, back with the race leaders, the 50 leading the way. Max Gilman at the moment, the 74 of Newstead there in second place, the 70 of Worthley there in third. And working strong at the moment as they go down into the S's. And line astern, not much action at the time being. Again, they're all calculating it in their heads, working with that momentum. down the start-finish straight, across the line. Here's how they line up. Gilman, Newstead, Worthley, Patterson, Griffin, Baker, Today. Then it's Cormac, then it's Abrahart, Cleary, Das, Neeson, Munns, Anderson, Davidson, Oman and DL. All karts still running, 10.5 minutes plus that one additional lap. Through the boot they go, no overtakes, down the back straight, all line astern. As we watch them whiz past. So side by side though at the front for second place though, because Worthley tries to go the long way round on Newstead. Can he get it done as they disappear out of shot? Looking out the window there, seeing no, he couldn't quite do it. He stays behind, so Newstead still in second place. Little action further behind as well, because it was Otis Cleary who tried to go with the long way around as well. There you can see the number 22 diving down the inside of the 12. That's Josh Cormac. Yes. Gets that done as well.
Colby Patterson scrubbing off a lot of speed coming out of the hairpin as well, and that cost him 2 places.
Exactly that. So 9.5 minutes plus that one lap. Back round the final corner. There's your race leaders on screen. And through turn 1 they go. Single file all the way. Lots of support at the side from parents.
And Austin Oman has made a couple of places up already. And Otis Cleary as well is up to 9th.
There we go. Change for the lead though. Austin Newstead down the inside of the boot section. Gets past Max Gilman nice and cleanly. Max now in second place and under slight pressure from Worthley as they close up. Then they've opened up a bit of a gap now to the next group behind, because it's Jack Baker, Joshua Griffin and Colby Patterson who are line astern as well in 3rd, 4th and 5th place. There they are, those three, and it's side by side between the 24 and the 17. Patterson getting nerfed out slightly wide from Baker. Baker managing to get through.
It was Patterson actually that came out on top of that little tussle. But yes, side-by-side action. And that all started the lap before when Patterson scrubbed all that speed off coming out the hairpin. It's taking him a lap now to get back up to speed and get back to where he should be.
Exactly that. Through the banking they go. Round into the S's. Down the inside. There's the number 48. Charlie Munns on your screen. White helmet, black suit. Back here at the front though. Big look over the shoulder there from Joshua Griffin, just knowing where his rivals and competitors are. Otis looking like he wanted to go for a move down the inside of that next kink there, but that's an incredibly difficult move to do. Defensive goes Newstead into the boot. Unnecessary because he's got a bit of an advantage already. Grayson with the fastest lap of the race, that time in the 73rd place, and he's putting that to effect. Side by side as they head down the back straight in towards there. Can't quite do it. Slots back into 3rd place. Rest of the field sliding through, as well as Otis Cleary on the outside of the 12 plate of Josh Cormac. Tried to get past and successfully does so. And someone else follows it too. Was that Maximilian Aberhart?
We got 3 round. The 95 in avoidance, the 12 and the 61. So the 61 was the initial spinner.
I tell you what,
that was Maximilian Aberhart.
Hold your breath there, because well done to those young drivers for avoiding that at the hairpin. I have to say, my hat's off to them. Incredibly skilled driving as they go around that tight corner there. That's definitely shuffled it slightly up there.
Yes, it has indeed, and it was, as we said, a couple of spins in avoidance more than anything. We will get them over the line. So it was Josh Cormac who looked to have come off the worst in that one. He's dropped down to 16th place.
Jack Baker now fastest lap of the race with a 1:11.230 in 5th place for him at the moment. So after that coming together and tussle at the hairpin, Austin Newstead now leads from Max Gilman, Grayson Worthley, then it's Joshua Griffin, Jack Baker, Max Tadej now up into 6th place, then it's Colby Patterson, Otis Cleary, then it's Austin Oman in 9th place, Harry Neeson rounding out now in 10th place up 6 positions, then it's Drew Davidson, Maximilian Aberhart, Harper Das, Charlie Munns, Fraser Addison, Josh Cormac and Amelia DL. That's what they look like. We look here now on your screens at the top 3 still. Newstead from Gilman from Worthley. Otis Cleary down the inside though of the 24 of Colby Patterson. Gets that job done almost, because now he's side by side there with the 66 of Max Tadej. Can't quite do it. He sorts back into position. Good driving from Otis.
Indeed, yeah, very good driving from Otis. And we've got a warning flag for Austin Newstead, our race leader. Not sure what that was for, something that was possibly off camera. But yes, Otis Cleary making his way back up through the field now after that terrible start in P6. But Jack Baker with the fastest lap of the race so far, and he's only half a tenth off the outright lap record. So even in the final, these Bambinos going as fast as the outright lap record.
Yeah, they definitely are so indeed. 5.5 minutes plus that one additional lap.
Oh, three
wide for the race lead, because the 70 of Worthley has gone round the outside of Max Gilman and has moved up into second place. A 5-second time penalty has gone out to Max Abrahart. That is a huge shame. So that's he's going to drop down a fair few positions, I suspect, after that one. 5 minutes left. Newstead still leads now from Worthley, from Gilman, and the 33 plate is almost trying to get past the 17 of Jack Baker. So Joshua Griffin looking to make a move. Can't quite do so, I believe. I think he stays behind. So it's still all action at the front here as our front 3, 4, 5 karts make their way back past the start-finish line.
Yes, indeed, and we've got the 50 of Gilman having a good look around the outside there of Wortley. Into the boot section they go. Again, in fact, through and now into the boot section they go. And again, Wortley having a look, Gilman having a good look at Wortley. And as we've said before, with these Bambinos, all about momentum.
Oh,
the
yes.
second you come off the throttle, it takes forever to get those revs back up again. With these small engines and the carburetors and the way that they're set up to work, as Wortley now goes around the outside of Newstead and takes the lead through that very tricky right-hander, through the kink, over the bump, into the hairpin. Ooh, a big slide on the exit there, and that scrubbed off a lot of speed for Wortley. Got himself a little bit excited again into the front, and that's going to allow Newstead straight back up the inside.
Yes, indeed, you are correct. And who's that who's gone through? His rear number has disappeared, but it's the bright fluorescent yellow of Griffin, as you said. Yeah, Joshua Griffin, who managed to get past as well, moves up now just behind the 70 of Worthley. Across the line they go into third place, and
that was the thing with Wortley. Hit the front and then immediately dropped back to 4.
He did indeed, yeah. So it's getting very close now at this front. They're all working wild here. Defensive again goes the 33 of Griffin as Max Gilman tries to go the long way round at the boot and successfully does so. And now gets back in front of Griffin. So Gilman now up into P3 once more and hunting down that top 2, because they are now about to go side by side down the back straight, and they do so again. Newstead defensive. Round the outside goes Worthley. Worthley does it. Worthley now takes the lead through the right-hand kink of turn 3 as they go now into the infield hairpin. Again, defensive goes the 74 of Newstead. Unnecessary again once more. They stay in position as they exit now to the banking.
Yes, indeed. And up the inside, Newstead in the 74. Not going to allow Wortley to go around the outside. And in fact, though he tried to go around the outside, that's going to cost him 2 places.
It has indeed. That's cost him many, many places as they go through. It's all kicking off here at the front, and that's allowing the rest of the field now to catch up as well. With these 5 scrapping away, Colby Patterson, Otis Cleary, Max Tadde, and Maximilian Abrahart, albeit with that 5-second time penalty, are now closing in on this front 5 here. So as they go through, 2 minutes left to go, plus that 1 additional lap. Once again, side by side for the lead. Defensive is Newstead. Max Gilman on the outside. Can't repeat his manoeuvre he did earlier. Oh, a spin for the 17 goes round. Jack Baker spins at the boot, and he's going to go down the order there. Now that is a huge shame for him. The rest of the field slot through, but drama at the front, because it's side by side now for the lead between Newstead and Gilman once more, but no positions gained through there.
I wonder if Baker was slightly put off by Griffin, who was out onto the grass. 2 wheels on the grass, and I wonder whether that, obstructed him slightly, or obstructed his vision ever slightly.
They could have done.
And caused him to go around.
They could have done. We don't know. So many things go through these Bambinos drivers' heads. We just don't know what they are. My experience at this age was running around my living room with the pants on my head. That was my experience. But not these drivers. They're racing drivers, aren't they? And they're racing here at Larkhall, and they're side by side once more for the lead across the line. Newstead still leading the way, though, from Gilman. Had to slot back in behind. But once more, Newstead going defensive into that next left-hand or right-hand kink. Left-hand kink, I'll get it right now and then. Less than a minute to go, plus that one additional lap. Down the inside goes the 33 of Griffin and Worthley. Gets it done, moves up into P3. They whiz into our camera view on the back straight. And he has to slot back now. So actually Griffin now moves back into 4th place. And it's still, again, side by side here. 3 wide for the race lead. Newstead on the inside. 3 wide for second. Oh, no. Otis Cleary spins at turn 3. He goes around. He rejoins. But that is an absolute disaster for the young driver who had such a good start to this race.
Well, he had a poor start to the race, but he was really working his way back through. But how many times have we had to say it this weekend? 3 into 1 does not go. And although the front 3 managed to sort themselves out before the apex of the corner, the 3 behind couldn't quite do it. And unfortunately, something had to give. And that thing was Otis Cleary.
Timer strikes 0. Last lap board is out this time for Bambino. Across the line they go. Gilman leads from Newstead, from Worthley, from Griffin, from Patterson. Out of turn 1 they go, down the back straight. Now look here, Newstead looking to the inside of Gilman. Can he get the move done into the boot? He can, yes. What a move that was. That was a great move, wasn't it, Tom?
It was fantastic, yeah. Just swept through, chopped the nose off.
He did indeed. Down the back straight they go then. It's still line astern. Don't go 3 wide this time, please, because the last time it happened, someone went round. It's side by side, though. It's the 74 still leading the way. Oh, look at that. The 33 of Griffin tries to go down the inside of Worthley. Can't quite do it. Stays in 2nd place into the braking zone of the hairpin. Everyone's slotting in. Look at that. The 74 or the 24 of Patterson.
Colby Patterson timing it to perfection at the end of the race.
He did indeed, yeah. Gets it into 4th place. Again, heavily defending is Newstead. Now into the hairpin of the banking. It's side by side for 2nd place as well, because you can see there the 50 of Gilman is under pressure and is way under pressure because Worthley now moves up into 2nd place. Are we going to see a lunge into the final corner? We are, and it comes from the 33 of Griffin, who comes out of there to take 3rd place, but the winner with a photo finish is Newstead, just from Worthley, Griffin, Gilman, Tadej, who came out of nowhere to take 5th place, won Jack Baker.
And Colby Patterson in the end having a problem in the last corner and dropping down to P7 in the end.
Well, there we go. The grid then, as they stand across the line.
What a move.
I know.
In the last corner from Griffin. Full send.
I was expecting a lunge. I wasn't expecting it from Gilman, I have to say, but he did it. There is your provisional post-race scrutineering winner, Austin Newstead in the 74. Grayson Worthley finishes in 2nd place with Joshua Griffin in 3rd. Max Gilman in 4th place with Max Tadej in 5th place. Then it's Jack Baker, Colby Patterson, Otis Cleary after that spin recovers to 8th place. Maximilian Abrahart, but I believe he got his 5-second time penalty as well. The 61, I am correct, he did. Drew Davidson in 10th place, Austin Oman in 11th, Harper Das in 12th place. Then it was Fraser Addison in 13th, Josh Cormack in 14th, Charlie Munns in 15th, Harry Neeson and Amelia DL in 17th place. All 17 karts start the race, all 17 karts finish the race.
And the top 9 fastest laps of the race, I just want to point this out. The top 9 fastest laps of the fastest laps in the race were separated by 0.3 of a second, which in Bambino is pretty special. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those were 1:11.2s.
Indeed, yeah, I think you are correct.
That's so close.
Yeah, it is.
5 karts in near enough the exact same lap time.
Yeah, exactly that. So, yeah, an amazing finish from the Bambinos, of course, and the next race will be coming up in just a moment's time.
We don't do it for Bambinos, they're too young.
Okie dokie. So, while we are awaiting what's happening with the post-race scrutineering for Bambinos, I will cross that off my list. And we have IAME Cadet Final, which is race 30. We have 4 races to go today. As we said, flying through. So we have 15 minutes plus 1 lap, unlike the 12 minutes for Bambinos. So moving up to, again, a 15-minute final plus a lap, the same as the Honda Cadets. So we will see Noah Wolf, who did extremely well in the Honda Cadet final, moving into the IAME Cadet Final, and while we await the grid on that one as well, I can't actually see where he is positioned on the grid. No, Wolf, I think he's round about 10th, if I can see on the dummy grid. So we'll see how he comes through, if indeed he can, in IAME Cadet. Please keep your comments coming in on the YouTube channel. Please no spoilers for the Formula 1 Ashley Carter, because pretty much, well, in fact, I'm 99% sure, almost everyone here will not be watching the Formula 1. So please don't give us any spoilers. Some of us are waiting until we get home to watch it. So thank you for that. Yes, and especially the kids here as well. They're all waiting. I'm sure they want to watch their heroes in action in the Formula 1 as well. So please keep your comments on the Formula 1 to a minimum. However, we welcome very much comments about today's stream, today's action. If you have anybody here that you are supporting, any drivers, any teams, please get in touch and we will endeavour to read out your comments as fast as we can. So we'll just have a couple of ads and then we'll get straight into IAME Cadet.
To enter our competition to win a HRX branded race suit, a Fens driver website, and a Drift Limits driving experience in a McLaren GT3, just like this one.
So now it's time for IAME Cadet for their final, and this is always going to be a busy one for us, aren't they? Because the Honda Cadets gave us a great final, the IAME Cadets also give us an amazing final as well. Tom, it's been one good day, I think, all the way throughout. Lots of racing and lots of great stuff that we've seen, hasn't it? Yeah,
I really enjoyed it, even more so than I did yesterday, to be honest with you. My first time here at a Motorsport UK event in a working capacity. Yes, very much enjoyed myself, I have to say.
Well, there we go. Here's a look then at some of the drivers. There is Zach Drummond there, currently leading the championship with 497 points from the number 6 plate, Lewis Werrell, who starts alongside him there on the front row. Here is a look at the grid. Lewis Werrell, like we say, starting on a pole position with Zach Drummond alongside. Then it's Henry Domain and Jacob Ashcroft on row number 2. Jensen Graham and Harrison Mackie on row 3. Aston Sharp and William Murtaugh on row number 4. Noah Baglin and Noah Wolf, who won his Honda Cadet final, is now looking to replicate that here on row 5. Roman Kamyab and Daniel Sofronea on row 6. Row number 7 is Kip Bolofsky and Jesse Phillips, Georgia Edgar and Finley Buck on row number 8. Zach Green and Finn McDermott on row 9, and then it's Henry Carter and Ethan Woodward on row 10. Morgan Moore and Kanishk Rao on row 11, with Archie Lovett and Cameron McPhee on row 12. Sky Parker and Cooper Snedden on row 13, with Joseph Murphy and Ben Smith on row 14. Harley Musk and Jensen Ackerman round out the grid of 30 karts on row 15.
Okay. So, making their way round to the end of the formation lap. Now they are getting themselves organised early. Let's hope we can have a first time start for the final. Indeed. And they are being told to slow, and do not go too early.
There we go, they're slotting into position and looking cool and calm, collected at the moment. Looking like we could potentially go for the first time. Looks like the acceleration was a little early. Is it green flag though? It is, yes, green flag, and we go for the final of IAME Cadet in towards turn 1. And it's a good start still from the entire grid. Anyone washing out wide? No, they all stay on the straight and narrow as we now screen down in towards turn 2. Duncan looks like he's gone down into P3 now as they enter the boot section. And as they whiz by, looks like it's a clean run all the way throughout onto the back straight. Good start, IAME Cadet.
Yes, indeed, and everybody made it through the boot section, and now they're heading down into the tricky right-hander at the bottom of the hill. That was somebody out wide onto the grass there and bouncing across the dirt.
Looked like Noah Baglin, the 21 for Oliver Rowland Motorsport, who went slightly wide there at the turn 3 kink. There again into the braking zone of the hairpin. Oh, someone into the barriers there.
Aston Sharp.
It is Aston Sharp into the barriers, the number 11. That is at the exit of the hairpin. Big shame for him. He's right to the back of the grid now.
Yes, unfortunately, he is going again, though, although a long way down. So as they come across the line for the end of lap 1, we have Werrell from Drummond, Domain, Graham, Mackie, Ashcroft, Wolf, Murtaugh, Sofronea and Jesse Williams round out your top 10.
There they are then, into the braking zone once more of the boot. Line astern, cool, calm, collected still. Everyone staying in that single file formation, apart from just there. They're going side by side near the back of the grid. Back here with the race leader though, because look at that. Zach Drummond has taken the lead, and he's just lost it once more because Werrell now dives back down the inside of that hairpin. Takes the lead once more. There again, the 65 of Henry Domain in 3rd place, tries to get the switchback move and goes alongside. A hand up from Drummond saying, what are you doing? Stay behind, but now he slots back into 3rd place. Good move from Domain.
Yes, and Drummond immediately back up the inside, and they're going to freight train through. Are they? No, not quite. Good job from Domain, trying to found a gap and slotted back in, but it's not going to do him many favours because immediately through, that looked like Graham.
It did indeed. Obviously, yesterday for the IAME Cadet Final, it was a photo finish to the end between Zach Drummond and Noah Wolf. What are we going to get this time around? As Roman Kamyab is under investigation, the number 55. Not sure what that is for, though. So we'll keep an eye on what happens there. But Drummond to the inside, takes the lead back from Werrell. But Werrell fought back here and went for the inside last time around. Oh, look at that switch over move there from Werrell. That was absolutely fantastic. Through the dummy. Absolutely precision driving, but loses it once more because Drummond fights back again.
Oh, and that was close as well from Graham. Nearly took his teammate out.
It was indeed. So
sorry, Domain it was, not Graham. I do apologise.
Yep, so Drummond now with a slight advantage at the front from Werrell. Then, look at that. Is that Noah Wolf I'm seeing there in third place? It is. What a drive from Noah Wolf at the moment. He's really liking Larkhall this weekend. He took a win in his final in Honda Cadet. He may be looking to replicate that here. Teammate as well, just behind as well, Josh Graham. Also trying to, or Jensen Graham I should say, Jacob Ashcroft as well. P5 at the moment for him. You can see his white helmet there just in shot. He's got Harrison Mackie just behind in 6th place.
And it's a front 15 that we've got at the moment, battling it out for the race win. That is Henry Domain, I believe, in the, yes it is, in the 65, who went for 2nd place and then is now, unfortunately, down in 9th.
Wolf tried to go down the inside there of the left-hand kink, couldn't quite do it. Now he slots back into 3rd place, still under pressure from his teammate Jensen Graham for Fusion Motorsport. A little further down as well as William Murtaugh is under pressure from Jesse Phillips, with Henry Domain just behind as well.
Okay, so yes, over the line, your top 10, Drummond, Werrell, Wolf, Graham, Ashcroft, Mackie, Murtaugh, Phillips, Kamyab and Domain now down into 10th place. But it is Drummond who leads the way with Lewis Werrell hot on his heels as they come through the boot section. Roman Kamyab setting the fastest lap of the race, but still under investigation. We haven't seen anything come through yet as to whether there will be indeed a penalty applied, but still under investigation. But it is Drummond from Werrell, from Wolf. Lots of chopping and changing in the pack behind, and that is the 27 over the grass. That was Jensen Graham going very wide and bouncing over the grass. And then that's the 65 Henry Domain, who's having a very lively race. Lots of action for Henry Domain, and he is on the grass again on the outside and again on the outside of the turn as they go through the right, left and into the final corner. Now that's going to lose him a lot of grip on his left-hand side, which is exactly what you need into that final corner. And indeed it does scrub him off some speed and he loses another place. So Henry Domain crossing the line down in 12th place. Now, bear in mind that he was going for the lead at one point.
Yeah, very much was. Morgan Moore, the 93, leading this pack as Noah Wolf sets the fastest lap of the race.
Well, that's ominous for the rest of the field.
Well, it is indeed, yeah. But Drummond still leading the way from Werrell, Wolf, Mackie, Ashcroft, then it's Murtaugh, Kamyab, Moore in 8th place, then it's Graham, Phillips, Edgar, Domain, Kit Bolofsky in 13th place, Daniel Sofrenair, Henry Carter in 15th. That's kind of the main first big group there as we see the pictures there of 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Oh, a lunge down the inside there from the 55 of Roman Kamyab. He is under investigation, but at the time being, he's getting positions done well as he gets past his teammate William Murtaugh for 6th place.
That's right, and now the front three have broken away. So these 4 behind are really going to have to start working together if they're going to close up the gap on that front 3, because that is Werrell, Drummond and Wolf, and they have been, to be fair, the class act of this weekend so far, the front 3 in this final, and so it will be interesting to see whether Ashcroft, Mackie, Kamyab and Murtaugh can work together to close that gap.
Morgan Moore, though, in 8th place at the moment, the 93. He's up 13 positions from his original starting point. The PMR driver working well here in this IAME Cadet Final. Race 30 of the weekend. Into the hairpin we go. You can see here Ashcroft leading the second group of drivers. The top 3 breaking away, and then you've got a group of 4. Ashcroft, Mackie, Kamyab and Murtaugh line astern there, all the way down to 7th place.
And a 5-second penalty being applied to Ethan Woodward at the end of this race.
Oh dear, that's the number 83.
Currently down in 24th place. Up in 24th place.
There you go.
Sorry, I glass half.
I don't know. Yeah, there we go. 8 minutes then, plus that 1 lap. Out through turn 1 they go. Everyone running over that harsh run-off curve there, which they are allowed to do, but I personally wouldn't recommend it, but there we go.
Your dentist will love you for it.
He will indeed, yes. So here we go. Out of the boot they go. Drummond leading still from Wera. Noah Wolf still there in third place. No position changes. This is the lull we talk about. You know, they're just working together now, becoming the frenemies that they are, and just pulling away from that main pack, which is still led currently at this moment by Jacob Ashcroft. You can see him there in the background as they whiz past. Out of the banking they go.
If you're Lewis Wera, are you concerned that you're the only Oliver Rowland Motorsport in the top 3 and you're currently surrounded in a sandwich, if you like, by 2 fusions?
Well, yeah, well, he's got his ringer, Jacob Ashcroft, also behind in 4th place, who is looking to catch up to maybe assist with that. But he's obviously got 3 angry fusion carts behind of Kamyab, Mackie and Murtar. Warning flag going out to Archie Lovett in the 88. As they exit the boot once more down the back straight. No position changes as thus far.
No. Although we say that.
There is at the end of the straight, because the 55 of Roman Kamyab gets past Jacob Ashcroft into the braking zone. Jacob covers that inside line from any potential attack from the 29 of Harrison Mackie. Mackie slotting back into position. And look at that, Ashcroft saying, think, let's not no scrapping. Let's try and catch that lead group.
Which, of course, as we know, means person behind me, send it straight up the inside and overtake me, because that's exactly what always happens.
Shout out on the stream there from the Maddox 2008. Shout out to Harley Musk, only 7 years old, taken on both the Honda and IAME this weekend, as well as Noah Wolf. So there you go. A couple of drivers there also taking that same task. Excellent stuff from Harley Musk, because it's a tough old challenge to do that, isn't it?
It certainly is. 2 championships in 1 weekend. In fact, it's 3, isn't it, really? Because they had the double header for IAME yesterday and today.
Yeah.
So a lot of driving for both.
Indeed, yeah. 3 finals to deal with. So into turn number 3 we go. We're looking here at the 93 of Morgan Moore, the 26 of Jesse Phillips, and the 27 of Jensen Graham in your shot as they go round. Oh, look at that there for the 93 Morgan Moore. That's heavy front end damage to that front nose, and I suspect that will be a 5-second time penalty for a misplaced front fairing.
Oh, and that's the 83 of Ethan Woodward, who we saw with the 5-second penalty, but unfortunately that's not going to be applied before. Well,
it still will be applied, yeah. Albeit he's now at the back of the grid, yeah, with that car. That's off at the boot section.
That's a retirement, unfortunately.
Yep, shame for Ethan Woodward there for Fusion Motorsport. 5 minutes, or less than 5 minutes to go. And we're seeing there still Ashcroft on your screen, applying the pressure to Roman Kamyab still. This train of 3 cuts, they look like they're closing in on the race leaders as well. That front 3, that gap is 1.6 seconds. It was last time around. What will it be this time as they cross the line?
16th of William Murtar is now trying to get onto the back of this 3 and bringing along the 3 behind as well, which would be Moore, Phillips and Jensen Graham.
Could be right. Across the line they go. It's 1.4 seconds now. So that second group of drivers being led by Roman Kamyab is leading the way, albeit, of course, Kamyab under investigation, but nothing has come through at the moment, so it could have been cleared. We're not too sure. So less than 4 minutes now remaining on the timer. Kamyab ducking down behind his NASA panel, getting as much as he can out of that aerodynamic efficiency kart. Round turn 3, and slightly now pulling away from the pack behind him as the rest of the field slot through. Kip Malofsky there in 13th place, holding on to his position for PMR as well, the 95. Having a good old race. But you've got to think all the drivers that are behind Morgan Moore won't be aware of his nose cone, because you can see it there in the background, it bumping up and down. It's not attached correctly at the front, meaning he will get that nose cone penalty when he comes into the pit lane, which is a huge shame. And I'm sure that he could probably see it as well. So what he's doing now is just trying to get to the front as quickly as he possibly can to try and open up a gap of 5 seconds to anyone behind. There is only a 5-second time penalty that you will get for it.
Absolutely, DJ. Second that. And yeah, Ashcroft now in front of Mackie. So it's Kamyab, Ashcroft, Mackie in your second group. But it's still, as you were, Drummond, Wolf and Werrell.
Down they go into turn 3. Drummond still leading the way from Wolf. Werrell, Kamyab, Ashcroft in 5th place. Mackie in 6th. Murtagh, then it's Moore, Phillips, Graham. That's your top 10. Then it's Domain, Edgar, Green, Bolofsky in 14th. Sofrenea in 15th. Then it's Carter, Smith, Baglin. Warning flag out to Jesse Phillips. Finished Grau in 19th. Then it's Archie Lovett. That's the top 20. Sky Parker, then Finley Buck, Glenn McDermott. Then it's Murphy, Snedden, McPhee, Musk, Sharp, Ackerman, and Ethan Woodward, who unfortunately has retired. 29 of the 30 still running.
That's the 93 there of Morgan Moore, looking very racy as they come into the boot section. And in fact, gets the overspeed coming out of the boot section. So yeah, very nicely done there. And in fact, going to freight train through is the 26 of Jesse Phillips as well, our driver of the day at the Kim Bolton round.
Indeed, yes.
Voted by you. And also coming through as well was that Henry Domain?
It was the 29, I think.
Might be Jensen Graham. Jensen Graham it was coming through. So not the best of laps for William Murtagh, Morgan Moore.
As they go through, look at that determination there from Werrell, the number 6. Nudging his head forward there, getting everything he can out of that kart to try and stick with those top 2, because they are trying their best to break away. Drummond and Wolf, like we said, it was the photo finish last time out across the line. Werrell also finished in 3rd in the last final. Are we going to get a repeat of what we saw last time, or are we going to see a bit of a shake-up this time around? The group behind, 26 and 27, side by side. Phillips furiously trying to defend from Graham.
And that's the main way making his way back through as well. So he's just moving to 3rd into this pack, with this pack as well. The 65. Yes, indeed. So had a pretty poor few laps, did Henry Domain, but now seems to have, the red mist has cleared and is now making his way back through. He got his head down and trying to catch up with these few in front.
Spinner at the final corner. It's the 53.
That's Zach Green.
It is, yeah. He's had a nightmare. His kart didn't start earlier in one of the other races, and now he's had a spin out of the final corner. Huge shame for the Strawberry Racing driver. Now, this is where it starts to get interesting, because that timer now has gone to 0. Last lap board will be out this time around for either Zach Drummond or Noah Wolf. Who knows what it will be, because Werrell has now lost 3rd place. Werrell has now lost a place to Roman Kamyab, who is now up into P3 as they exit out of the infield hairpin in towards now. They go to the banking section. Kamyab fighting furiously to try and get past Wolf. Wolf looks over his shoulder, can see that Kamyab is there. It's Fusion 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Drummond goes defensive. Wolf doesn't. Wolf will get a good run out of the final corner now. He looks to the outside, tries to get the switchback move as they go through turn 1. Can he do it? It's final lap time here for IAME Cadet, and it's still a very close one. Massively defensive goes Drummond into the boot section. Again, can't do it. Kamyab tries to go for the inside, can't do it. Loses out to Werrell. Werrell now back in 3rd place. That's opened up a gap. Drummond now pulling away at the front. It's now a battle for 2nd between Wolf, Kamyab and Werrell. Werrell, though, up into 3rd. Defensive goes Wolf. As they go through turn 3, round the kink. Again, Drummond goes defensive, but Kamyab doesn't. Kamyab takes the optimal line, gets the inside, moves back up into 3rd. Lovely move from Kamyab. Like you said, yeah, defensive again goes Drummond. Repeats it again, says Kamyab. He goes to the long way round. That's going to suffer his exit because Werrell comes back down the inside. Now Ashcroft and Mackie have joined this battle as well.
Is Wolf going to send it into the last corner the same as Drummond did on the Heat yesterday? In the final yesterday? No, he isn't, and it is going to be Drummond.
Drummond takes it in the IAME Cadet final. What a final that was. God blimey.
Well, we had a massive lull in the middle, didn't we, for with the front 3, and then all of a sudden, as usual, it kicks off in the last lap and a half. Sorry for my my silence as well for about half a lap there as well, because I thought there was a fire next door, but it turned out there was just somebody with a kettle on. So, apologies for that. But yes. Fantastic action, as always, in the IAME Cadet Final. Your winner, Zach Drummond. Pending scrutineering, that will be your he will be your race winner. So we have Zach Drummond from Noah Wolf and Roman Kamyab timing his run at the end to perfection, with Noah Wolf and Roman Kamyab both making up 8 places. Then it was Lewis Werrell, Harrison Mackie, Jacob Ashcroft, Morgan Moore with a fantastic run, making 14 places up to P7. Jensen Graham, Henry Domain, William Murtagh round out your top 10. Then we had Jesse Phillips, George Edgar, Ben Smith also making up 15 places from 28th on the grid, 13th. Well done to Ben Smith, fantastic result. Henry Carter, Daniel Sofronea, Kit Bolofsky, Noah Baglin, Zach Green we saw with an issue, spinning out at the final corner. Then we have Archie Lovett, Kanish Grau, Finley Buck, Sky Parker, Flynn McDermott, Joseph Murphy, Cooper Snedden, Cameron McPhee, Aston Sharp, Harley Musk, and in 29th, and your final finisher was Jensen Ackerman. Ethan Woodward, the only non-finisher. But well done to Jensen Ackerman as well. Had an unfortunate incident in the first heat today, and looked a bit sore as well. And we thank Mrs. Ackerman as well for the ice creams yesterday. So yes, keep plugging away, Jensen. You will get there. And I hope that you feel a little bit better as well. So moving on, we have 3 races to go today now. Senior X30 Final. These will be your fastest karts of the day in the final as well, so really pushing on. I can see them down on the W grid already. We are just waiting for DJ to get into position to interview our front 3 in IAME Cadet. Once we've got them, we will go through the grid for Senior X30, and then we will get racing. Handing down to DJ. Apologies about that. We've got a slight issue there reaching DJ, but I'm sure we will fix that very shortly and get down to the pit lane. So,
thank you very much, Tom. Yes, back down in winner's circle, and we're here with our race winner for the second time this weekend for IAME Cadet, Zach Drummond. Big cheesy grin on your face. What a race result that is.
Yeah, it's an amazing race. 2 races in 1 weekend. It's absolutely amazing how I done it.
Well, yeah, well, say, home circuit's your closest one to you. I can think why. You were at home last night, so you slept in your own bed, didn't you?
Nah, I came here.
You came here, there you go. So you didn't even have the home field advantage of going home, having a nice warm shower and a nice home bed, anything like that. But yeah, still coming out with a race win on that one. And like I said, the grin on your face says it all, really, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'm so relieved that I've done 2 in a row. It's mind-blowing.
Of course, you had your teammate Noah Wolf behind you as well, all the way through that. Another close finish for you. Must have been a bit stressful, but cool head for you all the way.
Yeah, Noah Wolf has been working with me really well for like past year, and we've getting on good, and then we're working together, so it's good that we're using teamwork as an advantage.
Anyone you'd like to thank for this final win?
My grand's friends, my mum, my dad, my sister, Jack Mabin, Nessie, Dan Hazelwood and Neil.
Excellent stuff. Well, very well done, Zach Drummond, on another final win.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there from our first place man. Let's chat to second place, Mr. Noah Wolf. Oh, it's so close. It was almost 2 for 2 in Honda Cadet and IAME Cadet, but unfortunately second place, but still a great result for you nonetheless.
Yeah, I've had a difficult 2 rounds. I didn't want to risk anything, so I just stuck behind him.
Again, it was a close finish that we saw last time out. Of course, it was a photo finish. It was almost the same this time around. It looked like you were going to go for that move on the exit, but like I say, a great result for you with second place.
Thank you.
Excellent. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, my team again, Fusion, and my dad and my sponsors.
Excellent stuff. Noah Wolf, well done, second place.
Thank you.
Excellent. Let's see if we can chat to our third place man, Roman Kamyab. Roman, come forth. Again, nice cheesy grin on your face as well. Now, that was a race. I have to say, you look very busy all the way through that, didn't you?
Yeah, the pace was there. I was really quick. It was good that I caught up to the top 3, and we had a good battle on the last lap.
Definitely so. You worked very hard with that one. Bit of confusion when we came out because there was karts jostling all over the place, but it's great to see a Fusion 1, 2, 3. It must be good to see your teammates on the podium as well.
Yeah, it's really good.
Excellent. Anyone you'd like to thank at home?
My dad, Fusion Motorsport, and yeah.
Excellent stuff. Well, Roman Kamyev, very well done. Third place finish for you.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Top 3 from IAME Cadets. More finals coming up, though. Stay tuned.
Mr. Richards, in your long and distinguished career in motorsport, what was your #1 British Grand Prix memory?
Well, I don't think I can categorise my #1 memory. I've got lots and lots of memories. Obviously, you know, memories of when I was running the BAR team, Jensen Button on the podium and events like that. But I suppose as a family, we always used to go to Silverstone when the kids were very young. And we used to stay on the campsite, and at the BRDC campsite, and always at midnight before the Grand Prix, the kids would be out on their bicycles, and they found a way onto the circuit, and the trick was to ride their bikes round the circuit at midnight, and they'd be sort of 8, 10 years old, the same age as the karting kids here are today, and it was, that was a memory they'll always, will never forget.
It's an iconic event, it's an iconic British tradition, and some iconic memories as well for these kids in the paddock and your kids as well. Is that when you think that they got the bug bitten? Because everyone that gets the bug, the bug bites them, doesn't it?
Oh, they've, you know, they've been around motor racing all their lives, but you're quite right. To actually be part of it, right in the hub of it, to meet the drivers who are camping and staying in their motorhomes nearby, and then to ride round the circuit on a bicycle as a 10-year-old, that's something you'll always remember.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, David Richards. So, Rob Smedley, you must have a cornucopia of British Grand Prix memories. Do you care to share a couple of your favourite ones?
Well, the two favourite ones I'm going to give you, one is from a work point of view, and the other one is from a fan point of view. And the best one from a work point of view was 2012 in Ferrari, where we didn't have the best car that season, and it was a wet, dry condition on the Sunday morning. We were wondering what to do, and even on the grid, it was a little bit damp. But you know, we decided to go for slicks. Fernando Alonso, who, you know, in my opinion, at that point was the greatest driver, you know, of that bunch. He just got what Fernando needs in a situation like that. He got a sniff of a victory. He was qualified about fourth to sixth on the grid. By the time he got on the Wellington straight, he got himself into first position, tiptoeing through them damp conditions. And then it was just awesome. It was just a Fernando Alonso masterclass. And I remember Stefano Domenicali sitting next to me saying, but we haven't got the best car, we'll never win it. I said to him, Stefano, when this boy gets in front, he's got the inch, we've given him the inch, he's going to take the yard. And he did, and he never ever looked back. It was absolutely brilliant. So my favourite British Grand Prix memory as a fan, and I have to say it's my favourite Grand Prix memory of all time, was the first time my dad took me to Silverstone. It was 1988. We had those incredible engines. I didn't know anything about Grand Prix racing. I still know very little, in fact. But I walked into the paddock. He took me to Silverstone, and you know, I was 10, 11 years old, something like that. And we walked into the paddock, and I remember seeing that iconic 88 McLaren car whiz past, coming out of Woodcut at some ridiculous speed with a ridiculous noise, and I was just absolutely blown away. And I decided on that weekend, 11 years old, I was going to be a Formula One engineer, and it was kind of like a lifelong vocation to get there. But absolutely brilliant, you know, and I've got such great memories of going to the British Grand Prix with my dad.
Rob, thank you so much. That's such a unique perspective, you know, obviously winning it from the pit wall, but also, like everyone, that first time as a spectator where you got bit by the bug with your dad. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
So, from some of our younger drivers to the eldest, it's time now for Senior X30, race 31 of the weekend, and here is how they're going to be gridding up. Thomas Fleming on the front row with Harry Platten alongside Theo Makuris and Gus Lawrence on row number 2. Lewis Gilbert and Archie Tillett on row 3 with Brad Pennell and Darryl DeLeon on row number 4. Sam Heading and Aaron Walker on row 5 with Thomas Turner and Caleb Marshall on row 6. Row 7 is Guy Cunnington and Jamie Rogers with Lewis Mackey and Thomas Wood on row number 8. Daniel Butterworth and Connor Clifford on row 9 with Tyler Reed and Clayton Ravenscroft on row number 10. Alessandro Serenetti and Caden McQueen on row 11 with Ben Higgins and Gary Edwards on row number 12. Louis Johnson-Cool and Joseph Taylor on row 13 with Marcus Littlewood and JP Sleater on row 14. Oscar Joyce and Ben Watson on 15 with Adam Fitzgerald and Alex Moody on the 16th row. Rounding out the field on row 17 is Casper Scusa and Oliver Greetham for S8 Racing.
Looking forward to this one, DJ.
Very much so. The seniors always provide us some excellent racing as well. And for everyone who is at home, and if you are joining us and you're not watching the Formula One, please do get your comments in, because we'd love to hear who you are supporting. Please do get those in, and we will happily read those out for you as the drivers line up. Again, very, very spread out. The last of the cuts are only just going around the banked hairpin, and we're already going into the final corner. So either they catch up relatively quickly, or we will be going round again. I have to say, though, they have slowed right up, though, at the front. We could be going green this time. Out of the final corner, green light is out, and we're away. Good start there from Fleming, the number 8. He darts to the lead and straight away holds on to that one. Platten dropping down into third place as the rest of the field slot through as they come through the smoke there. Lots of debris kicking up as someone's wheels goes wide, but everyone gets through into the boot section relatively cleanly, and they all
like
come
it could
out.
have been the 14 of De Leon.
It could
putting
have been.
The tyres on the dirt. They looked a bit scruffy as he came through the boot section.
Yes, they did. So out through turn number 3 again. One of the Fusion carts running wide there. That was possibly, I don't know. That possibly could have been Lewis Mackey, I will say. But it could have been, but we're not too sure. 14 minutes left to go. The 21 diving to the inside. That is Archie Tillett there, gets it almost done. I think he does get it done as the rest of the field slots through now. They're heading to the final corner. They'll cross the start-finish line, and this is how they'll go.
Fleming, Platten, Gilbert, Makuris, Lawrence, Pennell, Heading, De Leon, Tillett, Walker. Round out your top 10. Then it's Turner, Mackey, Rogers, Cunnington, Marshall, Wood, Butterworth, Clifford, Cherenetti, Reed, Ravenscroft, McQueen, Higgins, Edwards, Taylor, Johnston, Cool, Greetham, Scusa, Watson, Moody, Fitzgerald, Littlewood, Joyce and Sleater.
There we go, as they exit out of the boot section again, down the start-finish straight. Moves galore, because the 15 Strawberry Racing driver, Aaron Walker, gets past the 21 of Tillett, and the number 4 as well tries to follow suit as well. Thomas Turner also does it, as one of the cars running wide there. That was the 15, that I think, of Aaron Walker running slightly wide, and now that you can see they're under pressure and losing places galore as he loses 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 places, moving right down the order now.
And that was actually Daniel Butterworth overtaking, who we should say again, once again, is no relation. If you'd seen the two of us stand next to each other, you'd know exactly why we are no relation, because he is very tall and thin, and I am neither of those things.
Yes. Or something else. 13 minutes plus 1 lap. Oh, someone right off the ground track. That is the 62 who's come off the track. That is Thomas Wood for ST Racing. Looks like he was potentially nursing an issue, but he's back onto the track now, albeit right at the back of the field.
It's unfortunate there for Thomas Wood. We've got the 14 and the 48 going at it. That's Daniel De Leon and Brad Pennell. Daniel De Leon having a bit of an up and down day compared to yesterday, where he was permanently at the front of the field. And we've got the 4 kart there.
Yellow flag, sorry to cut off you there, Tom, because the 26 and the 15 have come together at the hairpin there. Huge shame. That is Aaron Walker and Connor Clifford, who have come a cropper. Strawberry Racing and KR Sport, 2 of their karts out of this race and at the back of the grid, although be it restarting from there. Huge shame for them. 12 minutes to go plus the 1 additional lap. Harry Platten, the number 3, the man who's in second place for BMR, fastest lap of the race, 49.910.
Yes, indeed, and closing up onto the tail now of Thomas Fleming, only 0.8 of a second between them. Lewis Gilbert another 0.7 back of Platten, so the front 3 starting to spread out, although Platten will be making endeavours towards the back of Fleming as he goes for the race win in this final. We look at the 23, the 4 and the 21 going at it. So that was Mackie, Turner and Tillett.
Through they go, through the S's. Thomas Wood, 34th place in the 62. Looks like he has retired into the pit lane. Big shame for him.
Platten fastest lap of the race again, as we just see it flash up on screen there for confirmation. 49.6 brings that gap down to 0.6 of a second now.
Indeed, yes. Down the back straight they go. Oh, they're big coming together at the hairpin. Barriers
Gary
everywhere.
Edwards and Casper Scusa.
Yep.
That is, and Gary Edwards unfortunately still in the barriers, and it looks like day done for him.
Well, potentially so. If he can get that kart out, he may be able to get it going, albeit he'll probably have a nose cone penalty and a broken NASA panel. We'll find out, though, if he can rejoin. As we see there, the 52 diving down the inside at the hairpin. That was Cunnington on Tillett. As they go through, whoa, there, the 69 plate there. KR Sports, Jamie Rogers. Yeah, he almost got his front nose cone wiped off there as they go through, but down the inside goes the 54 of Daniel Butterworth and gets it back past again. Platten, once again, fastest lap of the race, closing that gap up, now only 0.4 of a second to those 2 at the front.
Yes, indeed, Harry Platten really got his sights set on the back of Fleming. We'll see what kind of pace Fleming's got towards the end of this race. Remember, there is still 10 minutes plus a lap to go through there, the 75 on the 69. So the 75 was Clayton Ravenscroft, who's recovering from an up and down day. And the 69, who we mentioned previously, was Jamie Rogers.
Technical flag going out to Tyler Reid, the number 10 plate. That's a huge shame for him. Where is Tyler on our screen? He is in 21st place at the moment on screen there. There's your race
for Casper Scusa as well.
Yeah, there's your race leader at the moment. Thomas Fleming under pressure though now from Platten. Platten has closed that gap up quite tremendously, and those 2 are breaking away from the main pack. They're clear by 1.2 seconds from Lewis Gilbert, Strawberry Racing.
Indeed, and as we said, Platten has got his sights on taking the win in this final. Be interesting to see what, as I said, what pace Thomas Fleming has got towards the end of this race. Is he keeping anything in the bag? Has he got anything in reserve to try and then pull away, just teasing Harry Platten, or is this his true pace? Is this as fast as he can possibly go? Harry Platten crossing the line, 0.290 seconds behind now from Gilbert. Mikouris in there in 4th, with Gus Lawrence heading, De Leon in 7th, Pennell, Turner and Mackie rounding out your top 10.
Yesterday's final finished with Fleming, Ravenscroft and Platten This time around, Ravenscroft isn't anywhere to be seen.
Down in 15.
Yeah, he's having a not the best one on this one, but it's still Fleming and Platten, though, who are in there. Darryl De Leon finished in 4th last time around. Where is he? He's in 7th place at the moment for KR Sport, working hard as we see the 75 and the 56
that
under
is
pressure.
Clayton Ravenscroft moving through.
Indeed, yeah. So we're just talking about him there. There's Caden McQueen, the number 6 plate, the red suit and the red and yellow helmet that you can just see on the outside of the track. Under slight pressure there from the 54 of Daniel Butterworth. Can't do anything about it, and it has to stay into position. The rest of the field slots through there. Defensive again goes to 63. Caleb Marshall there for Dan Holland Racing in 14th place at the moment. Gets a little bit of jostling there. And down the inside goes Clayton Ravenscroft. Gets through. So does Alessandro.
Caleb Marshall out on the marbles, out on the edge, very edge of the circuit.
Yep. So slotting back into position now, albeit a couple more places further down the order. There you can see the Strawberry Racing driver Gary Edwards at the side of the circuit, unfortunately now watching the rest of this Senior X30 final this weekend at Larkhall. Through turn 3 they go, side by side there. Butterworth trying to go down the inside of the 63.
Oh, and there was, coming together between... Oh, and that's going to be, unfortunately, the end of the day for Daniel Butterworth. It looks like possibly a bent axle.
No, so he's
definitely
just...
something's gone wrong.
So he's stalled the engine there by the looks of it, and he's trying to get it re-going, but he's out the kart now, and I suspect out of this race.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
big
such
shame.
a shame for my namesake as well, unfortunately. Daniel Butterworth, but a good effort today, and certainly in the final was looking right there. What I should point out is out of the commentary box window, I saw Harry Platten have a little look at the inside of Thomas Fleming as well. So the battle for the lead rages on, but it is still Fleming from Platten.
Exactly that. That is the battle for 3rd place between Lewis Gilbert, Gus Lawrence and Sam Heading on your screen. The rest of the pack just slotting in behind them as well, with Theo Makuris, Darryl De Leon, Brad Purnell as well, all in this group of karts that you can see there. Big look over the shoulder there for Lewis Gilbert for Strawberry Racing. He's, of course, in 3rd place. He's been holding this pack up at bay as they're going through. Big pressure there from just the number 5 on your screen, Gus Lawrence. He's had a great day for the PF International team as well. His teammate, the 48, just behind of Brad Purnell as well.
Yes, De Leon and Purnell actually disposing Makuris of a couple of positions there as well. So dropping Makuris back through the pack down to 8th place.
Lots of support out on the stream for drivers. Thomas as well. Support out for Sammy as well, so lots of support out there. Please do keep getting your comments in. We'd love to hear from you, and I'm sure the drivers would like to see those comments when they come to watching this race after they're done racing it. 6 minutes plus 1 additional lap to go. Defensive again goes Ravenscroft. Oh no, sorry, that's Darryl De Leon, sorry, I should say, in the number 14. There, he's piling on the pressure as well from Brad Purnell. Theo Makuris is right there behind, also trying to get past. But at the front, still Fleming from Platten. It's only 2/10 between them. They are racing fearlessly at the front. Like you said, you saw a potential lunge from him earlier on, but then Fleming responded with the fastest lap of the race also.
Yes, indeed, and Makuris taking a place back again now from Pennell. De Leon moving away slightly from this pack. But yes, Platten holding station, 5 minutes still to go.
The number 4 there, Thomas Turner, getting past.
And a big tap of the helmet.
Yeah, the PF International driver of Brad Purnell.
Which, as we've said, means please overtake me at the next corner.
Exactly, exactly that. That's exactly what it means.
What they're trying to say is please work with me and don't overtake me and let's catch the pack in front. But actually what that means is I'm not going to defend the next corner, and so if you're behind, I'm going to send it up the inside.
Yeah. Oh, someone off on the start-finish line there. The 74 goes awry. That's Theo Makuris. His wheel has come off, apparently. I'm hearing the disembodied voice in my head.
Oh, and there he is. You can see the look of despair.
That's the exit of turn 1, and there it is.
The wheel.
The right rear wheel has come off.
It looks like the hub's completely detached from the axle.
Yeah, that's a disaster for Theo. He's had such a good weekend this time around, and to finish it like that is a huge disaster. Back here, though, at the front, we're through the banking now, and this is Fleming and Platten, your 2 race leaders, absolutely nose to tail with 5 minutes to go, just over 4. They cross the line, and still that gap is around 0.3 of a second. No room given.
And Fleming banging in 2 fastest laps in a row as well, really piling the pressure now on Platten. We wondered I wondered what he got left in the bag, what he was keeping in reserve. Now we're starting to find out. Thomas Fleming, 2 fastest laps in a row, extends the gap, but only by a 1/10 of a second.
Exactly that. Platten not giving any room for manoeuvre here to Fleming.
Harry Platten was only 0.06 behind on that lap as well in terms of lap time anyway. So although it looks like Fleming is really applying the pressure, Platten is really going with him and using that slipstream effect to full effect.
Exactly that. 3.5 minutes to go. Out of the final corner, cross the line. And it's all still nose to play with our front 2. Back here, though, with the 29, Lewis Gilbert, Gus Lawrence and Sam Heading. They are still heading in the right direction because that's forward. They're trying their best to close that gap up to the race leaders. But at the moment, they're in their lull. They're in a bit of a no man's land. They're just waiting for that time to go as you're pointing a finger at me.
I am. I'm just going to say, while we're in this lull, let's go over to the YouTube comments and say lots of support coming in. For Sam Heading from Lily Turner and Scott Goldsby. Go for it, Lewis, which I believe will be Lewis Gilbert from Mojo 1909. And Donna Pete saying, come on Turner, which I believe will be Thomas Turner in 7th place.
I'm surely you are correct. Yes, please do keep getting your comments in.
Biggest mover of the race so far, Oliver Greetham in 18th place. So 16 places he's made up so far this race. So well done to Oliver Greetham.
He is Greetham. Greetham. So 2 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Out they go there, the back end of the 57 of Sam Heading. All over the back of Gus Lawrence's number 5 PF International Kart.
Fleming has definitely received a hurry up now, 0.380. Again, there or thereabouts with Harry Platten. Harry Platten just matching the pace. 49.5s for these two. The only other person in the 49.5s was Gus Lawrence and Thomas Turner.
Yeah, I have to say, so keeping a very close eye on it. This final is close, but it's not as close as it was yesterday. These drivers having a very cool, calm, collected race. Like you say, they're in the lull at the moment. They're just managing the tyres, of course, because they've been using these tyres all throughout today, all through their practice, qualifying, heats, and now their final. So this is where we see who has looked after them the most during the day and who has not looked after them the most during today. Thomas Turner, who looks like he has looked after his tyres, sets a new fastest lap of the race, 49.440.
Yes, your support from for Thomas Turner has come in and reached him, and he's suddenly pumped in the fastest lap of the race.
He has indeed, yes. 1 minute to go then, and we're back here with our race leaders once more. Fleming and Platten still nose to tail. What Platten's doing here, again, is just managing the situation. He is not letting Fleming get away, and Fleming's also managing the situation because he's just leading. So he's looking after this one nicely. He had a race win in his final yesterday. He's looking to repeat that today.
40 seconds to go, plus 1 lap. Harry Platten he's going to have to go Harry Flatters here to catch up with Thomas Fleming and certainly make a move.
Yes, indeed.
I kept that one in my pocket all day.
Yeah, he's going to need to flatten his accelerator pedal if he's going to close that gap up. Oh, there we go.
We have to get these jokes in because we've only got 2 more races to go after this one.
Exactly that. 16 seconds to go. Your race leaders are going into the penultimate corner now. I suspect we might get 1 more lap out of this race. Not too sure. 4 seconds to go. We do. They cross the line. Oh, there is the 14 of Darryl DeLeon. Gets nerfed out wide there, I think, as he goes wide. He's not going to be happy with that one. And the 48 of Brad Pennell gets through. He drops down now back into his original starting spot of 8th place.
Yes, indeed. And also Alessandro Ceranetti is dropping down the order as well. Don't know whether we've had yet another retirement. We're already up to 6 retirements from this race. It looks like we could be on 7 out of 34. As the clock strikes 0, so the last lap board will come out next time across the stripe.
It will do indeed. Now, this will be where we need to keep an eye on Platten and Fleming, because it's only 0.2 of a second last time out between them. Platten will see that timing board say last lap. Final lap board is out. The gap opened up slightly to 0.3 of a second. So here we go then into the final lap, down into the boot section. Fleming doesn't even defend into the boot. He knows he's got the breathing space to carry on that normal racing line. Down the start finish, or back straight they go, into that slipstream. Platten tucking in as much as he can. Has he got the time to do it though?
Well, there's only 3 corners to go now. Defensive, slightly defensive from Fleming.
Yep, that could have been the mistake that Platten needed, because defensive once more is Fleming into there. Thomas Turner on the last lap, 5-second time penalty. What a disaster for him. Into the final corner we go.
Platten's
One more
right there.
corner, he is right there. Defensive goes Fleming. Fleming holds that. Platten's going to try to go the long way, can't do it. It's going to be a race win, 2 for 2 for Thomas Fleming, and Platten crosses in second. The battle for third is still raging. Lewis Gilbert gets it just by Sam Heading and Gus Lawrence.
And look at that celebration as well from Thomas Fleming. Hear me now! Can you hear me now? Shabba! Thomas Fleming, well done, congratulations. Senior X30 final winner. So, running down the order as they come across the line. So we had Fleming, Platten and Gilbert will be your podium. Sam Heading, Gus Lawrence, Thomas Turner, Brad Pennell, Darrell De Leon finishing 8th. Clayton Ravenscroft, fantastic final from him. 11 places made up and finishing P9. So really good points for the championship for Clayton Ravenscroft. Guy Cunnington rounds out your top 10. Then we had Lewis Mackey, Caden McQueen, Archie Tillett, Joseph Taylor, Caleb Marshall, Oliver Greetham, your biggest mover in the final, making up 18 places to 16th. Well done there. And Jamie Rogers in 17th. Louis Johnston Cool in 18th. Ben Watson in 19th. Ben Higgins in 20th. Then it was Alex Moody, Oscar Joyce, JP Sleater, Adam Fitzgerald, Connor Clifford, Aaron Walker and Marcus Littlewood are your last of the classified finishers. Alessandro Cerenetti, Theo McCouris, Daniel Butterworth, Tyler Reed, Casper Scusa, Gary Edwards and Thomas Wood, unfortunately, were non-finishers. Whew, and breathe. Well done, Thomas Fleming. And Nanny June's been in touch again. Well done, Nanny June. Thank you for keeping us entertained through the day. And she said, well done, Lewis. Good job. P11 for Lewis Mackey, of course. And I've lost my pen. There we are, found it. Right, so Mini X30 and Junior X30 finals to go. Both of them 15 minutes plus 1 lap. So looking forward to those ones. Both of us have given us some fantastic entertainment throughout the day. Yes, fantastic entertainment from juniors and minis, and much like the seniors and all the other classes that we've had here today as well. Can you tell I'm filling? That's because I'm waiting for DJ to get down to the Parc Ferme area and interview our podium finishers, which will be Fleming, Platten and Gilbert. So yes, keep your comments coming in. Lily Turner saying well done, Sammy. And Joe Rippin saying Jack's going to win. Jack who, Joe? Tell us who. And I will now hand you down to DJ with your podium finishes.
So once more, an amazing final we see from the Senior X30, and one man who looks like he can't believe it once more, Mr. Fleming. Talk to us about that one, because that looked like a controlled race all the way throughout, and another race win for you.
Controlled race, I don't know what race you were watching, mate. I had Harry breathing me down my neck, you know, for most of it. We had a couple issues with yesterday's final. You could probably see Clayton came in with like a second with, you know, within 3 minutes. We sorted everything out. You know, we've been perfect today. Won quali, won both heats, won the final. Just, I'm genuinely lost for words of how amazing this doubleheader has been for us.
Yeah, a great weekend. Larkhall seems to be suiting you well, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a couple of years ago I got my first, you know, semi-big win over here, and it's just, it's really stuck with me, so I'm still in disbelief.
Excellent. Well, enjoy your celebrations. Enjoy it with the team, of course. I saw you shaking hands with your mechanic there. But yeah, a great result for you for here at Larkhall. Yeah,
I just want to thank Dan Holland Racing for the naughty setups, JP for being the top mechanic, Bryce for, you know, the obscene waft that we've had this weekend. Pick up the Chatham Green Village.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Thomas Fleming. There, lots of waft in there. Let's talk to our second place man, Mr. Platten. Well, from your point of view, again, you had a third yesterday, a second today. It's an improvement, and again, another podium in the finals. Good points for you still this year.
Yeah, it's great points. Obviously, after the first round, we struggled. So coming back through, hopefully, we should have a decent position in the championship. Bit disappointed after the start, dropping back to third, having to get into second. By that point, Tom already had a bit of a gap. Started to come at him early on in the race, and then once you get there, it's just so hard to overtake. Just couldn't get the job and the move done. But still, good points. I'll take a second.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, we were watching you through the race, and all we were saying was another new fastest lap for Platten, another new fastest lap. You know, you were really putting it on there, but like you say, it's a fast circuit. It's, like you say, very difficult to overtake still, though.
Yeah, I mean, because of all the fast-flowing corners, you just understeer when you get to that kart length back. So I couldn't really do anything, but I just want to say a massive thanks to my family for the support, the team, Grice Racing Engines for obviously very good motors, and my mechanic.
Excellent stuff. Very well done, Harry Platten on second place. Excellent. Let's have a chat to our third place man here. Come in. Well, I have to say, you, from the start to finish, that was just working your way through. You had a bit of a gap, but you managed it well, I have to say, with all the screaming cars behind you.
Yeah, it was quite hard because we've never quite had the pace on we can, but luckily enough, we just raced well enough to stay at the front, but it was hard, really hard.
Well, I mean, you must be happy with the team's performance, of course. You know, it's been a great weekend for you still, ups and downs, but to come with a podium at the end of the weekend must be a good feeling.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to jump back into class. It's my first time in half a year back in it, so I think I've done okay for that, but yeah, it's been good.
Excellent stuff. Anyone you'd like to thank?
I'd just like to thank Ben, my mechanic, and everybody at Run for help.
Excellent stuff. Well done, Lewis Gilbert there on third place. A great result then for the Senior X30. Only a couple more races to go. Stay tuned because it's all about to get a little bit interesting.
Miles Murphy, you're going to have some fantastic British Grand Prix memories this year because some of the drivers are going to be wearing your crash helmet designs. But roll back the years a little while. What are your favourite British Grand Prix memories being there and watching it on TV?
I'd say it's like the best one to personally watch was probably when you saw Leclerc and Verstappen 2019. That was like the first time you saw the new generation coming up, and that battle was absolutely amazing anyway. So that was the first step I thought you saw of how F1's going to the future and how it's going to be safe without Hamilton. Another I remember watching was 2011 was when last time I went there for the whole weekend, and we were at Vale where Hamilton and Mass came into the final corner and crashed each other, and you see bits of debris going into the crowd and everything. The crowd went absolutely ballistic. It's like the atmosphere there is like next level. And we've been lucky to go quite a few events abroad. Only Spa really ever came close. Obviously, because all the Max fans, they're all absolute lunatics, so that's the only thing there. But yeah, other ones there, I remember on TV, like 2003, that might have been the best Grand Prix Silverstone's ever had. The one that Barrichello won, and there's like 15 different leaders, something like that. That was a really good race. And there's another one, a personal memory, I wasn't actually there, but my mum and dad were. They were there in 1999. Dad was a Never Michael Schumacher cap on, Mum had a Damon Hill cap. Schumacher crashed that Stowe, he broke his leg, and my dad said he took his hat off, and then Mum was laughing, bless her.
It's an iconic part of the British sporting calendar, the British Grand Prix. You're connected to it in a way that a lot of other people aren't. You know, who are you going to be cheering for this year's British Grand Prix?
We got George Russell, Lando, two that we've worked with since they were karting. They're up in F1, so it's quite special when you see they're using your gear and doing well there. Probably might have an outside shot, depending how the tyre wear goes. Lando might get a podium from there. And so George got just outside Q3 today for Red Bull race, so he might have a chance at Silverstone, you never know. And we do Checo's as well, so with how Red Bull look, I think Checo would be good for a podium. But yeah, it's quite cool when you see your own designs going around there. Hopefully get some good results from that. But it's one of those, you just enjoy the show, really.
Well, thank you very much, Miles. You certainly have added lots of colour to the British Grand Prix grid, both past and present. Thank you.
Hopefully more to come.
Oh, welcome back here to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships here at Larkhall. Final coming up for Mini X30. 2 races to go today. Very much looking forward to this one. How were the podium interviews, DJ?
Well, they weren't podium interviews. They were post-race interviews.
Well, yes.
There is a difference.
There is a
difference. The podiums will be later on today.
Okay, let's be frank. How was your Park Fermi interviews?
Well, very good, yeah. Everyone was very chirpy down there, so I have to say. But now we're on to our next group, Mini X30, and as you can imagine, it's all a bit interesting as I look through my paperwork here, because, of course, Leo Robinson, who is leading the championship, he lost to Macaulay Bishop yesterday. Macaulay Bishop won his thing. Nice thumbs up there from the 57 of Ashton Wiggins, the rookie driver from Scotland himself, his home circuit here at Larkhall. Yeah, so they're having a good little scrap. There is only about 20. There's only 20 points between them, of course. And Macaulay Bishop's had a good little run through that one, of course. But of course, with this race underway, I think it's time we have a look at the grids. We haven't got.
Okay, yeah, in fact, while we are waiting on the grids, then let's do that. Let's get, sorry, we had the disembodied voice, as you call it. We had our producer, James, got in contact with us through our headphones and said, please mention to get people commenting back on the YouTube stream. Yes, it all went a bit quiet during that gap. We've got Reece Bennett Racing, of course, all day has been putting in support for number 66, Taylor Orridge, who we will keep an eye on as well. Made good progress through in the previous heat.
He did indeed.
So we'll keep an eye out for that. But yes, if you are supporting a driver, please get in touch via the YouTube comments and we will endeavour to read them out.
Now, we just saw there over to the right the 2 Jade Racing Team kart, Charlie Morris-Jones and Isaac Phelps. Now, they obviously had a coming together in one of their races earlier on where they both didn't finish. But yeah, it was a bit of a shame to see that. Now we're ready for the grids. Let's go over them. Macaulay Bishop starting on pole position with Leo Robinson alongside. The championship battle is heating up between those two. Cameron Pratt-Thompson and Henry Jocelyn on row number 2. Eden Spanswick and Taylor Orridge on row 3 with Thomas Cucurullo-Yeomans and Aidan Hassan on row number 4. Jack Hobson and Wesley Swain on row 5 with Ashton Wiggins and Tommy Hartfield on row number 6. Fred Green and Jack Cunningham on row 7 with Brandon Truman and Joey Brown on row number 8. Lewis Bird and Isaac Phelps on row 9 with Thomas Behrman and Charlie Morris-Jones on row 10. 20 karts about to start this Mini X30 final. Who's going to come out on top between Macaulay Bishop and Leo Robinson? We're about to find out.
I think Pratt-Thompson and Jocelyn may have something to say about this, and even Eden Spanswick as well.
Well, potentially
right up there as well throughout the weekend.
Only midway through this season, of course, but it is all heating up.
Oh, now I have to say, we are looking very much in line already. Now, please don't mess this up, guys. They've got into position nice and early. Slow it down. Let's go green first time.
Well, let's see if we can do it. Obviously, the man on the start-finish line, Nigel Edwards, determines whether or not we're going racing. And we are this time around. Green flag is out and away. Leo Robinson again getting swapped to the outside. Bit of contact to the front. Looks like someone's nose cone almost came completely off there. I think it was the number 6 of Jack Hobson for MLC Motorsport who almost lost his nose cone. Down the inside there, a massive lunge from one of the Fusion karts. I think that was the number 8 of Wesley Swain gaining positions. But a good start. Everyone through the boots for the first time.
Yes, indeed, and back into line, or we would say that, but there is actually still some overtaking going on as they figure themselves out from the start, and that was the 11 going very sideways as well. That's Tommy Hartfield.
Leo Robinson retakes second place.
Ooh,
one of the
and a big biff off the side of the circuit.
Yeah, he did. That was one of the Fusion karts. Looked like the 29, or it could have been the 19 of Jack Cunningham, who had gone awry there, so big shame for him. They slot back into position side by side at the back of the field, because you can see, oh, the number 10. Oh, we were talking about that in the track walk with Zach Drummond. You say if you get nerfed off there, you go bouncing and spiralling off into the air at 100 miles an hour, near enough.
That was Lewis Bird.
It was indeed. As they enter into the boots again for the second time. Bishop leads from Robinson, from Pratt-Thompson, then it's Jocelyn, Orridge, Spanswick, Cucurullo-Yeomans, then it's Swain, Hassan, Hobson, Green, Wiggins, Brown, Cunningham, Harfield, Morris Jones, Truman, Phelps, Behrman and Bird.
Indeed, and we've got support coming in from Beverly Pratt Thompson, saying car 33 CPT, bring it home.
Exactly, that will be for Cameron Pratt Thompson, currently in third place. Yep, the PMR driver in his equal starting position, holding on to that one nicely. There's your race leader, though, at the moment, the 68, Macaulay Bishop, under pressure, though, from Leo Robinson. He's got a little bit of an advantage from him, 0.4 of a second. 3/10 further behind him is the Cameron Pratt Thompson of the number 33. Then it's Henry Jocelyn Tyler Orridge, still very close behind. He's up one position from his original starting spot of 6th.
Yes, Taylor Orridge, who we've been keeping an eye on through the day, moving through the field. So a decent starting spot for Taylor Orridge, but has already made a place up to 5th.
Indeed, yes. So they whiz past our camera on the back straight. They'll come round the corner into the infield section, and the field all slots through. And I think there is your race leader again. Oh, look how close here Leo Robinson has got. Now this will be good for Leo if he can get past early and maintain the race. That would look good for, in terms of championship points, for re-extending it, because of course he doesn't want Bishop to win this one, because he'll close that gap.
Oh,
down
there he
the
goes.
inside though goes Leo Robinson and gets that job done early. Now Bishop is on the chase in towards the boot section, and oh God, well, it was Bishop who comes back at him. Now with those two scrapping, that's allowed Pratt Thompson to close right up to it, and also the two behind of Jocelyn and Orridge are also closing up. This battle for first place between 2 drivers is now almost become 5 drivers as they go through turn 3, back onto the infield straight into the braking zone of the infield hairpin.
Yes, and Robinson had a little sniff up the inside there, but as you say, this is now a 5-car train. Bishop, Robinson, Pratt, Thompson, Jocelyn and Orridge.
There they are, so out of turn number 5 through 6 into 7, the final corner. No.
Brandon Truman with a 5-second penalty.
Oh dear, disaster for the number 55, currently in
17th place.
Yeah, nightmare for him, for the ML Motorsport driver. As we see there, the 69 of Eden Spanswick and Thomas Cucurullo Yeomans, and the 86 also closing in on this group.
So this could very quickly become an 8 or 9 kart train.
It could indeed. Wesley Swain, though, fastest lap of the race in the number 8 kart, currently in 10th place for Fusion Motorsport, 51.940 for him.
Yeah, I can't blame Leo Robinson for having a go there either. He certainly had the pace, and as you say, if you've got the pace, you need to get the place.
Well, yeah, exactly that. Yeah, that's my line.
Oh, I like it. I really, really like it. Oh, wow, and really defensive from Macaulay Bishop, and that is so early to go defensive. 10 minutes and 3/4 plus a lap still to go, and already feeling the need to go defensive. And there goes Pratt Thompson through on Leo Robinson in the final corner as well. All started by Macaulay Bishop, and that has given him a gap.
Yeah, Leo Robinson dropping like a stone here, because he's lost another position there as well to look like Henry Jocelyn, the 26, who's managed to get past. He has indeed, and actually it looks like he's managed to get up a few more places, because
he's up to second.
Yeah, the 33 of Pratt Thompson has dropped down a position. So look at that. The 29 of Henry Jocelyn has gone from 5th all the way up to 2nd.
Yeah, well done, Henry Jocelyn, taking full advantage. And as we said, now there is a big gap in front for Macaulay Bishop, as these have been fighting, and now they go 3 wide through the hairpin. That will not work. That was Eden Spanswick and the 66 of Taylor Orridge.
Was indeed there as well. You can see the number 6 of Jack Hobson's MLC Motorsport trying to go down the inside, getting it done. Thomas Behrman, the 87, with a 5-second time penalty as well. He's in 17th place, up 2 positions at the moment, but it's going to go down in a bit when he comes to the end of the race. Wow. Jack Hobson down the inside, gets to the inside of the 69 of Spanswick, gets that move done. But at the front, Macaulay Bishop has led this race well and is pulling away. 1.4 seconds is the gap now to him and Henry Jocelyn, who has come from nowhere.
Yes, indeed, and Macaulay Bishop with the, well, we said it was very early to go super defensive, but all he's done is actually concertina everybody up behind. They've all scrapped, and he's now got a 1.6 second gap, so you could call it genius.
You could call it genius, you know. Henry Jocelyn...
What do I know?
What do any of us know? Henry Jocelyn finished in 7th place in his final yesterday, and now he's here, 2nd place in this final. What a weekend it's been for him so far, and he's proving his worth definitely for the team of Mick Barrett Racing. Into turn 1 they go. Immense impression from Leo Robinson right there in third place on that number 2 plate, the 66 of Taylor Orridge as well. Lots of support on the string for Taylor Orridge as Leo Robinson gets the fastest lap of the race, 51.770. Again, for the folks at home, please keep the conversation going. If you've got something you want to say, type it in. Let's hear it.
We've got support coming in from Alyssa Wiggins for Ashton Wiggins as well in P12. And so we are looking here at the battle for second place. So that is Leo Robinson still heading that, but it's now out to 1.8 seconds. So Robinson now getting past Jocelyn on this lap. And hopefully Jocelyn will then keep line astern with the other 4. And, who is that up the inside? Oh, that's Pratt Thompson, isn't it? Up the inside of Orridge. That's for 4th place. But a slight gap appeared now, and this seems to be what happens when you do make an overtake. And even if it was a slide through, it does still create a slight gap to the karts in front.
Yeah, it does indeed. And of course, in these races, there's a 5-second time penalty there for Cucurullo Yeomans. That's a massive shame there for the 86, who is currently in 13th place. But you have to remember, in these sort of races, there's always developments going on within Motorsport UK and in the fueling. And of course, in terms of that, we've got the 68, the 33, and the number 2 of Macaulay Bishop, Cameron Pratt Thompson, and Leo Robinson, who are all using control fuel in this race. Those 3 are using control fuel, and as you can see in this one, it seems to be working.
Indeed, control fuel.
Control fuel, yeah.
This is a new one to me.
So, 7 minutes plus that 1 additional lap. And as they go through into the boot section, Leo Robinson once again, fastest lap of the race, 51.600.
1.4 seconds now, the gap between Bishop and Robinson. So Robinson is starting to eke it back ever so slightly. He was almost 3/10 quicker on the previous lap than Macaulay Bishop. He's going to have to go great guns now to close that up with 6.5 minutes plus 1 lap to go.
Exactly that. So as they go through into the banking section,
Ashton Wiggins making a place up to 11th place now.
Yes,
biggest mover of the race so far has been Joey Brown. Although I would say that, but he's just been overtaken by Ashton Wiggins, so that will be 4 places. Still a good go from Joey Brown, making up 4 places now into 12th place.
Down the inside goes the 64 on the number 6, Aidan Hassan on Jack Hobson. Gets that move done through the boot, moving himself up into P6 and moving up once more. So 5.5 minutes left to go. There they are on your screen. Hassan now in front of Hobson. Spanswick still there in the 69 just behind.
And Curtis Louis saying, come on Taylor, get on the podium, mate. Well, yeah, Taylor Orridge currently sitting in 5th place.
5th place at the moment, some 2.6 seconds off the race leader. Only about 1 second or so off from 3rd place. So a podium very much looking like it could be on the cards.
Yes, and you have to play those cards right though, DJ. That's the trick. That is the trick with racing here in your mini X30 final. I almost did what you did yesterday.
Yeah.
In your mini X30 final. So it is Macaulay Bishop. 1.2 seconds clear now. Leo Robinson, who was over a tenth quicker again than Macaulay Bishop on that previous lap. Then it's Henry Jocelyn, Cameron Pratt Thompson, Taylor Orridge, Aidan Hassan, Jack Hobson, Eden Spanswick, Wesley Swain and Fred Green as they cross the line. That was your top 10.
Indeed, yes. The rest of the field, 11th, Ashton Wiggins. Then it's Thomas Cucurullo Yeomans, but he has got that 5-second time penalty. Tommy Harfield. Then it's Jack Cunningham, Joey Brown, Thomas Behrman in 16th place, up 3 positions. Charlie Morris-Jones in 17th, up 3 positions. Then it's Lewis Bird, Isaac Phelps and Brandon Truman. 20 karts started this race. 20 karts still going as the 15 dives down the inside. Fred Green on Wesley Swain moves up into 8th place.
We didn't see Wesley Swain do his usual reversing into the boot section.
I will correct myself on that one. It wasn't Wes Swain, it was Jack Hobson he got past.
Okay. But as I said, Wesley Swain not feeling the need to reverse it into the boot section on lap 1 this time around. Yes. So well done there.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, much better start to his race this time around. Dusty section through here because a kart has gone off. It looks to me like the 86 of Thomas Cucurullo Yeomans, who has gone off the track. The crop promotion driver is off at the hairpin, and a warning flag out to Charlie Morrison-Jones. There he is on the outfield there. What a shame. Oh, and the 87 KR Sport car's gone off as well.
That's Thomas Behrman.
It is, yeah, I said car as well. There we go. That is out. And apparently the number 12 has gone off as well. Charlie Morrison-Jones has also come a cropper. They're all, well, they had to wait until about 3 minutes to go before everything went P-tong, didn't they?
They did, and in fact, that's all three of our, or two of our karts with 5-second penalties, and one who's had a warning flag, who are now right down at the tail end of the field.
Big shame for them. Looks like the 87 crop promotion driver of Thomas Kukabula-Yeomans has managed to get back going again. He has just crossed the timing beam, so he is still going strong out there. Bishop, though, at the front, leading at this moment by only 1 second as they cross the line, or it says 7/10 on your screen. Actually, it's just updated to 7/10 on my screen. There we go.
And indeed, Leo Robinson pumping in another fastest lap of the race. 3/10 again faster than Macaulay Bishop. So that gap really is coming down. It was out to 1.6 seconds at one point. It's now half that, less than half of that gap.
It definitely is so. So now, with 2.5 minutes to go, can Leo Robinson close that gap up to Macaulay Bishop?
And Leo Robinson as well, now that he's in that 6/10 sort of bubble, he's going to start picking up slipstreams big time from Macaulay Bishop, and that will only increase the magnetic pull onto the back of his rear bumper.
I suspect so. We look here at the 19.
Half a second now, Leo Robinson. He's absolutely flying. We thought that Macaulay Bishop might have saved his tyres.
Oh,
could it have been the other way around? Could it be Leo Robinson who's actually done the job here and saved his tyres for the final part of the final race?
Well, we're about to find out, because here they are, your race leaders. That doesn't look like 0.4 of a second.
That looks not.
That looks like lunge distance to me. Onto the back straight. Look at that big look over the shoulder for Bishop. He knows that Robinson is there. He doesn't go defensive yet, though. He's not close enough, so that's good for Bishop, because if he goes defensive too early, Robinson will be all over the back of him. There is 90 seconds plus the 1 lap to go. This race is far from over yet.
And the only person who's been in front of Macaulay Bishop so far this race has been Leo Robinson, and it's taken him this long to get back in front, because Macaulay Bishop, if you remember, went ultra defensive into the second hairpin, caused everybody to accordion effect back up together, and that cost Leo Robinson a lot of places. He managed to, he unfortunately got freight trained by a few people. He's now right there. He's timed this to perfection. He's right on the back of Macaulay Bishop. Macaulay Bishop now having a look behind, looking very nervous. Could there be fatigue coming in a little bit here as well, DJ, perhaps?
These drivers are incredibly fit. You should see their fitness regimes or routines that they do. It's quite incredible, much more than me. That my fitness routine is getting out of bed in the morning. That's all I do.
I do plenty of lifting, but it's normally chips into my mouth.
There we go. 30 seconds to go then on the timing board. Now Bishop goes defensive. Was it too soon to go defensive? Who knows? Again, another look over his shoulder as Robinson tries left, right again to try and get past into the braking zone of the final corner. This is an immense amount of pressure on Bishop's shoulders. 12 seconds to go. We're going to get another 2 laps in on this race. There's plenty of time for Robinson to get this move done. And now all the meanwhile, while they start going defensive, Jocelyn and Cameron Pratt-Thompson are going to close in. Now it's a 4-way battle for the lead, and the last lap board's going to come out this time.
Incredible. These guys were 3 seconds behind a couple of laps ago, Jocelyn and Pratt-Thompson, and now they are right there, hunting for the win. With a lap and a half to go, it's going to be Robinson. Is he going to have a lunge? He is!
There's the lunge.
Oh! And over the top went Jocelyn.
Jocelyn tried to make the move as well and collides with Bishop. Bishop falls to 4th place now under pressure from the 66 of Orridge. It was looking so good for Macaulay Bishop, and it's all gone P-tong very quickly, because now Leo Robinson leads the way out of the final corner and he crosses the line. Last lap board comes out this time, but it's not over yet, because Pratt-Thompson could come and spoil the party for Robinson. He's right there.
And Pratt-Thompson was in 4th at the start of the last lap. He's now in 2nd and going for the win. Macaulay Bishop straight back up the inside on Jocelyn. So that's moving back onto the podium for Macaulay Bishop. Has he got enough time to catch up with the front 2?
He's going to have to find some serious waft out of that Mini X30 engine as they go down the mini straight, but then into this turn 3 section. on the infield here. Robinson's going to have to go defensive. Brad Thompson tries to take the long way round and get the switchback. Bishop comes back now. He's right on the tail end of Thompson in towards the next banking section. You can see Jocelyn under pressure from the 66 of Orridge. Orridge tries to get the move done, and he does. He moves up into P4, but all the action is at the front of the field. Can Robinson hold on to this one? Bishop down the inside.
What a move!
But Robinson comes back to take another final win.
Wow, the slide job from Bishop on the final corner. Kart placement to perfection. Here we have a replay of it. Oh, it's actually just a little bit further on than we thought. Crossing the line there from Leo Robinson. Fantastic move from Macaulay Bishop at the end of the race there to take P2. He was unfortunate in the hairpin, and in fact, oh, here we do have a replay of the hairpin incident. So Robinson went up the inside of Bishop. You can't blame Jocelyn for being there. There was a gap there up the inside and went for it. Just a coming together of wheels, and that unfortunately lifted him up and over the top. But yeah, fantastic action here in our Mini X30 final few laps. So that was Robinson from Macaulay Bishop, from Cameron Pratt Thompson, Taylor Orridge taking 4th place. Henry Jocelyn in 5th, Aidan Hassan 6th, 7th went to Jack Hobson, 8th was Ashton Wiggins, 9th Eden Spanswick, 10th was Fred Green. That was your top 10 in Mini X30s. Then you had Wesley Swain, Tommy Harfield, Jack Cunningham, Joey Brown, Lewis Bird, Isaac Phelps, Brandon Truman, Charlie Morrison-Jones, Thomas Krukaroli-Yeomans, and your non-finisher was Thomas Behrman. Whew, wow. One more race to go today. Absolutely fantastic action in Mini X30. Congratulations to Leo Robinson. We will hear from him very shortly. Yes, and a big celebration as well coming over the line. P1. Yes, indeed you did. Leo Robinson, well done. And as we said, Macaulay Bishop with that fantastic overtake into the final corner. Unfortunate for Cameron Pratt Thompson to be on the receiving end of it, but I don't think he can have any complaints. There was a gap there, and Macaulay Bishop just placed his car absolutely perfectly. Came through the gap and just parked it on the apex, so Cameron Pratt Thompson could not get the over-under, and certainly couldn't get a run out of the corner either. Really, really good. Going to hand down to DJ in Parc Ferme with your interviews.
Thank you very much, Tom. Yes, down in the winner's circle, Leo Robinson. I'll let you take your helmet off if you want to. I'll give you a bit of time. But yeah, what a result that was for yourself. What a final it was, because it was busy all the way throughout. I was off my seat. I was on my tiptoes. I didn't know what to do.
Yeah, it was quite interesting. At the beginning, they started defending, then Macaulay got a gap, but then I managed to catch back up, and it was an exciting last few laps.
Oh, definitely so. I mean, this must be good for you in terms of championship points as well, because you've managed to, you were second in the race yesterday. To come with first today, it's good for your championship, because Macaulay slowly was catching, but this is good result for you.
Yeah, well, luckily we can drop around, so technically we've won everything bar from 1 second.
That's a very good point. You know more than me. Do you want to swap positions? Do you want to go to the commentary box? Yeah, no, very good point. Yeah, you say. So let's hope the rest of the season it's all wins all the way through, because then, yeah, it will be a solid season for you, won't it?
Yeah, hopefully.
Let's hope so. So anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank the Algerians, Massi Bougash, for supporting me, my mum, my dad, and my mechanic, Sam Fugger, and I'd also like to wish Ryan Exberg, who broke his wrist yesterday, a speedy recovery.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you very much for that intel there as well. So, very well done. Leo Robinson, first place.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent stuff there from our first place man. Let's grab Macaulay. Macaulay, what a race that was. That was tough all the way throughout, and it all came a cropper at that hairpin. Talk us through what happened from your point of view.
Yes, I was just leading a race. Obviously, I got a gap, and then you caught in. And then once he was right behind me, just defended. Going into the hairpin, just completely went for a gap. That was not a gap. He went up the inside, then another cart came across me, which compromised me, so I went down to 4th. At the end, on the last lap, I managed to gap the 2nd, so it's not too bad, I guess.
Yeah, I could say a great recovery from you, great overtakes to get back past for 2nd place. Great result for you still, but yeah, it must have been a bit of a shake-up for you.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shame. Like, we needed the points for the championship, but obviously we didn't, unfortunately, get them.
Well, in terms of anyone you'd like to thank for this one, I'm sure there are many.
Yeah, my mum, dad, Grice, Gossie, Pullman, and all the other people.
Excellent stuff, mate. Well done. Second place still in the Mini X30.
Thank you.
Well done there to Macaulay Bishop. Let's have a chat then with our third place man, Mr. Pratt Thompson. Cameron, again, tough old race for you. You saw the collision that you had with your, the teammate with Macaulay Bishop. You were right behind at that point. Talk us through what you saw from your angle.
So obviously Jocelyn had a crash with Macaulay. I thought, well, now I can actually win this race, because before that it was quite a big gap. But once I got to that point, it was just me and Leo, and I was like, right, I need to try and win this. But yeah, I mean, I should have really defended the last corner to keep the P2, but I'm still happy with my second British Champs podium. So yeah, I'd just like to say thank you to my mechanic Tom, my dad and my mum and everyone at PMR and Gossie for all the help.
Oh, excellent stuff. I mean, a great race for you here, and Larkhall, a fantastic circuit again. It seems to have been treating you well, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely one of my favourite circuits now.
Excellent, that's what we like to hear. Well, well done, third place, Cameron Pratt Thompson there. A great result then for the finals, of course, and you can see here in the paddock the last of the karts just getting themselves sort of sorted out and back in, because of course there's a lot of a technical jargon that goes on after these races. You can see here as well for the socials here, Leo Robinson getting his #1 spot there. He deserves it. He's had a really tough weekend so far this year, but he's come back with another race win, another one for the Mini X30. Well, one more race to go. Back up to the commentary box.
To our competition to win a HRX branded race suit, a Fens driver website, and a Drift Limits driving experience in a McLaren GT3, just like this one.
Mr. Richards, in your long and distinguished career in motorsport, what was your #1 British Grand Prix memory?
Well, I don't think I can categorise my #1 memory. I've got lots and lots of memories. Obviously, you know, memories of when I was running the BAR team, Jensen Button on the podium and events like that. But I suppose as a family, we always used to go to Silverstone when the kids were very young. And we used to stay on the campsite, and the BRDC campsite, and always at midnight before the Grand Prix, the kids would be out on their bicycles, and they found a way onto the circuit, and the trick was to ride their bikes round the circuit at midnight, and they'd be sort of 8, 10 years old, the same age as the karting kids here are today, and it was, that was a memory they'll always, will never forget.
It's an iconic event, it's an iconic British tradition, and some iconic memories as well for these kids in the paddock and your kids as well. Is that when you think that they got the bug bitten? Because everyone gets the bug, the bug bites them, doesn't it?
Oh, they've, you know, they've been around motor racing all their lives, but you're quite right. To actually be part of it, right in the hub of it, to meet the drivers who are camping and staying in their motorhomes nearby, and then to ride round the circuit on a bicycle as a 10-year-old, that's something you'll always remember.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, David Richards.
as we scramble for our headphones quickly, because as we come back to the Wera Tools British Kart Championships here at Larkhall, we have one more race to go that will be your Junior X30 Final. So keep your comments coming in on YouTube. Please keep them coming in thick and fast, and we will read them out. Let us know who you're supporting in the final race of the day, the Junior X30s. Really looking forward to this one. There is not long to go now, just 2 minutes until we go, or until the formation lap starts. So keep them coming in. Let us know who you're supporting. We will give them a shout.
Yes.
Don't know why I'm whispering.
I don't know why you're whispering either.
Not the best on a live stream.
No, not at all. Well, you can hear there in the background the buzzer sounding, meaning that the dummy grid area is about to close. There it is. So, dummy grid is now closed. No more karts can enter, but it's okay because it looks like we have everyone there. So, the grid. Then, we won't talk about it just yet because we'll wait for that until it pops up on the screen. But Fionn McLaughlin starting on the front row with Bart Harrison. They have had an exciting day. Fionn earlier on had a great finish. You know, he finished quite a few times a bit ahead of the rest of the field, I will say. I was looking at qualifying results there, which is why that didn't make any sense whatsoever to me. Yesterday, Junior X30 Final was Oliver Stewart who took the win for that one, Scottish driver. Archie Walker came second place for KR Sports as well. Harry Burgoyne Jr., local lad, for Strawberry Racing, and that 68 came third. Bart Harrison, who's now starting on the front row this time around, finished fourth in that one as well. So it was been a tough old race for those ones. The timing screens update, meaning that the race is imminent for us, and hopefully in a moment we can go over some grids. But yeah, it's been a tough old weekend for the majority of our Junior X30s, but the grids are here. Fionn McLaughlin starting on pole position with Bart Harrison alongside with Oliver Stewart and Olivier Algieri on the second row. Archie Walker and Dan Ginchard on row 3 with Charlie Rippin and Aidan Lynn on row number 4. Matthew Hyde with his best finish earlier on for the rookie, and Harvey Raby on row number 5 with Connor Duncan and James Barty on row 6. Brandon Carr and Sam Shaw on row 7 with Harry Burgoyne Jr. starting on the 8th row alongside Lorenzo Cordell, Gabriel Stilt, Mackay Singh and Nathan Clifford. Then it's Charlie Webb, Freddie Allen, Marcus Luzio, Jessica Edgar on row 12 with Harry Cottrell, David McIntyre, Reese Lomax, Harry Cottrell and Josh Agambar on row 14. Kanato Lee, Sienna Gordon, Shavan Shamagavel on row 16 with Joseph Rippin alongside. Rounding out the grid on row 17, Kian Gohill and Jack Cox.
So we've had Rob Hyde saying, good luck, Matt Hyde, number 51. Kate McLaughlin saying, come on, big brother Fionn, which is Fionn McLaughlin, who we were mentioning earlier. And Eve Stewart saying, Team Haggett's number 17, which is of Oliver Stewart, I'm assuming. Number 17 in this one. And I don't think we're going to get going this time, DJ. I'm not going to lie to you, but we shall see. We shall see as they come across the line. We have a false start.
We do indeed have false start. Not going this time around. False start declared, which is good because it means I can find my grid that I've miraculously lost for the Junior X30s.
How have you lost it? I literally gave it to you 1 minute ago. There it is.
It's on the bottom of my page sheet. That's why I couldn't find it. I was expecting it on the top, and it wasn't. Yes, there we go.
We've got Chris Dudboy Harvey has said, come on, has said, good luck, Dan G, which would be Dan Ginchard. And then we've got Donna Pete saying, come on, the Rippin Brothers.
Also in the grid, I believe I missed out saying Finley Harrison because the graphic disappeared from the view quite quickly. So Finley Harrison starting on the 8th row alongside Harry Burgoyne Jr. It could have been Gabriel Stilt as well that I missed. So he's starting on the 9th row as well, in the number 12.
Okay, so
just to make sure.
Final race of the day.
Indeed.
They've had all weekend to practice these stunts.
They have.
And still we go again. So, nice and slowly this time. They'll look much, much more in line this time. Everybody in their right positions, we hope.
We do hope indeed. Nice.
For these Junior X30. Although we have a non-starter, the 18 of Jack Cox will not be going.
Oh dear, but we're in the tram lines and green flag is out. Here we go then. And for Junior X30, round turn 1, anyone going wide? Oh, bit of jostling and turning there because the number 12 and Dan Ginchard's off the track as well. Stilp was also one of them who went off wide as well. So Stilp and Ginchard in the wars, but are back on the straight and narrow and are still going strong.
Yes, indeed, and the smoke off the start line was incredible. I've not even seen it like that from any of the X30s so far this weekend, and the ones at the back really needed to put their fog lights on
really
to get through there.
Through the mist that you usually see in TKM, but this time we're seeing it in the Junior X30s in towards the banking section across the back wall, and off they go there, single file all the way nearly throughout. A couple of people eyeing up a move down the inside, but none so far. Across the start-finish line, it's McLaughlin from Walker, Stewart, Algieri, then it's Rippin, Hyde, Harrison, Duncan, Ryby, then it's Ginchard, Lynn, Cordell. That's the top 12 car. Barty, Shaw, Singh, Burgoyne, then it's Clifford, Harrison, and Lutzio the top 20.
Oh, Burgoyne not having the best start to the race as well. 17th place. Only dropping 2 places, but Lorenzo Cordell making 5 up already on the opening lap. Kanato Lee also making up 4.
Yes, indeed. Through the hairpin they go again. Everyone single file waiting for that. We're already seeing defensive driving, though, in the mid-pack. You can see Dan Ginchard in the middle of that as well, who's just in front of him. It looked like that was potentially Connor Duncan, who's also there with Harvey Ryby just in front for BMR.
Difficult day for Connor Duncan, but again, timing it well and moving up in the final.
Yes, indeed. You are correct as well, yeah. So 13 minutes to go then of the final race of the weekend here at Larkhall. It's been an amazing weekend, a double header. 2 rounds essentially for the IAME class, and we're ending it here with Junior X30. The sun is shining, the temperature is warm, and the racing is fierce. And out of turn 3 and into the infield again we go. We can see there the 22, it looked like went a bit wide there. Charlie Rippin, MLC Motorsport through the hairpin. He may be losing a couple of positions now, but the race leaders are starting to pull away. The 71 down the inside of Ginchard. That's Harvey Ryby for BMR again, making the move complete through the banked corner in the background of your shot. Then we come into the final corner once again. Great little switchover move there we saw in the middle of the field. That again looked one of the BMR karts, or it could have been one of the Red Wolf Racing karts that we saw making that move.
Yes, indeed. Fantastic action here at the start of the X30 race. That is the 30 having a look up the inside.
Brandon Carr.
Brandon Carr of Aiden Line, it looked like. Going into the boot, but not getting the move done.
No, indeed.
Burgoyne now up to 14th.
Yeah, Carr also trying to put the pressure on to the driver in front of him now as well, of Cordell. Cato Motorsports Cordell. So as they exit through the hairpin again, lots of jostling there. One of the Strawberry Racing carts going off wide there. That looked like it was the 71 potentially, or the it could have been the 11 of Marcus Lutzio that was the one that went off wide. Not too sure.
Well have been, yeah. And Kanato Lee is going to take full advantage of that in 22nd place, but has already made up 7 places on the in this race already. James Barty going the other way and has dropped 7 places, so not a good start for James Barty in 19th.
The 76 on your shot there as well. Dan Holland Racing driver Mackay Singh struggled through turn 1 there, got the switchover move done, and oh no, dear me, Harry Burgoyne Jr., the man whose local track it is, has got a 5-second time penalty. He's in 12th place at the moment for Strawberry Racing, but that is not going to be the case by the end of this race. That is a shame.
It really is, and we have our live championship as well. I didn't realise that, but we have a live championship here on our timing screen as well, which is quite handy. So at the moment it is still Ginchard from Walker from Harrison.
You can see there, Ginchard, much better round this time.
Whoa,
today.
Somebody with a loose bumper. That's the 11 of, who is that in the 11? That's Marcus Luzio.
It is, yeah, Luzio with that back bumper falling off, and that's going to be a meatball flag if I've seen one before, because it's impeccably unsafe. Of course, Kart's trying to avoid it.
I'm going here, there and everywhere trying to avoid him as well.
Yeah, so that's a massive shame for the number 11 driver. Yeah, down or up in 23rd place at the moment, but yeah, not for much longer. That kart's going to have to retire.
And Kanato Lee now up to 19th. Who we're kind of keeping an eye on because he's had good pace all weekend. That's the 54 off circuit.
Yeah, Joseph Rippin, MLC Motorsport, is off the track as well at the infield hairpin. He's now dropping positions left, right and centre also.
The 11 car of Marcus Lucio is still hurtling around the circuit, but with that bumper flapping away and going wide again, and that's exactly what happens. Is as soon as that rear bumper is not attached, the chassis becomes much more loose.
Yeah, it does. Their technical flag going out, understandably, for Marcus Lucio there, the number 11 driver, as he goes through. Yeah, and of course that rear bumper is also rubbing on his rear tyre as well.
That won't be helping things either. And if he's unaware of what's happened already, he will be wondering very much what's happened to the handling of his kart.
Oh yeah, very much so. Under 10 minutes to go then, and McLaughlin still leads the way from Walker and Oliver Stewart. There they are, your front three across the line now. Absolutely nothing between them. Then the rest of the battle comes in. There's Ginchard. Oh, under pressure, though, from the 51 of Matthew Hyde. Again, like we said, it's his first time here. Oh, that was Connor Duncan, wasn't it? Connor Duncan running very wide. And now Bart Harrison dives down the inside. So Bart Harrison taking full advantage of the mistake there from Duncan. Duncan now down one position and under pressure from Ginchard.
Yes, indeed, and Connor Duncan giving the Larkhall grass a free cut there. Not quite sure why or how he ended up out there. He seemed to be completely on his own.
He did indeed, yeah. Again, it's just one of those. You've got to remember that the tyres do wear out over this weekend, and of course they've had the same set of tyres over the course of today. So, you know, they've got to watch out for that one. For this one, of course, Oliver Stewart, last time out, he won the final with Archie Walker in second, Harry Burgoyne Jr. Burgoyne Jr. is pretty much out of it as, again, another 5-second time penalty going out to him. So is that 10 seconds or is that just another indication that he's got it? No, that's another 5-second time penalty to Burgoyne Jr., accumulating 10 seconds worth of penalties. That's absolutely horrendous for his
that's going to
race
destroy
here.
his race completely, isn't it?
It is indeed. He'll be at the back of the grid in no time. Here, though, Ginchard all over the back of Duncan now. Duncan really struggling here. Has he used too much of those tyres throughout the day today? And as Ginchard looked after his, despite the fact that he's had some great top-end finishes here.
Oh, that's the... yes, in fact, that is Oliver Stewart, who's overtaken Archie Walker for second place.
Yes, it is indeed. Archie Walker just looking at his front nose cone there. There's a big dent in the front of it, and it could be, is it scraping along the floor? Could that potentially be a nose cone penalty for the KR Sport driver? That would be an absolute nightmare for him if it was. At the moment, it doesn't look like it is scraping against the ground, but it's very close to doing so.
Yeah, he's only going to take another tap, and that will drop fully if it hasn't already.
There you go, nice close-up of it there. Yeah, you can see the damage to the front. That may be enough to cause him grief when he comes into scrutineering.
Indeed, and it's going to be acting like a shovel on the front of that as well. He's certainly not going to be getting any aerodynamic benefit from it.
Exactly that.
Whoa, and then into the back of Stewart, who almost went into the back of McLaughlin.
Yes, it was indeed. So
these three really close together now.
Yes, it was. So McLaughlin holding on to that one at the front. Stewart there in second. Oh, 5-second time penalty for Jessica Edgar too. That's a disaster for the Fusion driver, the number 47. Currently
18th.
18th at the moment. Yes, well spotted.
And Kanato Lee currently in 18th place, has made up 11 places. And also Joshua Gamba has made up 9 places right behind. So following Kanato Lee through.
Yes, indeed. 6 minutes to go then. I think we're in the lull now, aren't we? So our front three there, nose to tail, no lunges as of yet. Of course, we did just see Oliver Stewart get past Archie Walker. That may have been a mistake from Walker, potentially, that allowed that move to happen and felt like it was justified to do so. They didn't lose a lot of time, and you can still see they're working well together. Olivier Algieri there is still in 4th place, holding on to that one. He's again a bit of a no man's land out there for Dan Holland Racing. Charlie Rippin and Bart Harrison, they're very close to each other as well. 2 tenths between those two for 5th and 6th place as they're battling away. There they are on your screen.
Purple middle sector for Oliver Stewart and a purple final sector for Dan Ginchard as well. Both of those drivers are now pushing on, trying to make the most of this final.
Like you said, we heard from the interview from the Senior X30 final that, you know, the tyres are struggling around here to overtake because, of course, the karts are understeering left, right and centre in those fast corners, and that will be because they are just using that one set of tyres throughout the day, that those they are starting to fall off the wall, as they say. in motorsport, and off the cliff. Or,
off the cliff,
off
yes,
the cliff,
indeed,
yeah.
yes.
There it is. So 5 minutes left to go of this race. Still plenty of time to pay for. So here we go, across the line then. McLaughlin versus Stewart versus Walker. Algieri there in 4th place. Then it's Rippin, Harrison, Ginchard up into 7th. Duncan. Then it's Ryby, Burgoyne Jr. Then it's Cordell, Hyde, Shaw, 13th place in car. Then it's Clifford, Barty, Lynn, Canato Lee. Then it's Agambar. Then Stilp, that's the top 20. Edgar with the 5-second time penalty.
Stewart had a good look up the inside there of McLaughlin and clunked the curb on the inside for good measure.
Indeed, yeah. Allen still there, 26th place. Then it's Cox and Cottrell. Rippin, Gohill, Gordon, McIntyre and Shan McGarville. We have lost Marcus Lucio. I don't believe he even no, he lost him about 6 laps ago. Yeah,
with the bumper.
Yeah, with the bumper, of course. Yeah. Well remembered.
Yeah. So Jack Cox didn't look like he was going to get going at the start of this race, but I think the extra formation lap has really helped him. He's actually made up 7 places, and he's in 27th place.
Exactly that. So keeping a close eye on it. Support out there for Olivier.
Purple first sector for Connor Duncan.
Indeed.
On that lap as well, but not a personal best.
So let's see what can happen then. Here is a look a little further back as that big pack now comes down that main field as well.
I've got to say as well, DJ, times are dropping off now. Like you say, I think the tyres are going off the cliff. They're all running at least a 10th, possibly even 3 to 4 tenths off their personal best laps of the race at the moment. Everybody seems to be in the same boat right at this point in time and really struggling with the tyres.
Yeah, exactly that. Oh, look, there's a move, though, for the lead.
Except Oliver Stewart.
Stewart dives down the inside of McLaughlin to take the lead with 3 minutes to go. And was that potentially too early? Because now he's going to have to defend for the next, well, potentially 4 minutes of racing, because, of course, they've got that 1 extra lap to go. Round through turn number 3. You can see it now for the folks who are on the pit wall. Your new race leader, Jade Racing Team, Oliver Stewart. The Scotsman here into the banking section. Still under pressure, though, from McLaughlin and Walker. They are right there still. Line astern, no room given there, and a look down the inside from McLaughlin.
That was ambitious.
It was indeed. But he races for Fusion, not ambition. But here we go into round turn 1, down the start-finish straight. Defensive goes Stewart. Now, this is very early that we're seeing this, because now this is the opportunity for Olivier Algieri to close this gap. If they start battling and scrapping, there's the next 3 of Harrison, Algieri and Rippin. They are closing in super quickly. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. 1 minute, 40 seconds to go, and it's all kicking off here at the front.
I was wondering about this, whether Oliver Stewart's tactic is actually to back Phil McLaughlin into Archie Walker, and maybe then he can do what the Macaulay Bishop tactic.
Yeah, we could see that. Let's see what it is, because the gap now between Algieri and Walker was 2 seconds. They crossed the line. It's less than 2 seconds now, but they're starting to scrap there.
That was Harrison moving through.
It was indeed, yeah.
On Rippin.
So Harrison, yeah, moves through, gets past Algieri, and now they'll say, right, let's work together, let's do it. Look, you can see there, ducking in, trying to get the most out of that card as he can, is Harrison. You know, he had a great finish in his final the other day, 4th place. He's in 4th place at the moment, but I suspect he doesn't want another 4th. He wants a podium in this time.
He wants 1 step further, doesn't he? But
oh, he
1.9 behind at the moment.
1.9. Still 2 laps to go, because last lap board's not going to come out this time. It will come out next time for our leaders, who are coming across the line now with 30 seconds to go.
So who's it going to be? Stewart, McLaughlin or Walker for the win? Of course, if they do start scrapping and defending, it's going to bring Harrison, Algieri and Rippin into this fight as well. 1.9 seconds still the gap between Harrison and Walker. So they really are going to have to go defensive on the final 2 laps for those guys to be in with a chance of a podium. But put nothing past the worry and paranoia of a leader in a final.
Oh, exactly that. So out of the infield hairpin Timer now strikes 0. This is where it's going to happen. McLaughlin down the inside, forces wide. Walker takes full advantage.
Thank
and
you
says,
very much,
thank
says
you.
Archie Walker. I'll take you both.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, moves up now into first place. Now he's got the hard work with that final lap board coming out. Who's going to take it? McLaughlin looks down the inside of turn 1, can't quite do it. Bart Harrison is closing in as well, very, very quickly. Where is he in the background? Oh, that gap's still massive. He's not going to have any time to close up on this unless it all goes P-Tong here at the front. But Archie Walker is controlling the pace of these three.
Yes, indeed. Archie Walker now hitting the front. Bart Harrison is going to need some luck here if he's going to get on the podium today. But it is Walker from McLaughlin from Stewart. Will they be that way coming out of this hairpin? It looks that way as Walker goes extremely defensive, although Stewart up the inside and slides through, demoting McLaughlin down to third.
Yes, he does, and now he's going to try and get the move on Walker here at the banking section as well. He's side by side, he's got the inside line. Oh, Walker's lost 2 places now. McLaughlin's going to try and go down the inside. Oh, my goodness me, again a photo finish. No, it's not. It's the 17 of Oliver Stewart again, taking a final win from McLaughlin and Walker.
And Harrison, after all of that, ended up 0.080 seconds behind. So it was 1.3 coming onto the back straight, and now over the line, 0.080. So fantastic action in your Junior X30 final. So your final finishing orders were Oliver Stewart, Fionn McLaughlin, Archie Walker, Bart Harrison, Olivier Algieri, Charlie Rippin, Dan Gunchard, Connor Duncan, Harry Burgoyne Jr. and Harvey Ribby are your top 10. Then it was Lorenzo Cordal, Sam Shaw, Matthew Hyde, Nathan Clifford, Brandon Carr, Kanato Lee making up 13 places to finish 16th in the final. So well done to Kanato Lee, 13 places. Fantastic. Gabriel Still 17th, then Finley Harrison, Charlie Webb, James Barty, Aidan Line having an unfortunate final and dropping 13 places as well, so going the other way to Kanato Lee and dropping 13, so unfortunate for Aidan Line. Then Jessica Edgar 22nd, Reese Lomax, Mackay Singh, Harry Cottrell, Josh Agambar, Freddie Allen, Jack Cox, Joseph Rippin, Kyan Gohill, Sienna Gordon, David McIntyre and Shraven Shan McGavel rounding out your 33 finishers. Marco Luzio, who lost his bumper in that race, lost the rear bumper, and of course all the handling that goes with it, was your only non-finisher. So a quick look at your championship table. We've got Dan Gunchard now 37 points clear of Archie Walker, and Bart Harrison another 43 points behind Dan Gunchard now as well in third place. Oliver Stewart in fourth on 549, and Olivier Algieri only 9 points behind Oliver Stewart as well. So really, really close here in this championship. Just waiting on DJ to run down. I don't know where I was sprinting was what I was going for, down to Parc Ferme, and he will have an interview with your top 3 finishers. Passing down to DJ now.
Well, again, once more for the final race of the day, an excellent race result we saw once more. Oliver Stewart, who is, he's just walked away from us. Oliver, come forth, come on. There we go, don't run away from me, there we go. Well, Oliver, what a result for you. That's 2 finals in a row then here at Larkhall.
Yeah, I'm really happy about that. It was a really hard race there, much closer than the race before. I managed to get it. One of the hardest races I've ever driven.
I say, that was it was a tough old race, wasn't it? We were watching it again on our tiptoes, didn't know really what to say, but yeah, you came through and it all came down to that last lap, didn't it?
Yeah, Fionn was really quick out front. It was really hard to catch. I just managed to be able to get him near the closing stages of the race, and I dropped down to third on the last lap and managed to make up 2 places for the win, but no, we were really chuffed.
Excellent. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, once again, all my sponsors, the 2 sponsors that have arrived here to watch me today. My mum, my dad, my sister at home. Just without them, as I said again yesterday, I wouldn't be here.
Excellent stuff. Well, Oliver Stewart, well done. Another race win in Junior X30.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. Let's have a chat to our second place man, Fionn McLaughlin. Fionn, again, from your point of view, that looked like an incredibly tough race. Talk to us through it. How did you manage?
Yeah, just managed as hard as I could and ended up getting second at the end. I was trying to drive and end up trying to win the race, but obviously second. But Oliver done well, so he deserved it the most if he won.
Yeah, exactly that. But, I mean, from your point of view, a great result still. Second place on the podium here in the Junior X30 Final, and I'm sure the Fusion team will be happy with your performance.
Yeah, should be happy, but I'll try to get first the next time.
There you go. That's what we like to see. We'll get a nice smile on your face for that one, won't we? But anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Fusion Motorsport and my dad for mechanicking and my family watching at home.
Excellent stuff. I'm sure you've done them proud, but very well done there, Fionn McLaughlin.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there. And then our final man is Archie Walker. Archie, again, we spoke to you yesterday. We're speaking to you today, which means it's been a good weekend for you, but third place this time around, still a good result.
Yeah, it's been a good haul of points today. Fifth start for the final, and then the third in that. You know, it's a shame to be hit wide at the second hairpin and not get the win, but overall a great weekend for myself and the team.
Again, talk us through that incident. What went wrong?
So I've obviously got the lead at the second hairpin on the lap before, and then came into the second hairpin, checked behind my shoulder. They were a bit back, covered it, and then just got a massive hit from behind and forced wide, and then couldn't really do anything about it.
I mean, yeah, it's always tough in racing when it's so close. You know, the last lap, the heat gets you, the red mist comes down. When you see that last lap board come up on that screen when you go past it, you know it's all going to go a bit P-tong. But yeah, I mean, what a great result still. Third place, you've got to be pleased with that one for today.
Yeah, I'm definitely pleased. I mean, any result in the podium is amazing at this level. Like, this is the pinnacle of the sport. So, you know, we'll bounce back in the next rounds and hopefully get a few wins to finish off the season.
Excellent stuff. Good way to talk about it. Well, well done, Archie Walker, third place in Junior X30.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff there from our three drivers, and excellent racing all the way throughout the weekend here at Larkhall. A double-header, the first one of the season as well, and it's all going to happen again a little bit later on for the next round, of course, in a few weeks' time. From us, though, here at Larkhall for the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. It's been an amazing weekend. Thank you to all the marshals, the medical team, the competitors, the parents as well here at the circuit, the Motorsport UK officials as well, and all the cameramen here at Alpha Live as well. It's been an absolutely fantastic weekend of racing. We can't thank everyone enough. For the viewers at home, thank you for sticking around. I know there are other races were on as well, but thank you for watching, and we'll catch you next time here for the Wera Tools British Kart Championship.